Thank you, councillors. I'm still on page 6, item 79. Notice was given in terms of section 29(1) of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act and Rule 5.1 of the Council Standing Rules and Orders. Still on page 6, item 80, application for leave of absence will be dealt with administratively. Then before we go on to the acceptance of the agenda, please, councillors, if you have your cell phones with you, please ensure they're either on silent mode, flight mode, and the best, just switch it off during the meeting. Then I am at item 6, still on page 6, item 81, acceptance of the agenda. What I just want to do before we accept the agenda, I'm going to move point 86.1, the reports from the Audit and Performance Committee, to item number 1 on the agenda. The reason being we have the Audit Committee members with us, and I would just like them to represent their report first, so that we can excuse them after that. So 86.1 will become the first item on the agenda. Councillor van Deventer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Agbare Speaker, I'm not sure, this is not a point of order or anything like that, but I want to just make a comment on the agenda. This is the worst agenda I've ever received in this council. There's no pagination. If I want to refer to something, I can't. One have to guess where I am in the agenda. There's things that is, I'm not sure if it's only my copies, but like item 10, some of the documentation is after some of the other items. It's really a mess. And I think the acting city manager and the acting HOD of corporate services and the acting GM of meeting administration, you did a very bad job with this agenda. No page numbers. How can we debate an item if one cannot even refer to the relevant pages, especially in the annexure? And the NCR's report, it's especially bad there because there's a lot of annexures. You can't refer to anything. And then it's clear that inexperience is the reason for this big mess. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. We will definitely look into that. Then, secondly, with regards to the acceptance of the agenda, we received an addendum with regards to item 83.2 and .3. So that's with regards to the service delivery and budget implementation plan, which we would like to include in the agenda, but we need a majority vote for this item to be included. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this addendum that's been put down on our table now is frankly ludicrous. I mean, put down something with information that has changed completely. A lot of the information has changed completely. To add it to the agenda now, we've worked on, all of us have worked on our research and things that have been done with the information priorly given. So one of two things must happen. Either this thing must be removed from the item. We cannot work through, we cannot just guess what the information is in now, and it's too late to be able to change it in for what we prepared. That's my submission. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Warner Pretorius.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker, I want to second what my colleague has said, Councillor Mackay. Madam Speaker, I would also like to just state my displeasure in receiving all of these documents 2 days before this council meeting, we are instructed by the Constitution and by relevant acts to do proper oversight, proper preparation for the work we do. Some of us want to go through each and every page. I really want to implore the administration. They have weeks, if not months, to work on these documentations. Then we are expected within a day or two to work through all of these documentation. We want to do our work properly. We want to have sufficient time to prepare for these council meetings. I'm really dissatisfied in receiving these documents 2 days prior. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. We take note of that. Council Whip Nikelo.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Speaker. I think in what or everything that has been raised, I just need to indicate, Madam Speaker, that I'm sure all of us would agree as councillors. The agenda was sent through the link to all of us, whether it's 2 days before the council meeting or not, but that was in compliance with the standing rules and orders of this council. That says the agenda, or rather the notice, must be issued 48 hours before any meeting. So for the fact that we complied with that, it cannot be that the councillors, they come into this meeting and start complaining. It's like they are crying at a very different funeral. So we must just accept that the agenda complied. I thought the councillor was going to indicate that the agenda arrived late, but it was sent through the link on all our emails, and secondly, it was delivered to them. So as a result of that, that one we cannot even have to entertain it because it complied with the standing rules and orders. Thank you very much.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Councillors, I'm not going to allow point of orders today. We've had a big discussion the other day. Please just lower your hands. We had a discussion with the previous council meeting where I precisely told you on what you can call a point of order. And it deals with the procedures. So I asked you guys last time, please, you cannot call a point of order because you don't like what anybody else is saying. I will give everybody an opportunity to speak, but point of orders are meant, as it's stated in the standing rules and orders. A point of order shall mean a point raised by a councillor during the council meeting and shall only relate to a matter of procedure and provided for in the rules of order. So please, I will give everybody an opportunity to speak, but I don't want this meeting. It's a lengthy agenda, and I agree we could have done better to get this agenda out to councillors sooner, and we will really look into that. But please, I don't think any one of us want to sit here on a Friday till tonight, 12 o'clock, because everybody's calling point of orders because they don't like what anybody else is saying. So if you want to make a contribution on this, you are more than welcome. Councillor Coetzee, do you want to continue?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'll rise on in accordance with the standing rules and orders, ma'am. Madam Speaker, yes, the agenda came out 48 hours, but this documentation, 30 minutes. Sorry, it's not 48 hours, it's 30 minutes. So that's why I also agree that this item be removed. We cannot go through this documentation now if we received it 30 minutes ago. Then, Madam Speaker, the DA request that item 83.13 and 83.14 be combined. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sorry, Councillor, just say that again. Item 83.
83.13 and 83.14 be combined.
So 83.3 and 83.4.
No, 83.13 and 83.14. Items 13 and 14 under 83. Those.
So 83.13, 83.14.
Yes, that's correct, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Sebolao?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I feel threatened with the way you are going to conduct the meeting today. You're not allowed to call point of orders. I don't know how I'm going to operate here. But my point was going to be on documents. This is not for the first time in this meeting. EFF has this thing of documents that come to us 48 hours before. This is a thick documents that we are expected to work on. What is worse, I received my document yesterday morning. I hear what the chief whip is saying, but this does not make any justice to what we're supposed to be doing in this house. 48 hours. How am I going to deal with this pile of this document? Can the standing orders be amended, Speaker? Because these are our things. These things belongs to us. Let's amend standing orders, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Vivier?
Thank you, Speaker. I was covered by Councillor Sebolao, and I just want to support him that my proposal will be that we refer the standing rules and orders as a bylaw back to the Rules Committee. Hopefully we will have a quorum, Mr. Chair, and then indeed alter the standing rules and orders to the extent that at the ordinary council meeting we get 5 days notice, but then also if it's a special council meeting and the volume is this, that it must also be 5 days. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Okay. Councillors, I really want to conclude. So if you don't have anything new to add, because it feels to me everybody's now rehearsing what has already been said. So please, only if you want to add something new. Okay. I'm going to start with the council whip, then Councillor Ganaga, then Councillor Mongale, and then please, we must move on.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I think one thing that I need to start saying is that I agree with the councillors that are indicating that our standing rules and orders need to be reviewed and amended, so that we include something that will allow us to at least have the agenda circulated to all the councillors, probably 7 days before the council. So I agree with all of us so that we can have enough time to go through the documents. But I'm afraid we're still going to have the very same problem because some of the councillors are lazy to read. But anyway, would agree that the standing rules and orders needs to be amended. And then finally, I withdraw. I withdraw, Madam Speaker. But I was saying, in the interest of time, Madam Speaker, I will implore you that we really continue with the meeting. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ganaga.
Thank you, Speaker. Morning, everyone. Speaker, I was just wondering if it's possible that we can add on the agenda. In this council, we approved the advertisement and the recruitment of our own HODs. And on those advertisements, we saw that this municipality, which is financially strained, have gone out and hired a recruitment agency to handle the whole process. Now, these recruitment agencies charge a minimum of 12% to about 50% per CV, or per post that is advertised. And if you calculate with the amount of posts that we advertise, we can pay up to 5 million for this recruitment agency, and we don't have that kind of money. I would like to know, how did we get to a point where we hire recruitment agencies to act on our behalf, where we have a whole system in place?
Councillor Ganaga, I think we can deal with that on item 83.10. Please. Councillors, please. Councillor Mongale.
Thank you, Speaker. I think maybe tensions are high because it's Friday and people want to go home. But the community of Mangaung wants a solution to their problems. Now I'm raising this issue to say, if I'm still on the same item of agenda, I would propose that item 83, I think it's 83.10, the one of appointment of selection of panel for the HODs, that item should be withdrawn because it is not in terms of Regulation 10 read together with Regulation 7. That stipulates that immediately after the items have been brought to the council for advertisement and the council have taken a decision, within 14 days that those positions should be advertised, and this has not happened. Now you are creating a panel to come and break the law. And I'm disappointed that the NCR is here, the minister was here, the two ministers, they said they're giving us a team of experts. But the experts are not helping us to read. Councillor Nikelo, I wanted to second you on the issue of reading, but not in the same context we are saying, but just by being specific to say our NCR and National Intervention Team are not helping this council. They are allowing it to break the rules deliberately, and we are not going to discuss this with emotions. People must state the facts here. I'm saying in terms of regulation, we are making an error here. But people can try to vote for this error. We'll be sitting here with an embarrassment at the next sitting where people will be told that they are financially liable for the mess that they have created. I think the time for playing marbles is over. We need to make people to start to account. You stand up here, you speak your common sense, that is out of line. If it is found that you have created a crisis for this institution, you must carry the cost. People must be held financially liable for every financial implication that they've created for this council. I'm raising this, Speaker, so that we can be aware that we are making an error with that item of appointment of panel. We are also making an error with the second item, the following item there of staff establishment, because this staff establishment, there are clear regulations that the minister have given us, even including the staff regulation, and we need to follow a particular process for us to be able to bring the item to the council. At least we should have also done our part to give the document to the minister so that the minister can see whether our organogram meets the guidelines that have been given to us. Remember, we are under financial recovery plan. But in this particular case, we seem to be behaving as if we are under no mandatory financial recovery plan, and which is recklessness, even on the side of NCR. They are being reckless on the side of national intervention. You are being reckless.
Councillor, wait. Just wait, Councillor. Councillor Mongale. We are now with the acceptance of the agenda. And it seems like everybody is now using this opportunity to make... Please don't howl at me. It seems like councillors are now using this opportunity to make speeches on items that are already in the agenda. So if you want to request an item to be removed, you are more than welcome to request that. But just remember, this is items of the executive mayor. So only the executive mayor can remove these items. As council, we cannot decide to remove these items. I just first want to give to Councillor Matai and then Councillor van Deventer, and then it's now finished. Then we're moving on to the acceptance of the agenda. You can make your speeches during the items. We're on the acceptance of the agenda. This is not the opportunity to make speeches. And then also, councillors, we have guests here with us today. We have the audit committee here with us today. Councillor Matai.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to move for the adoption of the agenda with all the amendments he came to my rescue because I wanted to bring to the attention of the meeting that the item in question, which Councillor Mungali was at pains to canvass for his removal, that's the item for the executive mayor, and the executive mayor reserves the right to can withdraw that item. Without any further ado, I want to propose that we adopt the agenda. In the event we would want a particular item to be deferred for further consultation, we'll do so, but I think we have sufficiently canvassed for matters that must be brought before the attention of this meeting. Effectively, I want to move, Honorable Speaker, for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matai. Councillor van Deventer.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have a request. Can we, in future, please add to the agenda declaration of interest? It used to be on the agenda years ago, but it's not here anymore. And we today have a councillor with an interest in one of the items. So it would it's ordinary meeting procedure to have an item declaration of interest. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van Deventer. Colleagues, I'm now going to return to the addendum with regards to the service delivery and budget implementation plan, item 83.2 and item 83.3. To be able to add this item or this addendum to the agenda, we need a majority vote. So can councillors please firstly vote if this addendum will be added to the agenda? So those in favour of the addendum being added, please raise your hands now. Councillors, can you just please sit still and not move around? You're making it very difficult for us to count. No, we're not first voting.
If a councillor comes in and found that people are voting, just raise up his hand and vote. For what?
No.
What is she voting for? That councillor there, she just came in and she's voting for what?
Councillor.
What is she voting for? Huh?
Councillors, please. The two councillors that just entered the council chambers, we're not going to count your votes because you don't even know what we are voting on.
Madam Speaker.
Councillors.
Speaker.
Councillors, please just listen to me. According to our standing rules and orders, it is clearly stated, Rule 13, .2 states, before a formal vote is taken on any matter before the council, the speaker shall cause the bells to be rung for a period of 1 minute, after which all doors shall be closed and no member of or other person shall be allowed to enter or leave the chambers. So do you want us to do this now from now on that formally? Okay. Okay, and then I'm just also going to say, if you're not seated, your vote will not be counted. So please ensure you're seated. And then councillors, please. Council Whip, Councillors Lady, please. We are on the point of the addendum. Council must now decide if this will be added to the agenda or not. So if you're in favour of it being added, please raise your hands. And please raise your hands up high, especially if your hands are next to each other. If you are against the addendum being added to the agenda, please raise your hands. Councillors, just please keep your hands up and please just raise them high. Okay, thank you, councillors. 47 councillors voted for the addendum to be added. 34 councillors voted against, so the addendum is added to the agenda. Then just on the second point, it was requested that we combine item 83.13 and 83.14. Councillors in favour of us combining the two items, please raise your hands. Councillors, please listen. I'm not going to repeat myself the whole time. There was a suggestion that we combine item 83.13 and 83.14. That's for the temporary relocation. So if you're in favour of that, please raise your hands and raise it up high. Thank you, councillors. Those councillors against us combining the two items, 83.13 and 83.14, please raise your hands. Those councillors abstaining from the vote? Thank you. Okay, we are going to combine item 13 and 14. 75 councillors voted in favour of us combining the item. No councillors voted against it, and then we have 6 councillors that abstained. Okay, then councillors, I'm returning to item 81 on page 6, the acceptance of the agenda. As we've now discussed the agenda, 86.1 will become the first item. The addendum to item 83.2 and 3 will be added, and item 83.13 and 83.14 will be combined. Can I please get a mover for the adoption of the agenda as set out now and a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Dennis. And the seconder? Thank you, Councillor Matai. The agenda is then duly adopted. Then I'm still on page 6, item 82. With regards to announcements, we tried our best to secure interpretation services for today. Unfortunately, we are now using a local service provider, and he did not have all the necessary equipment available today for translation services. But for the future, we will really correct it that we do have translation services in the council meeting. So please, if we can use English in council today during our inputs, that would really be much appreciated. Then just a second announcement. On Sunday, the 4th of June, there will be public hearings on the climate change bill, B9 of 2022. It will be at 10 o'clock in Botshabelo at the Simpson Safuti Hall. If any councillors would like to attend the public hearings. And please also just make your communities aware of the public hearing that's taking place in Botshabelo. Transport is being arranged for the wards of 31, 32, 33, 36, 37, and 38 to the Simpson Safuti Hall. Transport will most probably be available from 9 o'clock, Sunday the 4th of June. So please just take note of that, councillors. I do not know if anybody else wants to make an announcement. Council Whip.
No, Speaker, just to add on your announcement, I just want to indicate that on the 3rd and the 4th, which is Saturday and Sunday, there is an open voter registration in Ward 7, Mangaung, Ward 29, Ward 49, and Ward 50. So as a result of that, we are announcing that the council should note that, and the community of Mangaung in those areas must also note that there is an open voter registration. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Okay, Councillor Dice.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Through you, Honourable Speaker, the announcement that I wanted to make is about the victory that the EFF took in Ditlhabeng. If I remember quite well, when Honourable Speaker, it seems as if it was a joke when Councillor Ramatlama was standing right here, Council Whip, saying we are going to take Dihlabeng. So we just want to make the community of Mangaung aware as we are going for by-election in those 4 wards. Jesus has come in Mangaung. Believe me, Jesus has come. Ntate Mathai, Councillor Theo, things are happening. The community of Dihlabeng has shown that Jesus is here. Thank you very much.
Councillor van Deventer.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I promised Marina that I will ask you if Council can sing for her, but if we can't, just on behalf of Council, very congratulations on your birthday. Thank you, Speaker.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Speaker. Happy birthday to
Okay, thank you, councillors. Although I appreciate you singing for me, it's not me, it's Rina. It's Rina's birthday. Okay, thank you, councillors. I'm then going to move to item on page 15, item 86.1. And I'm going to hand over to the chairperson of the audit committee, Metropolitan, to represent the report from the audit committee to council.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Let me greet the August House. Greetings to all councillors, to the NCR and the community at large. As Honourable Speaker, we're here to report as per the mandated legislation that says we should all the time perform our functions and come to council to abreast council on the developments that we have done or the issues that we have dealt with of the municipality in terms of advising on the deliberations that we would have had. And Speaker, the report was sent. I would take it that it was also been read. So I would not go through the report as per each page. The first page would just show why we're here and why we need to report. And we thank the employees of the institutions that are also helping the committee to perform its functions, which to date it is very functional on the issues that are being deliberated on and the recording of issues that would have been deliberated on in the meetings. And Honourable Speaker and Council, the rest of the pages are just showing the issues that we dealt with, which are mandatory. And it will also, page 5 per se, Honourable Speaker, would also show the meetings that we've held. And this is a Q3 report. So the issues that are encapsulated here would be reflective as per Q3. There may have been developments to date, but we would not capture that because to date we are just reporting on Q3 of what the audit committee has done. And Honourable Speaker and Council, page 6 would just be reflective of the members and the issues that were then deliberated on. With that being mentioned, Honourable Speaker, I wouldn't know if the council would mind if we go to the recommendations, precisely because the issues that have been deliberated on, the minutes and all other, contents are in the annexures thereof. So, if Honourable Speaker allows the August House, I will therefore go through to the recommendations, which are therefore in page 9, which is a summary of everything that has been deliberated on, but highlights of what the committee should also, the council should also note. So having done the work, we've considered reports presented by management to audit committee, which is on page 9, Speaker. The committee recommends the following to council on financial position as part of trying to improve the financial position of the municipality. The excessively high overtime should be managed better to ensure that it is reduced to acceptable and normal levels as recommended by the committee to council on numerous occasions. This is a recurring issue, Speaker. I'm sure we're all aware of it. We still are reiterating because it is we have to also advise as such. We can't stop advising. And the other bullet would speak to the municipality should continue intensifying its debt collection drive to ensure that all monies owed to the municipality by residents, government, business, and rental stock tenants are recovered for the improvement of the municipality's finances. And the other recommendation is on performance management and evaluation, Speaker. This one is also recurring. It has been coming forth too many times in our reports. Performance evaluation of the municipal manager and heads of department are still not being done. The committee therefore recommends that council should hold the municipal manager accountable where performance evaluation are not being done in accordance with the requirements of local government municipal performance regulations of municipal managers and managers directly accountable to the municipal manager of 2006, and the performance of the municipal manager and his or her team of heads of department should be assessed on quarterly basis in terms of the provisions thereof of the same regulations, and this would have been encapsulated in the agreements of each manager. Management should implement the outcome results of the benchmarking exercise conducted with regards to the capacity building within the organizational planning and performance management unit of the municipality. We would recall that this has been an issue. The unit is undercapacitated. And 4.3, Honorable Speaker, and the August House is information, communication, and technology. At the time, the committee was still concerned about the vacancy that still was existing on position of Chief Technology Officer after numerous recommendations made to expedite the filling of the vacancy to bring stability within the ICT department of the municipality. The committee reiterates its previous recommendation that council should prioritize and expedite the filling of vacancies and the municipal manager should be held accountable for any delays in this filling of vacancies. And on Auditor General's findings, at the time, Speaker, the committee reiterated its previous recommendations that the audit action plan should be standing item on executive management team meetings. The municipal manager should report on quarterly basis to both the committee and council on progress made to eliminate Auditor General's findings that are found. And council should also hold the municipal manager accountable where reports are not being submitted in this regard. On risk management, Honorable Speaker, the committee reiterates its previous recommendations. All head of departments should have key performance indicators of managing risks within their departments in their performance agreements, and their performance on risk management should be assessed as part of overall performance assessment. Implementation of internal audit and audit committee recommendations. The committee still very much concerned about the slow pace at which management is implementing recommendations of both the internal audit and audit committee. The committee therefore reiterates its previous recommendations that management should timelessly implement all internal audit and audit committee recommendations to ensure an improved control environment and improved audit outcomes. In conclusion, Speaker, this report is submitted to Council in accordance within the provisions of the MFMA and the regulation of local government municipal planning and performance management. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, we thank Council for the opportunity that it has offered us to serve in the audit committee. And this will be our last time we report to this Council, and we thank you very much for the experience, and we wish you the best. Thank you very much.
Councillors, I received speakers from the ANC and the DA caucus on this item 86.1. Is there any other councillors that also want to make inputs on this item? No, don't worry, I've got it. I'll have a look just now. Sorry, councillors, can you just raise your hands again if you want to speak on this item? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Councillors, then I have it on item 86.1. Councillor Matoy, Councillor Masiu, Councillor Mokoena, Councillor Mokgotu, Councillor Thompson, and then Councillor Kotze. Did I miss anybody? Councillor Masiu?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would like to withdraw myself on this item. I will not be speaking on this item.
Thank you. Councillor Pretorius?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 86.1.
Yes.
I'd like to speak on the item, Madam. Thank you.
Councillor Rassiu?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like to speak on this item. Thank you.
Councillor Rassiu, you cannot speak on this item because there's already 2 speakers.
And thanks.
Okay. Councillor Sebolao?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would love to speak on 86.1.
Okay, councillors, then I have it. Councillor Matai, Councillor Pretorius, Councillor Mokoena, Councillor Mokgotu, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Kotze, Councillor Sebolao. Is there anybody else? Have I left out anybody? Okay. Thank you. Then Councillor Matai, you may continue.
Speaker, may I respectfully be the last? I'm just trying to bring together my thoughts on 2 issues of the report I've just received now.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Matai. Sorry, my apologies. Colleagues, if you then don't mind, I'm going to excuse the audit committee before we continue with our deliberations. So we also just from the municipality side and from council side just want to thank you for all the assistance and work you have done in assisting us to get on the right path again. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Honourable Speaker.
Councillor Mongole.
Speaker, I think it is premature to allow the audit committee to leave the meeting. I think they should be allowed just to sit down and the councillors ask the question. Maybe some of the questions will be best suited for them to be able to respond to. Some, it will be a take-home homework for them.
Okay. Councillor Matai.
No, Speaker was requesting that I should come the last. I'm just trying to put together some thoughts on 2 issues which have been raised in the report. Unfortunately, I've seen the report now, so I would like to come the last, if you allow me.
Thank you. Councillor Pretorius.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, firstly, I want to thank the chairperson and the other members of the audit committee for your the dedicated work in the committee. Thank you for working to increase accountability, transparency, and service delivery in Mangaung We truly thank you. Looking at the reports, I think we've had 3 or 4 of them over the last year and a bit, and there's very sound recommendations in that report. So thank you very much for the work that you've done. However, it unfortunately remains highly disheartening that service delivery in Mangaung remains to be crippled by the lack of performance management, evaluation, and consequence management. The Audit Committee has time and time again included in its report to Council the recommendations that proper performance management and evaluation and sound consequence management should be implemented to turn around the sinking ship that is Mangaung. Now, the previous executive mayor, Councillor Sionzana, I always refer to him as writing a book on the failed metro, the first failed metro in South Africa, a textbook case. The question that should be asked to the governing party in Mangaung is why it steers away from the sound and rational recommendations of the Auditor General as well as the Audit Committee. Time and time again, the same recommendations are made, and it just seems that nothing is done to implement those recommendations. And the question is, why would a caring government, a government that cares for its residents, steer away from the accountability and transparency and the service delivery that the people of Mangaung need? Yes, okay. So then, the administration continues to implement the resolutions of the Audit Committee and the Auditor General's findings at a snail's pace. As per the Audit Committee's report, management of the Metro is encouraged to approach the Auditor General of South Africa for assistance. Now, this actually is included in the report by the in the report of the Audit Committee, saying, approach the Auditor General of South Africa for assistance in the formulation as well as the implementation of the Audit Action Plan. I encourage Mangaung to make use of AXA and all other available resources to improve the city's audit opinion. If a DA-led government was to take charge of the city, it would be all hands on deck to make use of all available help and resources to steer the city into sound financial health. The recent Auditor General's report, that's the Auditor General's report of 2021 and 22, has again confirmed that the DA municipalities remain the best performing in the country, spending money and delivering services. The recently released Municipal Financial Sustainability Index by Ratings Africa has listed the DA-run Midvaal municipality. Now, Midvaal is located in Gauteng, and the DA-run Saldanha Bay municipality in the Western Cape as the best-run municipalities in the country, number 1 and number 2. And the crown jewel of all of the metros in South Africa, the DA-governed city of Cape Town, as the most financially viable metro in the country. The DA governments proved time and time again that South Africa can be saved in 2024. But the short and the long of my speech is, the recommendations by the Audit Committee time and time again speak about the same recommendations to be implemented by Mangaung to turn around the ship. But for some reason, they are just not being implemented. So if you go and look at some of the Audit Committee's resolutions, what they speak to, they say there's 406 million rand in water losses, representing close to 45% of the total water purchased. So that means that 45% of all water that is bought by Mangaung is lost. 406 million South African rand. That's insane. The installation of bulk water meters on the Bloemwater line. Now, we've been waiting for that as well. How far are we in terms of the installation of the bulk water meters? We are buying water from Bloemwater, but we don't have the capacity ourselves as Mangaung to actually meter what we are buying. So we receive a bill every month, but we don't even check if that is correct. It needs to be addressed. It's part of the recommendations. The curbing the high overtime within the municipality, and also expanding the debt collection drive in the metro. We need to curb the overtime, and we need to start getting our debts in. The dire state of the ICT department. Now, the Audit Committee speaks about that quite extensively. Our ICT department in the municipality does not have a chief technology officer, and the Metro's computers are working on very outdated software. We need a functioning ICT department to deliver modern services to our residents. Yes, but there's a lot we can go into in terms of the recommendations. They are there, the municipality can read it, the administration can read it. But I think at this stage I want to ask the new Audit Committee to please also add to their standing agenda grant management. So please when you hand over your report, Audit Committee, ask them to add to the standing
Councillor
agenda.
Pretorius, sorry, your time.
Thank you, grant management. I just want to send an invite to the municipality, to the management of the Mangaung municipality. Noting that you don't want to implement the recommendations, I think it's time that you do a study tour to any of the 3
Councillor
DA run.
Pretorius, sorry, your time is
Oh, it's
finished.
incomplete.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But I invite you to come to one of our 23 DA run municipalities, clean audits. Come and see. Thank you.
Councillor. Councillor Mokoena.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I don't know whether I heard it well that the chairperson says goodbye to us. So I'm not so sure the extent to which my comments would be valuable for them. But possibly they can take it with where they are going. The one part that I wanted to say is an issue that I'm not so sure whether the audit committee had the time to review, is that in one of the reports that relates to the NCR's report, it talks about unprovided contingent liabilities of different natures and the extent to which they threaten the financial position of the municipality. So I'm not so sure because I haven't seen it incorporated in any way in terms of the audit committee, whether you had access to the financial recovery plan and some of the key indicators that were supposed to form part of that, and whether there was a view about it. The second part that I thought, Chair, and I know that the internal audit is still here, ICT has become not where you just store information, but ICT or the digital divide has become an enabler of efficient and cost-effective service delivery. And I'm not so sure whether Mangaung, in trying to grapple of how to get itself out of the hole that it is in, whether we need to find a way in which this particular aspect of running the business is handed over to a structure or a people or advisory to the executive mayor and the city manager to be able to can drive the digitalization of Mangaung and the extent to which this can be leveraged to accelerate service delivery. The other part that I find it strange is that performance management and risk management are not part of the HODs, and that is why things do happen and things do go wrong. But if you don't have an evaluatory process in place, neither did you have a risk mitigation plan in place, there is no way that you can know when things are going to go wrong, and you'll never even have a plan when they go wrong, what to do with it. So I think this is one of the key things that as a municipality and as this council that is endowed with the legislative and executive authority, we should be able to can do this thing and ensure that there is a proper performance evaluation plan and risk management, and that year in and year out, the Auditor General's report and the internal audit and the audit committee continuously remind us that we have a responsibility to the people out there. And this can only be visible if we are allowed ourselves to be able to can be evaluated on the quality of service that we bring to our people. I wish you well in whatever endeavors, and we are grateful for the work that you have done. It is unfortunate that part of it fell on deaf ears, and the level of impunity still continues in this municipality, but hopefully it will change soon and very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mokoena. Councillors, specifically to my right, I'm the whole time hearing alarms going off, phones going off. Please put your phone either on silent, flight mode, or switch it off completely. Please, councillors. Councillor Mogotu.
No, thank you, Speaker, and honourable councillors. No, Speaker, let me join the chorus in thanking the services that were rendered by the committee. I think we need also to remind each other that its work was to ensure the integrity of financial and control and the integrated reporting system. So actually, it is our work to make sure that they are supported. But as ANC Speaker, we would like to emphasize the issues raised by the committee on the report, especially on the performance management. We need to have a barometer to make sure that we measure that to the core if these implementations are really taking place. We need to deal with issues of performance management. And the report shows clearly that also the recommendations made by the committee comes a long way. And also the Auditor General raised it. And they raise it also to say it appearing every time they give us a report. So the issue of consequence management must come to a place. We happen to be a council without teeth. So as an ANC, we thank the committee for the report, and we take it from ourselves, also as this council, to make sure that we implement those recommendations as stipulated in the report. We welcome the report as the ANC. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is no secret that the Mangaung Metro is facing many challenges, including negative audit outcomes, corruption, weak financial and performance management, lack of legal compliance, and staggering, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful and unauthorized expenditure. This report once again proves this. I would like to address the third quarter audit committee report that highlights a net loss of 8.72 million rand in the Mangaung Metro Municipality. It is with great concern that we have to acknowledge the current financial state of our municipality. The liabilities exceed assets as reported at 4.85 million rand, water losses amounting to 4 million rand, labour difficulties leading to vacancies in key positions, supplier payments exceeding 160 days, debt to the water board of 5.6 million rand, and overspending on overtime of 54.6 million rand. Maladministration, underspending of budgets, and the failure to fill critical positions with competent individuals continue. The appointed officials are not being held accountable for the ongoing poor service delivery. The gravity of this situation cannot be underestimated. The Freedom Front Plus believes that it is time for everyone in this council to take responsibility for the current state of the municipality. We need to ask ourselves, what can we do together to address these issues and to improve the quality of for the residents of Mangaung? One of the major challenges highlighted in the report is the issue of water loss. This is unacceptable considering that we are in a water-scarce country and every drop counts. We need to take decisive action to address this issue to prevent further financial losses. We must work towards aligning our finances with responsibilities to the citizens and ensure that every penny spent is accountable for. The report also highlights labour difficulties leading to vacancies in key positions. This has a direct impact on effectiveness of service delivery to our community. The Freedom Front Plus calls for urgent intervention to attract and retain skilled personnel in critical positions in our municipality. In addition, the issue of supplier payments exceeding 160 days is of concern as it affects the cash flow of small businesses. We need to find ways to expedite payment processes to support local businesses and prevent further economic decline. The overspending of 54.6 million rand on overtime is reprehensible and should be investigated thoroughly to find out who authorized the excess expenditure. This kind of financial irresponsibility is unacceptable and those responsible should be held accountable. In conclusion, the Freedom Front Plus calls for a systemic overhaul of our financial management system in Mangaung Metro Municipality. We need transparency, honesty and accountability from all stakeholders to address the issues raised in the report. It is time to rise to the challenge to work together to find solutions that will move us forward as a municipality. We thank the Audit Committee for a well-compiled report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kotze.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will start my speech with a question. Why is it important to have good information technology governance? And the answer is, IT governments enable organizations to manage their IT risks effectively and ensure that the activities associated with information and technology are aligned with the overall business objectives. But Madam Speaker, the Mangaung Metro Municipality doesn't care for good IT governance. And the reason for that is because if you want to be corrupt, you just manipulate the IT system. Madam Speaker, I can prove it to you. May would have been the 5th year that the IT system of the Mangaung Metro Municipality is without a Chief Technical Officer. The Chief Technical Officer is very important because they keep everything together. Madam Speaker, the acting CTO has identified 74 laptops or desktops that's still running on Windows 7. Microsoft support for Windows 7 stopped on the 20th of January 2020. But more concern is that there are still PCs in this organization running on Windows 8. And that support has already stopped in 2016. Madam Speaker, the Mangaung Metro Municipality IT system is a nightmare. Madam Speaker, we have a help desk, but the system that help desk is running on has already expired. But we are still paying a license fee every 3 years on that system. Now the residents of Mangaung always ask, why are we not getting any help from the call center? And that's the first reason. Madam Speaker, the other concern is we also have a, a customer relations management software. The call center is complaining that the back office refused to use the system. This system is very critical. We need to communicate with each other in this municipality. The IT system is the nerve system of any organization. I wonder if our communications manager is here and is he's listening to this. If we don't communicate, then everything fails. All the other councillors here have raised their concerns that performance management is not working. Services are not delivered. Services are not going to be delivered if you don't have a Chief Technical Officer in a position here. Madam Speaker, I conclude with the following. Democracy in South Africa is under threat. So is democracy in the Mangaung Metro Municipality. Democracy in the Mangaung Metro Municipality has become the biggest Ponzi scheme for the ANC. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sebulau. Sorry. Councillor Sebulau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me first welcome the report from the Audit Committee and say as the EFF, a job well done.
Sorry, Councillor Sebulau. Councillor Kotze, can you just switch off your mic, please?
I wanted to say we applaud the work done by the Audit Committee, even though they are going to leave us. But it's fine. I hope with time, some of the members will return. Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, the work done by the audit committee fell in deaf ears because this is not the first time the committee presented to this August House. We all know that they keep on coming and update us, but not here. Here they are talking to us and we don't listen. Those who are in charge of the administration and the politics of this municipality, they know very well that nothing is going to happen. The work done by this committee is not going to be recognized. We'll just keep on going the way we're doing things. Consequence management in Mangaung Municipality, we're not speaking, it's a problem. There's no consequence management here. That is why to date we don't even see the hawks coming here, arrest officials who are not doing their work. And it's business as usual. And I don't know whether the people of Mangaung are happy with our conduct in this municipality because we are not saving our people, we're saving our interests and our pockets. This municipality will accept the report but must take note it's not going to see the consequence management happening in this municipality. The EFF want to take this opportunity to thank you, committee, in your work. I hope this council will reconsider some of your members to continue where they left their work so that the stability becomes the day of the work of the municipality. Speaker, audit committee does not say anything about companies owed by companies owed millions by municipality. All of us, we know very well that companies are supposed to be paid within 30 days. And the president of the country, in his speech now and then, he keeps on emphasizing this thing that companies must be paid, but not in this municipality. In this municipality, for a company to be paid, you must pay something to a GM or whoever. These people, they don't get their monies. It is unfortunate that tomorrow people come to us and ask us to help them with their monies. We can't fiddle in the administration of the municipality because we employ people that we think they have capacity to do the work. But it's unfortunate, they are not doing that. One of the officials, one of the directors once said to me, he went to an official who had a box in his office full of invoices, not paid. He must bring something, otherwise he's not going to get his money. It's more than 9 months now, so I'm not sure whether are they hidden, the information is being hidden to the audit committee so that they cannot speak about it. Lastly, Speaker, ke rata hore to the audit committee, bagaetsho tsamayang sentle re lebogile, le dirile tiro e manontlhontho. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matai, are you ready for us now?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me also welcome and appreciate the report of the Audit Committee. Most of the issues that I wanted to bring to the attention of this meeting have been sufficiently canvassed by the speakers that spoke before me. Except to say that all is not doom and gloom. The report points to a few issues that ought to receive our utmost attention. I am more alive to the comments made, Honorable Speaker, by the Audit Committee on the financial position of the municipality. Although there's just a few pointers there, but there's no opinion formed or a view canvassed by the Audit Committee, particularly on the annual financial statements of both the Metro as well as the entity, Centlec, vis-a-vis the annual financial audit opinion of the AG. I would have been more interested to hear what is the take of the Audit Committee in relation to our financial recovery plan, but also benchmarking that with our performance in as far as our financial annual statements. We are not doing bad, Honorable Speaker. quite honestly, the audit outcome, particularly of Tshwane under a TA-run municipality, points a very bleak picture. It gives an audit opinion of a West-run municipality. So I'm saying all is not lost. We are right on track. I would have been more also interested to hear the opinion of the audit committee, particularly on matters that relates to our property rates and taxes, particularly on the valuation role. To the very best of my recollection, we have not been able to redo our valuation role over the past decade or so. So I would have been more interested to hear their position so that we can juxtapose that against our financial position insofar as revenue enhancing schemes are concerned. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I am then on page 15 of the agenda, 86.1, reports from the Audit and Performance Committee. The recommendation is that the report is submitted to Council in accordance with provisions of the MFMA, Section 166(2) and Regulation 14(4) of the Local Government Municipal Planning and Performance Management Regulations of 2001 for consideration and approval. I then want to put it to a vote. So if you want to be part of this vote, please ensure you are seated. And nobody entering now will be allowed to participate in the vote. Okay, thank you, councillors. Those voting for the Audit Committee report to Council covering quarter 3 of 2022-23, to be approved, those voting for the report to be approved, please raise your hands. Thank you, councillors. Then just for procedure, those against the approval of the report, please raise your hands. And then those abstaining on the approval of the report, please raise your hands. Thank you, colleagues. It's then unanimously approved by council. Thank you, colleagues. And then thank you, Audit Committee, and as everybody has said, thank you very much for your service to this council. We appreciate it.
Honorable Speaker and August House, we thank you for all the comments. They are very positive and promising. They show that with the management together with the council, we can manage what we have raised because it is manageable. So thank you very much. We thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors. We are then on page 7 of the agenda on item 83.1. Okay, sorry, councillors. The following reports, 83.1, 83.2, 83.3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, up until 15, are reports of the mayor. So I'm now going to give to the mayor to table his reports in council.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, before you start, there's a cold air coming out here. Just terrible cold air.
We will attend to that, Councillor Sibalal.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Whilst they're attending to the cold air, can I state to the Council and fellow Councillors, Madam Speaker, that we would like to withdraw 83.1, and the reason being the supporting document did not serve in time, and as a result, it would be futile for the Council to look at the item without the supporting document. Other than that, Madam Speaker, 83.234 up to 15, with the understanding that the amendment was made on 13 and 14, I therefore would like to table that as my report to the Council. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Colleagues, then, seeing as item 83.1 has been withdrawn, we then move on, still on page 7, to item 83.2. Yes, Councillor van Deventer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We wanted caucus, please, for half an hour before these two items serve.
Thank you, Councillor van Deventer. Councillors, please. Councillors. Councillors, I'm going to grant the 30-minute caucus on the grounds that addendum was added to the council agenda, and it will only be fair to give councillors adequate opportunity to go through the addendum. So the 30-minute caucus is granted. Please be back by 12 o'clock.
Oh, Prof, I understand that you could not go through the documents yesterday.
Councillors, before we continue, can I maybe just please ask that councillors do not make use of this door due to the heater that is standing there. We just scared somebody bumps it over or something happens. So please, if I can just ask councillors to not make use of this door. Thank you, councillors. It's now 8 minutes past 12. I don't know if the Freedom Front Plus wants to give feedback with regards to their caucus, or was it just to make preparations on the addendum? But you're more than welcome to give feedback if you want to. Councillor McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to give feedback on behalf of our caucus, if we can. I know it's not standard, but it's just something we would like to request. Seeing that council is a legal entity, and these are legal documents, Mr. Executive Mayor, is it possible that you can then formally withdraw or replace the previous documents, and it must be minuted as such, just to make it, because otherwise you've got contradicting documents in one sitting, so you're not sure which one is valid. And then can we have a valid reason written for the addendum to council, and what was the cause of this intrusion to the normal protocol? Thank you.
Councillor Sebelau. Is it Councillor Sebelau? Yeah, sorry.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to take this opportunity and apologize to Ndate Morake of what I said, and it was not intentional. You know, I said it on a lighter note. And Ndate Morake, my humble apology, my brother. I did not mean to make funny things about you. I hope you will take my apology, and I mean it when I say I apologize. I'm not buying anybody's face. I really apologize. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Sebelau. Executive Mayor, I don't know, before I open the discussion up, if you want to add anything.
Madam Speaker, with due respect, I just could not pick up what my fellow councillor was saying. It was like more of a mumbling than a statement.
Can I repeat, Madam Speaker? Can I go ahead? Okay, I'm going to bend down so you can hear me. Can you hear this? Thank you. All right. Mr. Mayor, if you can, because this is a legal entity and these documents are legally binding, could you please make a formal withdrawal of the previous documents that you've replaced with the amendment, or make a formal replacement of it? Because otherwise we have contradicting documents in one sitting, and either one could then be used. So it's contradiction. And then can you please give us a written reason, or from the HID a written reason for the addendum to this council for what was the cause of the intrusion to the normal protocol, why it was brought so late. Thank you.
Well, if I did pick it up, Madam Speaker, in a nutshell, is that item 883.1 is the one that I indicated that I'm withdrawing it from the council. No, I only withdrew one.
Sorry, sir, the addendum that you brought was for 83.2 and 3.
Addendum.
Yeah.
Well, I will give a written notice as requested on the aspect of why bringing the addendum to the meeting quite late to the meeting. But indeed, I do replace the item with addendum that is before us, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Councillors, we are then on page 7, item 83.2. the revised service delivery and budget implementation plan, SDBIP, for 2023-2024. I received speakers once again from the ANC and from the DA. Is there any other councillors that would like to draw the item? I've noted the Councillor De Kok and Councillor Mongale. Any other councillors on 83.2? Okay, then on item 83.2, we have Councillor Morake, Councillor Werner Pretorius, Councillor De Kok, Councillor Mongale, Councillor Machamisa, sorry, Councillor McCoy. Okay. If that's correct, then in that order, and then thank you, Councillor Morake. You can start us off.
Madam Speaker, as the Council, we are governed by various pieces of legislation. On the item revised SDIP Chapter 7, Section 54, subsection C of the MFMA, talks to the early warning signs that the Executive Mayor has identified the following: the adjustment budget and both Section 71 and 72 reports as approved in January and March respectively. Additionally, this is a revision. This revision was informed by other matters which were raised by the Internal Audit and the Auditor General. As the custodian of this portfolio, it is my responsibility to ensure that we kept down on the non-spending by departments and that all allocations as approved by this council are spent and all projects are implemented, and that when we prepare for the audit in the next few months, the objective of the city are met with credible evidence, both on paper and physical. This is also play a huge role in finalization of the IDP and the budget, as it will indicate where projects that are not properly funded are prioritized for continuity. Honorable Speaker, with these few words, I therefore support this item presented by the Executive Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Werner Pretorius.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is well known that the City of Mangaung lacks a proper performance management system. It is truly hoped that this can be corrected by the newly appointed Acting City Manager. Without a functioning performance management system, several of the intended functions of the SDBIP are wasted. So there's no point in us having an SDBIP if we don't have performance agreements and a performance management system to actually monitor what is going to transpire in terms of this SDBIP, because this is a document that sets the targets for the HODs and the ACM, for the mayor, the council, as well as the public to monitor progress. Now, if one looks at this SDBIP, firstly, and I previously said it before, is that the municipality or the administration sets very low service delivery targets for itself. So firstly, there's very low targets, and even though there's low targets, the municipality still fails to even meet those low targets. So that's quite concerning. Yes, okay. A word of advice to the administration. I think it's time that the administration listens to the basic needs and the wants of the community and prioritize them in the SDBIP. I think it's quite clear if one looks to Section 153A of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Now, Section 153 says, a municipality must, the word is must, structure and manage its administration and budgeting and planning process to give priority to the basic needs of the community. Priority to the basic needs of the community. And to promote social and economic development of the community. So it's quite clear in terms of the planning, execution and budgeting that we need to be delivering the basic needs of the community. Now, if one speaks to the basic needs of the community, it's quite clear that one has to listen to what was said at the IDP meetings where these stakeholders of Mangaung attended. Now, we're quite lucky in Mangaung because we have a very active civil society. We've got neighborhood associations that are doing great works. We've got civil society that's doing great work. We've got residents that are attending meetings, that are submitting IDP proposals. We've got schools. We've got the business community, and even ward committees that are sending in comments for the IDP. So the short and the long is Mangaung must get the basics right. And the DA has been saying that for years, and I think that is what is aligned to what the residents are saying. Focus on the basics. Rather than adding so many targets in the SDBIP, rather focus on a few targets that will get the city working again, that will create opportunities for the residents. Referring to a few of those basic needs that the community want and of which the Constitution speaks about. Water security in Mangaung. If one has a look at the current SDBIP, it paints a very bleak picture of water security in the metro. The dam safety reports are still outstanding. The Marselspoort water plant can function at a much higher rate. If we get the Marselspoort water treatment plant working and functioning at full capacity, we don't need to buy as much water from Bloemwater. We can save money and we can start using our own assets to the benefit of the citizens. Similarly, the Naval Hill bulk water reservoir that's standing as a white elephant, it's not being utilized. Very alarmingly, 4,700 water meters in Mangaung that are not connected to the city's billing system. 4,700 water meters that are being used, but there's no billing for them. Very alarming. Okay, sewage infrastructure. We've seen now with the outbreak of cholera in South Africa, this is a massive crisis. We have to focus again, and I'm speaking about a lot of engineering things here, but engineering is the basics. Get the basics right. We have to make sure that our sewage infrastructure, our wastewater treatment plants are functioning and operational. It's quite scary if one goes and have a look at Renosterspruit in Bloemfontein, there at Bloemspruit. If you drive past there, go and look at that river system, how it looks, and go and smell how it looks. It's not in a very good state. That water moves from Bloemspruit and Renosterspruit into the Modderrivier, into Krugersdrift Dam. We are using that water and it's getting into our taps. We have to look how we are treating our sewage. Otherwise, we're going to have serious problems in Mangaung. Me, myself, I was quite ill recently, and most probably I got it because I was visiting or doing site inspections at sewage, and I got ill, very ill. I was hospitalized. In any case, going on to road infrastructure, the short and the long is we need our roads to work and to function. That's the only way we can get investment to the city.
30 seconds, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. A DA-led government in Mangaung will focus on getting the basic rights to move Mangaung forward and provide better opportunities for all who live, work and play in it. The DA cannot support such a vague and embarrassing and low review targets for service delivery. Our residents deserve much better. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor de Kok.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we all know, service delivery in the ANC-led municipality is at an all-time low. This is unacceptable and our residents deserve better. As councillors, it's our responsibility to ensure that our residents receive the best possible services within our means. The ANC cannot keep making excuses for their failures, nor can we delay in implementing critical KPIs due to poor budgeting and continued administrative delays. The fact that the executive is trying to eye-blind us once more by forcing us to deliberate on a report served to us 30 minutes before a meeting starts proves that the ANC has no will to serve residents with transparency and accountability. We as the Freedom Front Plus rejects this last-minute attempt of the ANC to make empty promises to residents. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mongale.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm going to sound like a scratch CD. Those who follow me on Facebook, after every council meeting, they will see I'm repeating what I've said. And it will sound as if I didn't do my job. But the reality here is that we are preaching to deaf ears. We keep on raising issues. There seems to be no movement. There seems to be no improvement. There seems to be no commitment to fixing the problem. Let me give a practical example. The new acting executive mayor have just opened a road some week or 2 weeks ago, an unfinished road in Vereenigingland. It is still unfinished. There is still a lot of job that is happening, but the red ribbon has been cut. South Africa thinks the road is open. They are not aware the job is not yet completed. That is the culture we are entering in now, of claiming unfinished to be finished. The other issue is, when you look at our roads, it's a disaster. You go to Freedom Square, it's a disaster. I know the acting executive mayor, you try to go to Bophelong in trying to remove the refuse there, but all what could see in that area, it was heaps. We went to Freedom Square next to MUCPP clinic. We also saw heaps there. We went to Phase 4, we saw heaps. Now we are starting to realize that this municipality is going to be popular with making mountains within a community of refuse because of lack of commitment, and there is no passion in terms of helping our people. And what the previous councillor have raised with regard to the issue of a possible outbreak of cholera in Mangaung. I don't know whether is it the mercy of God that Mangaung has not faced the worst cholera of all kinds of choleras that we can find in the world. Because our people have been living in sewage. I know some will laugh at me because they are staying in town. They don't know what I'm talking about. But the community that they are getting votes from, they know I'm not lying. They are living with sewage every day in their homes. This is not a joke. I'll remind you during the election that the video showed you laughing in the council. It shows you never take your people very serious. I'm raising these issues not because I have nothing to say, but because I feel that the people of Mangaung that voted for all of us to be here in our nice suits and or etc. They voted for us for only one reason, for them to get better services. And they seem to be struggling, and the document is not talking to that. The document is even worse, where it is admitting that a certain project was stopped because the service provider was providing a job of a low quality, could not perform well. Now, the same job is going to be re-advertised, be given to another service provider who is experienced. The question is, why was the first one appointed who was not experienced? All these issues, they show that there is no strategy in this municipality. And we have been raising it to say, let's have a strategic workshop. Immediately after we were elected, it was to have a template that we'll use to measure our performance. Even managers, they have to have performance management system where we have the performance contracts that are measured and monitored so that we can be able to say, at the end of the financial year, you can't even try to claim a performance bonus. You know your performance is appalling. You have not even met the minimum of minimums. But we are not doing that. We are here on a business different from the one that we are supposed to do. And I was watching when we were at court that we have so much energy. If we could use the same energy of courts here, we will be able to provide quality service in this particular municipality. We have lost out on a golden opportunity because we have been running to wrong centers instead of
30 seconds, Councillor.
Yes, I'm aware, Speaker. We've been running to wrong institutions. I've been raising this acting executive mayor with the previous executive mayor to say, for as long as this service delivery budget implementation plan is not about helping the people of Mangaung, and the contracts that are being appointed are not being appointed from Mangaung. You appoint people that are coming from other provinces while you ask votes from the people of Mangaung.
Time, Councillor.
It will always be a crisis in this particular municipality because there is no loyalty on their part.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Machacha Misa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, this council has received a clear mandate from the community in the city. As such, this necessitated proper scrutiny of the municipal program to realign with the community aspiration as collected during the public platform regarding the IDP. Amongst other concerns raised was the internal audit and the comment from the Auditor General as the foundation for this report, along with the several issues. Moreover, the adjustment budget was the biggest necessity to ensure that all our projects are aligned with the current budget and as well resourced. Moreover, we should always prioritize this budget reallocation to ensure that all funds approved by this council are spent and no money will be sent back to National Treasury, and this will enable all the projects are completed and the city does not find itself for having to request rollover. In conclusion, this revised SDBIP must be able to realize the city's 5 IDP objectives and additional expanded implementation of the financial recovery. We as the ANC, we support the item presented by the mayor. I was in Cape Town in Kalajita. There is a mess there because of the sewer. I came back sick because of the DA let me Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McCoy. Councillors, please settle down. Councillors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through you to the Executive Mayor. I think you would agree, in essence, this item reflects how well the municipality is functioning and or providing basic service delivery by the governing party's political and administrative structures. That being the case, this document does not reflect the needs of the residents, but rather that of the administration that has arrogantly pursued an implementation plan that is backed by an unsustainable, therefore unfunded budget and does not align to the IDP, as pointed out by the DA and other stakeholders on several occasions. Mr. Executive Mayor, while I commend you on your clean-up campaign, there are much larger, more life-threatening issues at play, such as the wastewater treatment works, which have still not been refurbished, although work has finally commenced. The roads in the rural areas in both the townships and peri-urban areas are unnavigable. Sentlec and other emergency service vehicles regularly get stuck in the muddy trails that once were gravel roads. Yet, there is still no earth-moving equipment purchased or repairs being implemented to address the situation. Instead, the much-needed promised upgrade of the Spitskop, Bainsvlei, Mooiwater, stormwater channels and roads, and other roads along with it, have been completely crossed off the SDIP. There has not been a TLB available for 6 months to clear the stormwater channels. The Metro does not even own a compactor, and 90% of the graders are broken. All this while 30% of national grants have not been utilised. Only 30% of national grants have been utilised. The situation is ludicrous. The homes of residents are flooded every time it rains 3 millimetres or more. The administration is responsible and will be held accountable. Overtime has reached a staggering 70 million rand, but the outsourcing of subcontractors that could both alleviate the pressure on the backlogs and overtime is severely underspent. Surely it would make more sense to replenish the fleet of the especially water and sanitation, so the staff complement could operate at maximum capacity to clear the huge backlogs and thus save 400 million rand in water losses and clear the city of lingering stench of sewage that is spilt out of every nook and cranny. Yet none of that is seen in the implementation plan. The Metro would rather not spend the grants and lose them. Engineering services received a 29% performance rate. That is shocking, absolutely shocking. The state of this Metro's infrastructure is deplorable, and yet the grants are not utilised. Why? Please explain it to me as if I was a 2-year-old, because I failed to see the logic. The incompetence, however, I can clearly see, and it is prevalent. I could go on, Mr. Executive Mayor, but unfortunately my time is limited. In closing, however, I would like to know how Human Settlements will be able to complete 39 projects in 1 quarter, which is 1 month left, if thus far they have only managed to complete 5 above target in the last 3 quarters, and the Section 80 committee has only sat once. The DA will not support this item due to the complete lack of implementation and accountability it reflects. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm then on page 7, item 83.2. The revised service delivery and budget implementation plan, SDBIP 2022-23, for the period 1 January till 31 June 2023. The recommendations are that Council A approves the revised SDBIP 2022-2023, B notes that the revised SDBIP will be submitted to both provincial and national treasury, and C notes that the revised SDBIP will be published on the municipal website. Okay. The door is closed. Okay, councillors, then with regard to the recommendations, we're going to put it to a vote. Those councillors in favour of us approving the revised SDBIP, please raise your hands. Thank you, councillors. Those councillors against the approval of the SDBIP? And then those councillors abstaining from the vote? Thank you, councillors. 47 councillors voted in favour of us approving the SDBIP. 27 councillors voted against us approving the SDBIP, and 6 councillors abstained from the vote. Councillors, we are then still on page 7, item 83.3. I once again received the speakers from the ANC and the DA. Are there any other councillors that wish to speak on the item 83.3? Councillor de Kok, Councillor Mongole, Councillor Sebolao. Okay, the speakers will then be Councillor Murake, Councillor Rasiu, Councillor de Kok, Councillor Mongole, Councillor Sebolao, Councillor Machachamisa, Councillor van der Walt. Okay, thank you. Councillor Murake, you can then continue.
Honourable Speaker, again, the acting executive mayor, the chief whip, MECO members, councillors, officials, and the Mangaung community. At the tabling of the third quarter section 52 report, the Mangaung Finance Management Act, the Municipal Finance Management Act 56 of 2003, and the National Treasury MFMA Circular number 13 of the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan requires that the municipality must prepare an SDB indicating how the budget and the strategic objectives of the council will be implemented. Based on the above-mentioned SDB, must include the service delivery targets, performance indicators for each quarter. There is an integral part of the implementation and range on our performance management system. This same report enables the municipal manager to monitor the performance of senior managers, the executive mayor to monitor performance of the municipal manager, and for the community to monitor the performance of the municipality. On each activity contains outputs, targets, timeframes, and as the custodian, I want to indicate that the third quarter, section 52D, still shows stable average performance from performance of 59% as amended when compared to quarter two of 56%. I still encourage the council to work together with the administration to improve the challenges that are still a threat to our city. Like, for an example, there are those HODs that were seconded NCR to be HODs here, but they are not always available. And we are asking as this council that there must be immediate withdrawal of such HODs that are either not willing to work here as they were recommended to come here and assist the city. So now, this, I think, executive mayor, the acting city manager, and the NCR, they are hearing me very well. Because when we're sitting as the Section 80, you'll find that HODs, they are not even available to come to the Section 80 committee meetings, and which are very important committees of council. So now, I think that NCR, the city manager, and the executive mayor must make thorough evaluation and recommend that others maybe be removed and be replaced as soon as possible, because really communities outside there in Mangaung, they are really worried about service delivery and they want to receive the service delivery now. So it's very important and urgent for us to make self-introspection and assessment on the matter. With those words, I support the item presented by the Executive Mayor as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rasu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the report is late. According to the MFMA, the report has to be tabled within 30 days after the end of the quarter. And therefore, the city is failing to comply. The report has to be tabled on time and must serve in the necessary committees and not as a box-ticking exercise. There must be POEs submitted and evaluated in the necessary committees so that necessary intervention can be determined in the next quarter. Madam Speaker, targets must be set and must be benchmarked against baseline information. The System Act talks about creating a culture of performance. In other words, the city must measure delivery, efficiency, effectiveness, and accountability. It is therefore important that line departments clearly understand what they need to do, by when, and who takes ownership for each specific performance indicator. If departments plan and set targets well in advance and as accurately as possible, finance department can prepare credible cash flow budgets and plan their supply chain management processes against agreed delivery targets and standards. Madam Speaker, it's high time that the city perceives the SDBIP as the organizational performance management tool. In the city, we should prepare the SDBIP not only for compliance, but to also confirm that the city has indeed implemented measures to manage, monitor, and evaluate service delivery performance. It is fundamentally important that the processes are integrated and that objectives set in the IDP are aligned with the SDBIP, as well as other performance management processes and systems. We are therefore against the report, Madam Speaker, for it falls short of the mentioned, and we will therefore vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor de Kok.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The report shows that out of 198 projects, only 11 exceeded expectations, and 91 projects had below average performance. This is certainly not acceptable for us as councillors and for the residents of Mangaung. Engineering services once again achieved only 17% performance in the first report and now 29% in the second report due to the procurement service providers, due to procurement of service providers and budget constraints. Fleet and solid waste management achieved 87% but faced challenges with limited resources such as vehicles and supply chain processes. Planning saw most projects postponed to the next financial year, but still managed a 67% performance. We are very disappointed by the 25% achievement of corporate services. Centlec also saw projects postponed to the next quarter and quite a few to the next financial year. Factors hampering performance include finalization of contracts, delayed service provider payments, ineffective credit control policies, and rebudgeting. Most township establishment projects are still in planning phase and awaiting comments from stakeholders. A concern is the Arthur Nathan rehabilitation project that has once again been removed to a new financial year. Which new financial year? Looters are destroying the very little bit that is left of this heritage site. Mangaung could benefit immensely from the completion of this project. We note with gratitude the 5% progress made with the Bochebello fire station. Mangaung needs all the fire stations in the region to be fully equipped and functional. We can only appeal for the appointment of sufficient staff for this department. A grave concern is the delays due to slow progress by contractors and expiry of consultant contracts. Proper oversight measures for council could minimize this, but only allowing us to take note of supply chain management reports after the fact doesn't allow proper oversight. We are concerned over the non-performance of most of the roads, water and sanitation projects. Upgrades to almost all landfill sites saw their funds transferred to other priority projects. Can we please get more info on these priority projects? After promises of the IPTN bus project that was supposed to be taken into use, different phases of this project also show very little progress, after millions of rands were already spent. Through you, Madam Speaker, to Councillor Muraki, just as HODs are not attending Section 80 meetings, a number of Section 80 meetings had no quorum due to the ANC councillors not attending. So shouldn't they also go? In summary, and with a quick glance to this report we were allowed to, it is clear that the national intervention imposed on this metro bears no fruit. This report shows regress from the previous report. Somehow the ANC should admit that they are losing the fight. You are busy drowning our residents in sewer-filled potholes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mongale.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll avoid sounding like a scratch CD. I will not mention those that I've mentioned on the previous council, so that we should avoid repetition. Safe to say, the commitment for this council to serve the people of Mangaung cannot be compromised and is not negotiable. You can't have a council that is giving business to people outside Mangaung when they've been voted by Mangaung people. That one I need to re-emphasize. But the fact that there is what the council claims as improvement, whereby there is an improvement of 55% on 198 projects, that is an embarrassment to us if we are going to celebrate that. I know there are already campaigns that have been put in line to celebrate that. It's not worth celebration. The role of national intervention in this particular case is very important. We want to know what was the role of national intervention in these failures. Because the minister said, I'm going to give you a team of experts. Now we're expecting those people to show their expertise. We also have a national cabinet rep that I think has also lost the plot along the way and tried to play political instead of assisting us in terms of financial recovery plan. Of which, if wishes were horses, I was going to tell the minister that next time, when there is a national cabinet rep, it must be a multi-party coming from national that are going to intervene in this municipality. No more individuals that can be trapped into taking sides or falling into a factional line of a particular institution. The Section 80 committee that are not sitting, acting executive mayor, this is upon you. The Section 80 committees are not sitting, items are being javelined out of your office or out of the administration straight to the council, which is not acceptable. Once the Section 80 committees have become functional, you will see that there will be minimal tensions in the council because everybody will know what the report is all about. The economic growth in Mangaung that is being said to be at 33% is no surprise. In fact, it's going to be worse if something is not be done in this particular municipality. Because we have been saying there must be an investment summit. People think we are crazy when we say there must be investment summit. We are aware that there is no way you can be financially sustainable if you don't come up with plans of improving your finances, because you can't work with the current one you have, because among your defaulters is the people you are afraid of, which is the province, who owes you 1.4 billion. And you know you can't fetch it unless you risk being put under administration. Now you must lie low and pretend as if they don't owe you. And they must come here and play big brother, even though they're the ones who messed you up. The issue of the financial health improvement, there can be no financial health improvement in Mangaung, and we should not try to fool ourselves up until we put our ducks in a row. When there is a performance management that can be measured, when we have proper Section 80 committees and Section 79 committees that are functional, and we must also have proper appointments of city manager and also HODs in this particular municipality, and also the filling of position with competent people, not just comrades, because some are respected because kila wata hipo kale jebe wala karaslot. Then on santo no salibali CDO, then include sirase blind in the history high. That is not a milestone. We need competency, and competency is very important for even the next generation. We are also worried because amongst your items are also talking about issues of common age, but there is no budget for economic and rural development. I'm worried. What is that you are trying to do? Who is fooling who here?
30 seconds, Councillor.
So maybe let me summarize, Speaker. Speaker, we will not support this current SDBIP because it does not address the needs of the people of Mangaung. And we believe that for as long as the people of Mangaung are not being made priority in this particular document, it will not be supported. And also, will not support this robbery that is happening here, where even national intervention is no more serving the purpose they were sent here for.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sebulau.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are outraged by this report since it completely misrepresents the situation in Mangaung Municipality and is full of lies. Frans Fanon says in the black skin, white mask, I quote, "The oppressed will always believe the worst about themselves," close quote. As a result, whenever something positive occurs in this municipality, we continue to receive dire and false stories, meaning we are mentally enslaved that we even create false reports to look as if we are competent. They don't even list the project that they have accomplished. For instance, and even worse, most of the things are just partially or never completed, yet they are not noted in the report. Our calculations show that only 34% of their project have been finished, which is appalling. Take planning as an illustration. From Soutpan, Tabancho, Bloemfontein, Naledi, Dololo. Let them tell us which informal settlement have been formalized. They should also show us the property that has been designated for such formalization. I want to take this opportunity, Speaker, and thank the current MMC for Infrastructure, Ntate Sotlaka, for the job well done. The MMC has time for opposition councillors, and he will forever listen to us when we come with problems. I want to say to the MMC, do not change, because you know what you are doing here and you understand the dynamics of our people in different world. I'm saying this because I went to the MMC and speak about a project in Ward 17, Studio Main Road, where a project was abandoned in December. The contractors, because I think there were two contractors there, the contractors deserted the area, I don't know for what, and the Honorable MMC, in my presence, when I speak, he called the GM and requested the meeting with the GM because he wanted to understand what is happening. And it's very few MMCs who would do that, because we believe that when you go to his office, he behaves like a comrade. He forgets that we are on the same level, we serve the same community. Keep it up, and you are doing a good job, my brother. The key message we're trying to get through was, let's stop fabricating reports. We're not ignorant or blind. As the EFF, we reject this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Machacha Misa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, the heaviest part of the pyramid is at the bottom of it. Thus, local government as sphere of government is faced with unprecedented challenges. I provide this analogy after thorough shared by this political leadership under the auspices of the African National Congress. This team interprets the existence of local government into two dimensions, namely the recipient of the grant from the national sphere of government to provide municipal service to the community. The tabling of this report, therefore, Madam Speaker, means that the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality leadership under that is important to account to the above-mentioned dimensions to the community and other development about the performance of the city. Through this Section 52, the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation SDBIP for the third quarter and ended March 2023, it will be wrong of me if I don't concede to this lateness of the important report. As the Council, we should improve on our turnaround times to process this compliance report within stipulated time frame, especially as per the approved processes plan. With that being said, today we finally tabled the third quarter report with an overall achievement of 69%. As the city, we can do much better regarding the performance and mostly provision of municipal services. It is clear based on the remedial action provided that we are still confronted with a lot of challenges. However, the resilience of the community and staff, ground, and that of the community of Mangaung show that working together can change the fortune in our municipality. This is evident of the mayoral cleanup campaign in the last few weeks. We shall therefore relentlessly pursue the desire that our citizens have identified during the various participatory platforms of the IDP, which amongst other and the Apex were infrastructure-related projects in our various communities. As the Kerry local government will continue to work hard during the time of the office. Therefore, as the ANC, we support the item represented by the mayor. And as the ANC, we shall lead and will remain in power.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor van der Walt.
Speaker, this report is on the non-performance of the acting HODs and Ntiyiso Consulting, overseen on a daily basis, supposedly, by the acting mayor. The DA and residents of Mangaung are disgusted in the report and the horrible and at the same time hopelessly optimistic performance reported in it. If it was not for the dozens and dozens of community groups and volunteers who spent hours of their time and millions of their money on trying to at least keep some areas of the city clean and livable and safe, the entire city of Mangaung would have been one massive dump, completely overtaken by potholes, pests and snakes. Cease. On the ground, nothing has changed. Main roads are still without any road markings and signs. Potholes remain in main roads like Nelson Mandela Avenue as gaping reminders of the billions the ANC cadres have siphoned off over the past decade. Sewage continues to flow like rivers down our streets. Supervisors, managers, GMs and HODs and now the mayor and MMCs, most of them, still ignore our messages, calls and emails, or even worse, they note our complaints, seemingly immediately delete it from their phones and their memory. The call center remains dysfunctional, and even when they do respond, these complaints rarely get resolved without the councillor first having to throw a tantrum and call the media in and beg for our lives. This is now...
Councillor van der Walt, shall you just stop? Can we just stop the mumbling from this side, please?
This is now, unless the mayor wants to go out campaigning for the ANC with municipal resources that are directly needed for routine service delivery, or a HOD has a media event to save face, or there's a funeral for a MEC in Universitas, then suddenly work is done on a Sunday and trucks are available. 12 months into the national intervention of the cabinet under ANC President Cyril Ramaphosa, clearly the entire massive cabinet of South Africa, generators and all, are unable to halt the collapse of a city, never mind our precious country and Eskom. Despite removing non-performing projects from your assessment, okay, let me skip that one. Please show me one resident who agrees that spatial transformation achieved 69%, while the city has still no digital system for lodging and storing of digital building plans and land use applications. while we are still budgeting for infrastructure investment based on a 2009 bulk services master plan and have no infrastructure capacity analysis to determine areas with excess or shortage of capacity. Financial performance of 69%. Really? While a few hundred student house owners in universities who are UFS accredited to receive R500,000 per year per house from NSFAS for accommodating students owe more than 10 million rand to Mangaung. Yet there is no debt collection taking place. Why should their neighbors pay then? Or even easier, why can't they just remove the meter like they saw Mangaung contractors do at their neighbor because there are no available prepaid meters? 64%, it's been moved to 64% for service delivery improvement. In which parallel universe are you living? Why has Council not received the quarterly MPT report required by our bylaw? Why has the heavy rehabilitation of Nelson Mandela Avenue been removed from a budget? Why was the replacement of obsolete and illegal traffic signals removed when there is a dire need for this? If half of the projects are stuck at supply chain management, why has no critical intervention been made at supply chain management to resolve the problems? While we are swimming in sewage, only 18% of the budget for refurbishment of sewer systems has been spent. Is it because supply chain management is still appointing incapable service providers? There are noise pollution cases that need to be taken to court, but the division has no dockets available. Has this problem been resolved? Why were no handheld and fixed law enforcement cameras procured before the contracts lapsed in March 2023? Our roads are death traps between the complete absence of law enforcement and signage and road markings and dangerous unreplaced stolen manhole covers in the roads. Why has traffic not compiled a
30
list
seconds, Councillor.
of critical intersections and the peak times when they are affected by load shedding so that officers can be dispatched preemptively, such as Parfit and Nelson Mandela Avenue? When will the hundreds of important human settlements items which the ANC failed to bring to Council in the past 5 years be brought to Council, such as the pedestrian bridge over President Brand Street for CUT students? When will Mangaung start investing the money needed to prevent further degradation of the fresh produce market?
Time, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. We are then still on page 7, item 83.3, MFMA section 52D, Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan for the third quarter. It's recommended that Council approves the MFMA section 52D SDBIP third quarter report, 1 January till 31 March. Going to put it to a vote now. Okay, councillors, please, all councillors in favour of us approving the Section 52D Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan, please raise your hands. Those councillors against us approving the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan for the third quarter? And those councillors abstaining from the vote? Thank you, councillors. 47 councillors voted in favour of us approving the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan for the third quarter. 33 councillors voted against and 0 councillors abstained. Councillors, we are then on page... Okay. We are then on page 8, item 83.4, the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality Adjustment Budget for May 2022-23. I once again have speakers from the ANC and the DA. Are there any other councillors that would like to make inputs on 83.4? Councillor Foster. Any other councillors? Councillor Mongole. Any other councillors? Okay. Then on item 83.4, the speakers will be Councillor Titi Odile, Councillor Leach, Councillor Foster, Councillor Mongole, Councillor Peter. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Titi Odile.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Madam Speaker, the purpose of this report is to inform Council of the Municipality third quarter actual performance 2022-2023 financial year. The strategic objective of this report, Honourable Speaker, is to ensure good governance, financial visibility, and optimal institutional transformation with capacity to execute its mandate. Which Executive Mayor and Honourable Speaker, in this instance, the ANC acknowledge the report and acknowledge even the challenges that are in the report. If we can check now, Honourable Speaker, is that in the capital budget of 972 million, we only spend 388 million, which is taking us to 29% as the city, which is in terms of the norm. We are really far from reaching the norm. The issue of the spending, it's not in the good standard as we speak. It's what we acknowledge as the ANC. Honourable Speaker, as we speak, we are still sitting with the 9 billion debtors that were owned by residents, which is 6 billion, government 1.4 billion, business 1.2 billion, that is a lot of money that we're supposed to collect as a city, and the provincial government paid us. As a portfolio committee of finance, we started to engage with the provincial government through the executive mayor that we must really have a draft agreement between us and the government in terms of payment, because this the same city, we do have a payment agreement with the Bloom Water. When the Bloom Water want their money, we must check all over and pay the Bloom Water. Honourable Speaker, in June 2022, when we were passing budget, we were having creditors that were owing 763 million. As we speak now, by March, we are owing them 396 million, which is, Honourable Speaker, we are still believing as the portfolio that there are those creditors that their invoices are not yet been captured in the system. But the one that is in the system now, the money that is left is 396 million. Honourable Speaker, the issue of the salaries that the cities on care every month, we are around 180, 190 million per month, which is in the portfolio committee is not really happy, Honourable Speaker. Even the issue of overtime, I know that the LLF and the intervention and the executive mayor they are working on it, that the issue of the shift that since this council talk about, it must be implemented, because the issue of the overtime is in the hands of the Auditor General, and is still going to be one of the issues that will take us to be regress as the city. If we are not working on it, Executive Mayor, Honorable Speaker, as this council, we are really going to be in trouble with the Auditor General. Honorable Speaker, if we can check the issue of the outsourced services, the same council indicated that we must really stop using the outsourced services. And if we can check in the report of March, we are already unspent by 130 million as the city. In terms of the contract services, also, Honorable Speaker, because of we are implementing our cost containment measures as the city, we also underspend with 225 million. Honorable Speaker, as the ANC, we are saying, this is the report that we are bringing, as I put that the objective of us is to make sure that we are visible in terms of and transparent in terms of reporting to the community of Mangaung. We had what is the Section 52 report of the performance is saying. Is not far from the same report that I'm reporting now to the council in terms of spending of grants. If we can check our grants, also the spending, it does have percentage. We must, I know that now the intervention and the acting city manager.
Councillor, time.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin with my speech, I think the MMC actually spoke on item 5 and not necessarily 4 on the adjustment budget. Madam Speaker, it is with great concern that we note yet another adjustment budget for this financial year. Although this adjustment budget is to make provision for technical services, fleet and land for sites, emphasis should be put on the fact that this is merely the repurposing of funds and not the acquirement of additional funds. To the contrary, these funds would also have been lost due to underspending and mismanagement. This metro managed to only spend an astonishing 29% of its capital budget. But don't worry, our saviour, the NCR, has a plan. They have convinced National Treasury to not take back the 140 million, and has further convinced them that they will, before the current financial year ends, spend 70% of the remainder of the funds, including this 147 million rand. You see, there is a capex war room, and they intend to sort out our past mistakes of the past year by meeting once a week, repurposing funds, and shuffling around money, or before the books close in 7 weeks. I remind you, they couldn't, 70% of the capital budget could not be utilized up until now, in 11 months. No, they are not intending to focus the money on what is needed most, such as water purification systems, sewage, roads and refuse. No, this exercise will be to simply spend funds where it is easiest, and where they know the relevant departments has an ability to do so. Thus, in other words, there are again no consequences for departments, HODs and GMs who are not performing in critical service delivery areas. No, their funds will just be shifted to another line item, leaving the residents with their hands in the air once again. That being said, we are grateful for National Treasury allowing the 47 million rand to, for now, stay within Mangaung. We note the specifications that 80 million rand is earmarked for the technical services and 67.5 million for fleet and land for sites. It has further been indicated that of the said 60 million rand have been allocated to acquire fleet for solid waste. but that the order is yet to be put in. We will, however, be monitoring the situation in anticipation to see whether the money is indeed spent and spent on what it has been earmarked for. History has proven that the Metro tends to misuse grants in order to pay salaries and outstanding Bloom Water accounts. With this month's late payment in salaries, one cannot help but wonder if this 147 million rand hasn't again been utilised to bail out the said department. The Metro is still paying back the 128 million of the 377 million in grants, which was underspent and misused for the above. And we are still awaiting proof that the rollover grant has been utilised as prescribed. The amount of 125.9 million rand was earmarked for fleet, resealing of roads, and wastewater treatment works. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Forster.
Honourable Speaker, all protocols observed, it is of great concern for the Freedom from Place that the budget has to be adjusted for a second time in this financial year due to a decrease in revenue. The first adjustment budget was needed mainly due to the decrease in electricity revenue. Now a second adjustment budget is needed due to the decrease in the allocation of conditional grants. There's a reduction of 75 million rand on the informal settlement upgrading partnership grant. The Freedom from Place welcomes that the 145 million rand is not withheld for the urban settlement development grant, but redirecting these funds to two critical projects as indicated is just moving the funds around. The problem is that the original budget made provisions that the funds were allocated to social services, planning, human settlements, roads and stormwaters, and water projects. Unfortunately, these are now a decrease in allocations to these departments. The Freedom from Place yet again reminds this Council that a previous executive mayor indicated that the adjustment budget will be drafted by August of last year due to additional funds that the city will receive from the national government. However, now the opposite happened and we have to adjust again because of a decrease in the funds from national government. It now becomes more clear, Honourable Speaker, that this budget was not funded. The administration and executive leadership of the ANC must understand that if we do not spend our conditional grants, the Metro will receive less funds in the next financial year from national government. Honourable Speaker, it's a simple concept. If there's a decrease in revenue, there should be a decrease in expenditure in the budget. If there's a decrease in expenditure, it will result in a decrease in service delivery. Honourable Speaker, the Freedom from Place cannot support the adjustment budget as it. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mongale.
No, Speaker, I wanted to say I'm covered, but I'm disturbed by the word Freedom Square on the document. So I don't know whether Freedom Square is as a result of a possible by-election. Now there is money that is allocated towards 7. Yes, the money at the value of 80 million. Because the problem of Freedom Square, Speaker, didn't start this year when they are by-election. It has been there for
Councillors, please. Give him an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. And I always give them an opportunity to speak, all of them. And I told my child I'm not going to be disruptive. So I'm just worried that the money should fit the purpose. It should just be used for the purpose it is intended for, but it should not be for electioneering. And our people in Freedom Square cannot be used as voting kettles only for this particular period, because their situation is worse than what has been reported here. The roads are in horrible conditions. The sewer system there, even the one that is regarded as working, it's a disaster. And the system there needs a total redesign. That is the only way to be able to save that situation. And I'm speaking from experience because I've been here for more than 30 years. I've been watching Freedom Square decay and deteriorate to the situation where it is today. But I'm also of the opinion that we cannot support this, Speaker, we cannot support this adjustment budget on the basis that, first of all, it has been submitted late, and we are also of the view that it will not serve the purpose it is intended for. And with those words, Speaker, I would say we reject this adjustment budget.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Maybe before I resume or commence with my speech, I must just correct Councillor Mungale. That is Ward 6, not Ward 7. Correction, my fellow councillor. Speaker, we are actually tabling this adjustment budget today under difficult situations, whereby many people and communities at large are concerned about lack of service delivery, and others are purporting to say the municipalities underspending on certain items or grants and so forth, including, of course, unpaid creditors. But we should indicate that there are a number of factors that has contributed to that. But subsequent to that, we need to indicate something to this House and the municipality, that this adjustment budget is legislated. In terms of Section 28 of the MFMA, it determines the following. A municipality may revise an approved annual budget through an adjustment budget, must adjust the revenue and expenditure estimates downwards if there is a material under collection of the revenue during the current year, may authorize the utilization of projected savings in one vote towards spending under another vote. That must be clear. We are doing this precisely because we are also legislated to do that if there are certain money that have not been used elsewhere, so that we can repurpose them to be used elsewhere. I'm saying this, Speaker, because I've been listening to previous speakers. We are supposed to have been actually excited about this issue because for a number of council sittings, we've been complaining about the sewer spillages, the issues of landfill site and so forth. So quite correctly so, this adjustment budget is here to precisely address that. Because if you look at the proposed amount or the allocation, it speaks to that. Notwithstanding the fact that we are having challenges in terms of the operations whereby some certain monies were not spent, we need to indicate that for the past 2 months, we couldn't do anything. The city was very unstable. And the very same council is quite aware of that. So it is very important for us to approve this budget so that it's redirected to do exactly what we've been crying for. Councillor Mungale, precisely. I must indicate that. And it is important for us to explain to the citizens of Mangaung that at no stage that we wouldn't approve this budget. Because if we don't approve this adjustment budget, we'll be denying them an opportunity to have those services in those affected areas. The very same issues of service delivery that the other councillors have been complaining about. We need to address it now. When there's an opportunity, now there's an issue about it. So you come to be very much confused in this issue. But we must indicate as the African National Congress, we are moving forward. Hence, we have sat down and said that, thank you, the Minister, by gazetting this section that you are not going to take that money from the Mangaung, but instead we must take this money and use it effectively for service delivery. So as a result of that, as the African National Congress, we are saying we are going to approve this particular adjustment budget so that the citizens and community of Mangaung can have this service delivery that they've been looking for. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, councillors. I'm on page 8, item 83.4, the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality Adjustment Budget, May 2022-23. It is recommended 1, based on the details as outlined above, it is recommended that council approves the adjustment budget as contained herein, together with the resolutions as contained here below. 2, that council approves changes as contained in table B1 to table B10, as well as all other supporting schedules for the adjustment budget. Then the resolutions 2.1, that the original budget as approved on June 2022 be adjusted accordingly, operating income be decreased by 163,000 or 163.37 million to the revised amount of 8.65 billion. The operating expenditure be decreased by 62.43 million to the revised amount of 7.97 billion. The capital expenditure budget be decreased by 39.65 million to the revised amount of 1.24 billion for the 2023 financial year as set out in the following tables. And then 2.2, that the financial position, cash flow, backed reserve, accumulated surplus, asset management be adopted as set out in the following tables. I then just want to draw the attention of council before we vote to item 13.3 of the standing rules and orders that says any matter referred to in section 160 Section 2 of the Constitution shall be decided on by a majority of councillors in the Municipal Council. And this includes any voting by, with regards to budgets. So a majority of councillors in the council, which means we are 101 councillors in council, so 52. We need a vote of 52.
Speaker, if you allow me.
Yes, councillor.
Okay. You need to review or revise what you just said in terms of 101. If my memory serves me very well, in our March council and also subsequent to the council of the 14th, we now have 97 councillors in this chamber. We don't have 101 for the fact that there were vacancies that were announced of 4 councillors. Unless, Speaker, my memory is not serving me well. So in actual fact then, if you are saying for us to approve the adjustment budget, we now have to talk on the revised figure, which will be 97, not 101. Unless otherwise I'm not getting it very well. Speaker, please enlighten me on that one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Peter. Even though there are 4 vacancies, we are still a council of 101 councillors. We are not a council of, 97 councillors. That is according to the Structures Act. Mangaung Metro Municipality was afforded 101 councillors. We have 101 seats in this council, irrelevant if there are vacancies or not. So you can contest that as much as you want to. That is what the law says. That's what the Structures Act says. That's what the Constitution says. So the minimum that must vote is 52 today for the adjustment budget to pass. Councillors, the ACM has requested me for a 5-minute, no, not a 5-minute caucus, a 5-minute break to get legal advice on what the Constitution is saying. So if you will allow me 5 minutes.
Baba.
What is the
Baba. Baba. Vote Baba.
What is happening, man? What is happening?
Rohopotse.
Councillors. Councillors, please take your seats.
Councillor Baba, sit down.
Councillors, I'm going to ask that we just park item 83.4 for now. There is a legal opinion, specifically because this is an adjustment budget. So if you can just give our legal department some time. So can we just quickly park this item? We will come back to it for voting. We are then on page 9. Item 83.5, the Municipal Finance Management Act, MFMA, Preliminary Budget and Performance Assessment Report in terms of the MFMA, Section 52D for the quarter ended 31 March. I once again have speakers from the ANC and the DA. Are there any other speakers on the item? Councillor Forster. Any other speakers on 83.5? Okay, then on item 83.5, I have Councillor Titi Odile, Councillor Vivier, Councillor Forster, Councillor Peter, and then Councillor Leach. Councillor Titi Odile.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think I was already made my presentation. I support the item as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Vivier.
Honourable Speaker, through you, Acting Executive Meyer, your report is late. It should have served before this Council 30 days after the end of March 2023. There should be many excuses, like you were not the Acting Executive Mayor. Another Executive Mayor was interdicted. Deputy Mayor was expelled, etc., etc. Bottom line, the report is late. And you are not complying with legislation, more specifically the MFMA. To add insult to injury, the municipality is under national intervention. And we did have a national cabinet representative during March and April 2023. Why did they not take the lead to make sure that there is compliance with legislation? The same applies for the accounting officer. Maybe the most important question is, shall this fact be communicated to national and provincial treasury? Just a stance of debitors, that's now from end December last year till the end of March this year. The growth on business, 92.5 million. The growth on domestic, 320.9 million. Government growth, 44.2 million. In the 3 months, the debitors grew with 457 million. That's almost R500 million. It's quite clear that there is no effective debt collection in this metro. The credit control and debt collection policy give clear direction regarding handover of debt collectors after the accounts are more than 90 days due. However, it would seem as if this metro only attend to so-called soft debt collection as described in bullet 22 of the mentioned policy and do not attend to handover of debt for formal litigation processes as defined in bullet 22 in inverted commas 2 of that same policy. For as long as this is the stance of Mangaung, debitors will just grow annually with much more than the R500 million that it grew within 3 months. And any budget being approved that even remotely rely on outstanding debt being collected will be unfunded and will lead to adjustment budget due to the fact that Mangaung inflate their budget in the belief that outstanding debt will be collected. Maybe the credit control and debit collection policy mentioned should be referred to the Section 79 Rules Committee so that the policy can be altered, so that government debt can also be handed over for debt collection. Oops, but unfortunately through you, Speaker, Executive Mayor, your Section 80 committees and Council's Section 79 committees struggle to reach quorums due to your party members not attending these committee meetings. Creditors' situation is better. Congratulations. Is this congratulations valid, though, in the bigger scheme of things? Ratings Africa found that Mangaung Metro financial sustainability for the 2022 year only stood on 24%. Last of all the metros, even if Tshwane is also on 24%, because the previous years Mangaung Metro have been just as much financially unsustainable. ANC-led Metro, accounting officer, NCR, to take the little bit of income that we receive and pay creditors so as to brag with national and provincial treasury that our creditors' situation is taking a turn for the best, will do nothing for the financial sustainability of this metro. Page 61, overtime. As from July 2022 till March 23, each and every month overspent.
30 seconds, Councillor. Sorry.
The DA will propose alteration to the recommendations. DE, the accounting officer ensures that all the information mentioned on this agenda point in deliberation in Council today be also submitted to the National and Provincial Treasury, specifically the fact that the report was late. Then the DA will vote for this agenda point. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to vote against the item. Thank you, Speaker.
Sorry, Councillor Vivier, can you just repeat what additional recommendation you want to be added?
Anytime, Speaker. I was going a little bit quicker due to the time warning. It will then be E, because currently it's up to D. The accounting officer ensures that all information mentioned on this agenda point in deliberation in Council today be also submitted to the national and the provincial treasury, specifically the fact that the report is late. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Forster.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Front Plus wants to ask the following clarity questions with regards to this report. Firstly, why was this report not tabled before Council on or before the end of April 2023 as stipulated in the Municipal Finance Management Act? With regards to page 10, 11 and 12, how can it be that we only spent 388 million rand, being 29.6% on our capital expenditure, where we had to spend 970 million rand by the end of the third quarter. How can it be that our grant performance at the end of the third quarter only stands at 30.56%? When will the administration realize that if we do not spend our capital grants, national government will decrease our allocation of these grants in the next financial year? Is it not time that social services, who only spend 10.8%, human settlements, who only spend 23.3%, economic and rural development, who only spend 3.28%, engineering, who only spend 28.3%, and water services, who only spend 33.3% of their capital expenditure, be investigated to establish 7 million rand in the 3 months from January of this year up until the end of March, bringing our outstanding debtors balance to 9.7 billion rand. Can it be then correct that the Metro has a collection rate of 72.45%? Should the next report not separate the collection rate of Centleg and the collection rate of the municipality, seeing that electricity only amounts to 10.5% of the total outstanding debtors account? Is it not clear to the administration that the problem collecting the current outstanding water debt revenue, that the outstanding water debt amounts to over 3.6 billion rand, 37.6% of the outstanding debt? Is it not time that this Metro takes drastic steps and install free prepaid water meters to avoid further debt increases in water debt? Page 660-61. How can it be allowed that we spend 140 million on overtime, 70.5 million rand more than we budgeted for? Why are the administration allowing this unauthorized expenditure? Lastly, Honourable Speaker, does the Executive Mayor weekend clean-up campaigns contribute to this unauthorized overtime expenditure? We also noted that these clean-up campaigns are in incoming contested wards. Are the Acting Mayor using this Metro's staff and funds as part of the ANC's election campaign? And lastly, Honourable Speaker, where is our financial recovery plan? I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peter.
Thank you once more, Speaker. We actually acknowledge the lateness of this report, and definitely the Executive Mayor commits that we will deal with that issue. We should also indicate that as much as this third quarter report is a compliance report, we have noted some grey areas or flagged them there, especially when you look at the report, the same issue of exorbitant overtime still appears. In some cases, the under-expenditure on some line items, the poor collection rate that the fellow councillors have referred to, as well as the slow payment. But we should indicate that, as we speak currently, the Office of Finance, together with NCR, they're busy improving the systems that we have, because we have actually noticed that there's some challenges that we have. For an example, on the CAPEX projects, the payments there, the 30% is not necessarily for the fact that we haven't paid people. There's some number of issues involved there. There's some invoices that are there, but they need to be verified. before we can pay. Because remember, some of the issues that the Auditor General flagged on his or her reports were issues of those that paying people without necessarily verifying that why should we pay them. So we are doing this precisely because of that. But we also acknowledge that we are supposed to, at least at this quarter, to have been around about 60-70% of expenditure and so forth. But we cannot just do that for the sake of doing it, because it will be an issue with the Auditor General. That has to be monitored. But as we speak, the NCR, together with the Finance and Office of the Acting City Manager, they are currently working on that, on those systems, to ensure that we'll have done justice. The other issue that I wanted to indicate that actually we spoke about in the section 82 of finance that I must actually emphasize is that we are quite aware that the debtors that we have, we need to collect, especially on the government business as well as the residential areas. We have actually agreed that we'll be embarking on a particular program to deal with that, precisely to avoid a situation whereby the city is dependent on the grants instead of collecting its own revenue. So we want to move away from that. So we will be encouraging our different communities, including businesses and so forth, that they need to pay for the services. So I thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leach.
Honourable Speaker, before Councillor Leach, sorry to disturb, Honourable Speaker. Can I please just get a clarity? Ne? Do we have guests in our midst? Because I see a lady sitting next to Ms. Gugu there, and there's a lady sitting next to Mariki this side. So we don't know. Can I get a clarity, leadership? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not sure, NCR, if you want to introduce me, Tembeka, or if I can introduce. Okay. When the NCR presents a report, she will introduce me, Tembeka, that's sitting next to her. She's also now forms part of the NCR team. And I'm guessing the lady sitting next to Mariki is also a journalist.
Is that part of the agenda?
Yeah. Sorry, ma'am, can you maybe just identify yourself?
Afternoon, Speaker. Afternoon, Council. My name is Lona Longomo. Today I'm here assisting OFM.
Thank you. So it's a journalist.
Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Sebalal.
Thank you very much. We must not be taken for granted. OFM has never been here to cover council matters. The lady on my right-hand side worked for St. Clerk as the CFO. Why is she doing this to us? What is it that she wants to take from this council? She's not supposed to be. Only honourable people are allowed to sit here. Why is she here? She must not lie, man. Don't lie. Hey.
Okay, Councillor, she identified herself now as a journalist, so we're not now going to have a discussion if she is a journalist or not a journalist. Councillor Leach, you may continue.
No, Speaker.
Councillors, please settle down.
Speaker.
Councillors.
Speaker. Speaker, we know, all of us sitting here, we know Marik. And we don't have a problem with Marik. We can't just be invaded and life is just normal. What is going on in this council? Huh? Where are security guys? Evan.
Councillor Nikelo.
Yeah, Speaker, I think to conclude on this matter, one, in the near future, from now, all the media people that has to come to our council must be accredited. Two, I would request that the lady maybe produces some form of an appointment card from the OFM so that we are sure that she's from the OFM. Thank you very much.
Councillor Vivier.
Madam Speaker, yeah, any council meeting...
Councillors, please.
Any council meeting is open to the public and to the media. Now, what I don't understand about this, and I don't want to go against anybody, but we can sit here in the City Hall, we sit in front, fine and well, and the whole media and all of the community can sit there. Now today we are here. To me it's actually irrelevant if that lady is a member of the public or of the media. If there is a place here, sit. So I don't know why we have an issue regarding it today. Here in the hall we sit everybody together, we just sit in front. Today we have a fight about it. Why? Thank you.
Heidi. No.
Councillor Sebelau, please, you're not recognized. Councillors, can we maybe just finalize this item and then we will deal with what's happening with the media? So please, Councillor Leach, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I support the proposal of Councillor Vivier. Then secondly, Madam Speaker, if there is a spy in the House, this will now be the time to take note of the following and to make notes. The Democratic Alliance would like to highlight the following concerning aspects of this report. The Metro has lost 360 million rand of the projected income on electricity due to the continuous rise in load shedding, thus selling fewer units to consumers and residents reverting to solar. Yet bulk purchase on electricity amounts to 88 million rand more than expected, whilst the adjustment budget showed a decrease in bulk electricity purchases by 44,76 million rand. In Afrikaans, julle sommetjies praat nie nou met mekaar nie.
Sorry, Councillor Leach. Councillors to my right, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sanitation revenue is 25 million rand less than projected and refuse revenue 6.1 million rand less. This while property rates and water has increased by 37 million rand and 31 million rand respectively. The favourable variance in property rates is due to higher property rates billed and the unfavourable variance is due to fewer households billed. And I remind you that in the adjustment budget, these figures were not adjusted. Income through fines is 15 million rand less than expected due to, and I quote, no recorded revenue for fines on law enforcement to date. Yet this is a very different picture from what was communicated within the adjustment budget earlier this year, where only the income on electricity was amended in terms of the operations budget. And a decrease of 163 million rand was indicated in terms of the operating income. Our current collection rate, according to officials, is 78%. But it is important to note that this is for the current account. In other words, this is for this month. During last year, it was as low as 52% in some instances, and our total outstanding debtors are over 9 billion rand. Interest earned on outstanding debtors is 208 million rand more than expected as a result of an increasing debtors book and the non-payment of debtors. Tell me how you plan on recovering the interest if you can't even recover the initial debt. I sincerely hope you didn't do any planning of projects based on the said. The Metro's employee-related costs are 20 million rand less than budgeted for because you still have not managed to fill the position of the city manager and HODs. In fact, it would seem as if the intervention team and NCR are so comfortable here that they have no plan on working themselves out. The term state capture comes to mind, and I wonder if a term has been created for a situation where a specific faction of a political party has taken over a metro for their own personal gain. To date, we still don't have a new approved recovery plan from the National Intervention Team. Overtime is currently amounting to 140 million rand. This is 70.5 million rand more than initially budgeted. The adjustment budget indicated a total of 114 million rand budgeted for overtime, which document should we thus believe? The NCR has during a meeting confessed that they have lost the battle against overtime, and I quote this. They indicated that there was no political support and assistance while Mangaung did not have an executive, and yet they were appointed to manage the funds and to turn around the current dire situation of the metro. Isn't that the whole point of the intervention team, to when there is no executive, to then take matters into your own hands? It is not to play politics during council meetings. The NCR indicated that they do not have the delegation to implement and that it's the HODs and the GMs that should do so. Yet, the HODs are part of the National Intervention Team. Further, with regards to the report, it is indicated that interest paid on overdue accounts is 36 million rand. Contracted services were underspent by 225 million rand. Perhaps that is why residents have to deliver their own services. The Metro's reasoning is that it was due to cost containment measures. This is absurd. The whole reason for your existence is to deliver services, and yet this is where you choose to save money. Whilst in the adjustment budget, this line item was increased by 61.77 million rand. The Metro further only managed to spend 29% of its capital budget, resulting in a 111 million rand loss. With governance and administration at an increase of 24.9 million rand.
30 seconds, Councillor.
Community and safety, 109 million rand less. Economic and environmental services, 151 million rand less. Electricity, 9 million rand less. Water, 57 million rand less. Wastewater management, 57 million rand less. Waste management, 7.5 million rand less. The above sure indicates which line items are important to the ANC and clearly show why this metro is in the state it is in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, we are then on page 9 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, MFMA Preliminary Budget and Performance Assessment Report in terms of the MFMA Section 52D for the quarter ended 31 March 2023. The recommendations read as follow. In compliance with Section 52D of the MFMA, the Accounting Officer submits to the Executive Mayor this statement reflecting the implementation of the budget and the financial state of affairs of the municipality for the quarter ending 31 March 2023, and B, the Executive Mayor of the municipality must within 30 days of the end of each quarter submit a report to Council
on the implementation of the budget and the financial state of affairs of the municipality. And C, in order to comply with Section 71(4) of the MFMA, the accounting officer ensures that this statement be submitted to National Treasury and the Provincial Treasury in both a signed document format and in electronic format. D, that Council takes note that this is a preliminary financial information. Final Section 52 report will be submitted after finalization of the 2022-2023 annual financial statements. And then it was recommended that another recommendation be added, E. Yeah, I also tried to. And please, Councillor Vivier, correct us if we're wrong with how we've captured it. Another recommendation was recommended, and it was seconded, that the accounting officer ensures that all information mentioned on this agenda, point. Okay, thank you. The accounting officer ensures that all the information mentioned on this agenda point in deliberation council today be also submitted to the National and the Provincial Treasury, specifically the fact that this report is late. I'm first going to deal with the adding of recommendation E. So those in favour of us adding recommendation E, the accounting officer ensures that all the information mentioned on this agenda point is in deliberation council today be also submitted to the National and the Provincial Treasury, specifically the fact that the report is late. All in favour of recommendation E being added, please raise your hand. Okay. Those against us adding recommendation E, please raise your hands. Those abstaining from the vote? Councillor, are you abstaining? Okay. Those councillor voting for recommendation E being added is 31. Those against is 48. And no councillor has abstained. If we can then move on to vote on item 83.5 as is, with recommendations A, B, C, and D, as I've previously read. Those in favour of the item, please raise your hands. Those against the item?
Okay, and those councillors abstaining? Okay, the councillors in favour of this item is 48. Those against the item is 31, and those abstaining is 0. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, can we please just, it seems one councillor didn't vote at all or did not abstain regarding the against. So can we just please, councillors against item 83.5, please raise your hands. No, I think it's still 31.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Just take note, Councillor Kotze, since you've counted last, has left the chambers. Thank you.
Okay. Councillors, the count is then 48 against, 32 abstain, 0. Councillors, then I want us to return to item 83.4, but before we do that, there's a light lunch ready for councillors, so please don't, yes, you don't even know what I'm going to ask. What I just want to find out from councillors, when we've dealt with 83.4, can we maybe just take a half an hour break, a comfort break, and then you can get something to eat if you want to, or do you want us to continue till we are finished? Councillors, I can't hear what you're saying if everybody talks to me at once, so...
Speaker?
Yes,
on behalf of the ANC,
Kruger.
we will accept the lunch. Thank you.
Is there any councillor that will be opposed to us after we've dealt with 83.4 to just break for half an hour for a quick lunch? Because otherwise I'm going to accept the whole house is fine with that arrangement. Okay, thank you, councillors. We are returning to item 83.4 with regards to the voting. I have a legal opinion here with me that came from when we also voted with regards to the annual budget on the 30th of June. And what this legal opinion basically says, as we've discussed now, if you look at section 162 of the Constitution, it reads, the following functions may not be delegated by a municipal council, and that's the passing of bylaws, the approval of budgets, the imposition of rates and other taxes, levies and duties, and the raising of loans. Then it says in section 163B of the Constitution, all questions concerning matters mentioned in subsection 2, which I've just read, are determined by a decision taken by a municipal council with a supporting vote of a majority of its members. Then Section 163C of the Constitution also says Section 163C provides that all other questions before a municipal council are decided by a majority of the vote cast. So what it basically says, the procedure envisioned in Section 163C of the Constitution is that if the motion does not concern any of the functions which are set out in Section 162 of the Constitution, a decision can be taken by a majority of the votes cast. This would mean that a mere majority of the quorum required would suffice in order to pass a motion. The revision of the approval of the approved annual budget through adjustment budget is not one of the matters referred to in Section 162 of the Constitution, which required a municipal council with a supporting vote of a majority of its members. In these circumstances, the revision of the approved annual budget through adjustment budget, and like I say, this is now because of 30 June 2022, fully complied with the provisions of Section 163C of the Constitution. So therefore, because it's an adjustment budget, it is not an annual budget, according to this legal opinion. And please, I don't want to hear commentary. To pass the adjustment budget, we only need a majority of councillors present in council today. Councillors, please, if you're not going to respect me, then I'm going to just say we're going to continue without a break now. No, I will do that. Because I'm really tired of please just asking you all, just work with me. Because the faster we work, the faster we can all in any case go home. Councillor Nikelo, can I please?
I want to help you, Speaker.
Yes, Council Whip.
Speaker, I want to help you and concur with you to say, please, honorable councillors, behave yourself. And let us respect the Speaker and the decorum of the House. Please. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Council Whip. Okay. Councillors, I've already read. Yes, Councillor van Deventer.
Madam Speaker, to rely on one legal opinion, ignoring Section 28 of the MFMA, that clearly states the following: and includes such an annual budget as revised by an adjustment budget in terms of Section 28. That makes an adjustment budget part of budgets. And so I have a problem with that legal opinion, and we will definitely ask for or take this to court if it continues like this. Thank you.
Councillors, let's take half an hour break and then we will come back and conclude on this item. So, councillors, please, if you can be back by 3:15.
Go and have something. It's like you still have a long way.
Councillors. Councillors, on a point of order, can you please take your seats?
Speaker, I thought you said no point of orders today.
Except if you're the speaker. May I just please ask the whips of all the caucuses if you can please get all your members back so that we can please continue. Okay, councillors, please settle down.
Councillor, please settle down.
Okay, councillors, we are still on item 83.4. I'm not going to, once again, I'll read out everything I've read out previously with regards to the legal opinion. Then, just with regards to what was raised by Councillor van Deventer of the MFMA, Section 28, Municipal Adjustment Budgets, it says here a municipality may revise an approved annual budget through an adjustment budget. So as I read this section, this is not a approval of an annual budget. This is only an approval of a revision of an annual budget. So therefore, we will go according to a majority of councillors present in council today. Okay, councillors, can we then just settle down, close the doors, so that we can vote on the matter? Yes, Councillor Mongole.
Speaker, I was just bringing this to your attention that you only read part of it. You didn't read the whole section 28. It will assist you if you can read it. It's very explicit.
Councillor Mongole, is there a specific part that you want me to read? Because it starts off to say, councillors, please. It starts off to say, municipal adjustment budgets. 1. A municipality may revise an approved annual budget through an adjustment budget. Then it just basically states what the adjustment budget can revise. Yes, Councillor Mongole.
Speaker, if you read section 28, subsection 7, it says Section 22, paragraph B, comma, Section 23, subsection 3, and Section 24, subsection 3 apply in respect of an adjustment budget. And in such application, a reference in those sections to an annual budget must be read as a reference to an adjustment budget.
Okay, but can I read those parts for you?
Okay.
22B says, submit the annual budget, but like you now said, now we reference it as the adjustment budget, to 1, in both printed and electronic formats to the National Treasury and the relevant provincial treasury, and 2, in either format to any prescribed national provincial organs of state and to other municipalities affected by the budget. So 22B just basically says it must be submitted. Then section 23.3 reads, the National Treasury may issue guidelines on the manner in which municipal councils should process their annual budgets for this, now the adjustment budget, including guidelines on the formation of a committee of the council to consider the budget and to hold public hearings. And then 24.3 reads, the accounting officer of a municipality must submit the approved annual budget for this reference adjustment budget to the National Treasury and the relevant provincial treasury. So that still does not change. To start off, it is said a municipality may revise an approved annual budget. This is only a revision. So I'm sorry, councillors, but I'm not going to deliberate on this anymore. Can we please now just go over to voting? I'm not going to read all the recommendations and resolutions again. So can I please have hands of those councillors that are voting for us to approve the Mangaung Metropolitan Municipal Adjustment Budget, May 2022-2023. So those in favour, please raise your hands. Thank you, councillors. Then those against? Okay, and those councillors abstaining? Thank you, councillors. Those councillors voting for the adjustment budget is 48, those against is 17, and those abstaining is 10. Thank you, councillor. Councillors, before we continue, I just want to ask, the day is now getting very long, so please, if you're a speaker on the item, please listen to what previous speakers have said. Please don't repeat anything a previous speaker has said, so that we can just get on
with the business of the day without having to sit here till 12 o'clock tonight. Thank you, councillors. Then we are on page 9, item 83.6, report on the implementation of supply chain management policy for the quarter ending March 2023. I once again have speakers from the ANC and the DA. Is there any other speakers, councillors, that would like to speak on the point? Councillor Thompson. Any other speakers on the point? Okay, the speakers on point 83.6 is then Councillor Soupy, Councillor Leach, Councillor Thompson, and Councillor Legeto. I hope I pronounced that right. Oh, sorry. Who's that? Which councillor is that? Councillor Malebo. Yes, Councillor Leach.
Madam Speaker, are you now at point 6?
Yes.
I'm not a speaker there. I was on 4 and 5.
Is there any other councillors on item 83.6? I've got Councillor Soupy, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Legeto, and Councillor Malebo. Any other speakers? Okay. Then Councillor Soupy.
Madam Speaker, thanks for this opportunity. As ANC, you have noted the report, but one would like to make just a hint or two on the report. That we noted the establishment of the vacancy rate in the department, and we also noted the training part of it, just to make an emphasis on effective service delivery that will have to take place in this particular department. As part of this on central database CSD, it has been established in around 2016 to make public aware to register on the CSD. We will make an assessment or an advisory issue that is this particular regulation state. To date, there are some people who have fallen out of this particular database. So we need an update. With these few words, Madam Speaker, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thompson.
Speaker, the supply chain management is the downfall of this municipality. Firstly, let us acknowledge the importance of having a well-functioning supply chain system in place. As the Freedom Front Plus, we believe that efficiency and transparency are the cornerstone of good governance. Supply chain management plays a vital role in ensuring that the government provides quality services and goods to the citizens. But since this item is only for noting, the Freedom Front Plus would like to raise some concerns in this report. On page 3, the internal and external inspection, thickness testing and hydraulic pressure testing of pressure equipment that was done by high-tech refrigeration with the total unit price of 158,000 rand. No other information was given. On page 7, open order for refuse collection for businesses in Tabanshu for the value of 2.173 million rand, as well as on page 8, open order for the refuse collection for businesses in Botshabelo for 2.125 million rand, and for businesses in Bloemfontein 3.913 million rand. With this large amounts, more information has to be provided. Then we have once again the catering, 500 ml bottled water for 7,187 rand. How many bottles water was this amount paid for? And then take for an example the laptops that the councillors received. Where was this ever in supply chain? How many laptops were purchased at which cost? When will these contracts serve before council? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Legeto.
Afternoon, Madam Speaker, the people of Mangaung. Speaker, we take note of the report on the implementation of the supply chain management policy for the quarter ending March 2023. This report highlights the progress made and challenges encountered and the key initiative undertook during this period to enhance our supply chain policies. The Council must always play its role and oversight as far as the supply chain management system are concerning, and to make sure that the municipality execute supply chain management policy effectively as prescribed by Section 110 of Municipal Finance Management Systems. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Malebo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pele ke ya kae kapa kae, Speaker, allow me to say this once again. Councillor De Hayes stood up here, Speaker, making you aware of members being hore. They're not even supposed to be part of us in this house when I speak. You ruled. That member is not here. OFM, that person. They don't know that person speak. Now, I'm saying to you, Speaker, in the near future, it's about all of us who are safe here as we enter this house. Not everyone is supposed to be part of this house, Speaker. There are honorables in this house. Not everyone is supposed to be part of this house. If we are going to have a guest in the house, thank you, and I speak. On this item, Speaker, we would like to indicate the following, that it is very important that the available vacancies be filled, as that is for the importance and to make the municipality functioning by having enough employees, but who are not ghosts though. We would like the advertisement be as transparent as possible and hired in fair and just manner. The Metro needs to redeem itself from the last year's embarrassment of throwing people's CVs in the open, Speaker. This time also, the easily accessible way of advertising the post must be used so that the not so privileged can apply as well.
Sorry, Councillor Malebo. We on item 83.6, the reports on the implementation of supply chain management policy for the quarter ending March.
I withdraw, Speaker, withdraw.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. We heard your inputs. Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, we're on page 9, item 83.6, report on the implementation of supply chain management policy for the quarter ending March 2023. The recommendation is that Council take note of the supply chain management report for the third quarter ending March 2023, so we will not be voting on this item. We then move to page 10, item 83.7, approval of indigent accounts for inclusion in the 2023-25 indigent register. I once again have speakers from the ANC and from the DA. Are there any other councillors that would like to speak on the item? Councillor Mokoena, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Dice, any other councillors on this item? Okay, the order will then be for 83.7, Councillor Soupy, Councillor Ganaga, Councillor Mokoena, Councillor Thompson, Councillor De Huys, Councillor Legeto, and Councillor Ter Blanche. Councillor Soupy.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, thanks once more again. Approval of indigent accounts for inclusion in the 2023-2025 indigent register. We have come a long way since the dawn of democracy. The ANC have made free basic services, including water and electricity, available to poor households. We still have many challenges. Our local government system is too complex, Madam Speaker, and slow moving in that many households has applied for free basic service delivery, but they have not yet enjoyed their benefit as yet. We recommend that the backlog that implies to loss of benefits because of non-considerable remedy or corporations is really heartbroken. To say the least, that some household has applied beyond 2019 to date, they have not benefited from these processes. We need a strategic process that talks to each other between the municipality and our entity CENTLEC in this regard. Madam Speaker, we apologize for our people who have been omitted from these particular processes. We therefore recommend for the approval for indigent register. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ganaga.
Oh, scheiße. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Honourable Councillors and Honourable Speaker. I feel like this administration and the current ruling party, its various mayors, and the constant MMC of Finance, Metiti Odile, doesn't understand the purpose of an indigent register. Its purpose, as stated in the policy, is to subsidize schemes for the indigent households. Another fact for all of the learned and unlearned friends and colleagues is that indigency and its policies are processes participated all across the world. Next time you watch a movie, listen to terms like council homes and stimulus checks. Those are just two versions used in the UK and the US as an indigent policy. Basically, indigency is not a Mangaung phenomenon, but practiced globally. Section 20 of the indigent policy states that the CFO must report to the city manager quarterly so that the city manager can report to council also on a quarterly basis. This is not so the policy can be funny, but to make sure that all the people that needs this type of assistance is assisted. But still, with the team of non-experts or experts, because we don't know what to call them, the 1B politician or the NCR, the register and the write-off are submitted with very regard to the implication it has for the budgetary process, which we are currently now in, and the impact it has on the greater community in Mangaung. What we know in Mangaung is that there's a service provider that was appointed to assist with the indigent policy. With the previous speaker, they sent an elaborate plan to do a roadshow in our wards, but I've never seen these people. This service provider is paid additionally with all the metro personnel in place to assist with the indigent register. With all of the contractors' failures, miraculously, the all contractors now being extended without council approval. These horrible documents, right, have an annexure with spreadsheets with 3 tabs. The first tab has 13,713 names with accounts with a total value to write off of 243 million. On this tab, there are accounts that have some business, some non-indigents, 2 accounts with over 1.2 million, 10 accounts with over 500,000 rand. The Hawks is currently investigating the indigent write-offs, and I'm of the view that these accounts should also be part of the investigation. Because how do we foster confidence in those that are paying when these accounts do not fit the requirements as per the policy? The second sheet or the second tab is just meter numbers that are not allocated to account. It feels to me like the finance department is so lazy that they just write off those accounts and decide that they should be written off by council. The third tab is also has accounts over R1 million, some over 500,000 rand. With these 69 accounts, as it says that it's recommended. So I'm not sure from these three tabs, which one should we now be recommended to write off? And the third tab's total value is 32.8 million rand. On the third tab, there are 116 accounts without any value. I sent some of those accounts to my friends in the finance, and they tell a different story. There's actual value on those accounts. If a journalist passes on those 116 accounts with value, it's illegal and it's a crime. After all of this, I'm wondering why there's an acting CFO and why the NCR is here, because we get worse documents than we did when they were not here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Thompson.
Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus is not against the approval of the indigent register as it is needed for the equitable share, but it is of great concern that it was left for more than 10 months. A resolution in this council was made in August 2022 that this register will serve before council every 3 months. How can the municipality let the poorest of poor be put into situations where an outstanding account is over 1.1 million rand? The cause of this is poor administration under the leadership of the ANC. It is unacceptable as it only shows how the ANC has let down the people of Mangaung once again. If the process takes place continuously, such big amounts will not surface. It is also very important that the correct process is followed to make sure that the money is retrievable. This is all part of the ANC's incapable legacy. We then appeal to you to make the process open to all councillors and not only to ward councillors. The current arrangement only allows the DA and the ANC councillors to be assisted. We as councillors are actually left in the dark as to where we should submit our residence applications. We also have no idea as to where we can lodge inquiries. The attorneys appointed last year does not answer any of our queries. Are they even still contracted? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, Councillor McQueen, I missed you. You can go next.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The African Alliance of Social Democrats aligns itself with the provision of relief to the poor and the indigent in our communities. And to that extent, we believe that local government, as its duty as stipulated in section 151.2, the development objectives of local government, 152.1, that its objectives are to provide democratic and accountable government, to ensure provision of services to local communities in a sustainable manner, promote social and economic development, promote safe and healthy environment, encourage involvement of communities in the matters of local government. And it further goes on to section 153, where it indicates the developmental duties of the municipality. But I would also like, firstly, Honourable Speaker, just to say to a friend, a comrade, the acting executive mayor that I know for almost more than 30 years. We come a long way. And I know it is not an enviable position that you find yourself, because that is not a position, but it comes with extreme responsibilities. I also know that you have seen the reports that you have tabled as reports of the executive mayor. You own them, acting executive mayor. And our people on Facebook are watching as we talk about some of these items of where we promise to do certain things that are in line with their aspirations, but we all failed. You have seen the SBDIP, you have seen the supply chain management reports, you have seen all the reports from 83.1 up to where we are at this stage. The approval of the indigent policy is about providing a safety, an interim safety net while we are trying to strive to ensure that we restore our people's dignity. The only way that we can ensure our people's dignity is through ensuring that there is sustainable economic growth, shared prosperity that is inclusive in our municipality. And our agreement to this proposal is as a result premised on that. However, we see that we are going to write off almost 285 million, which means it's going to be taken off from what is our intended revenue. We have had a budget that had been premised on collection of some of that money, which we believe we now have to reduce. So, Honorable Executive Mayor, through you, Speaker, what we need as a municipality is begin to take our work fairly very serious to ensure that this municipality is on a growth path, that investment come into this municipality, that social cohesion prevails, and that our people's dignity is restored. No one wants to be a welfare individual. Our people, I know, they want to work. We have to create jobs. Our people want a safe environment. We have got to provide for that. And I want to also say, Honorable Speaker, as we passed all the other items that happened before this item, we were passing items that are demonstrating our failure to the promise that we made to our people when we made the budget last year. And I'm not so sure as to whether colleagues, all of us, appreciate the fact that on Facebook today, we want to tell our people that we failed, but we want, without reservation, to endorse those reports that were placed here. There is no one other than possibly two councillors who have accepted responsibility for non-performance, but the rest have voted as if this is them against us. All of us 101 councillors that are in this house have a responsibility to the poor out there, to our people out there. It is not about politicking, but it is about doing the right thing. It is all about people. Now, when we vote and we say we want to ensure that we provide this relief to our people, we have got to get together and do the right business. Ensure that this municipality is sustainable, ensure that this municipality's economic growth, ensure that social cohesion exists in this, ensure that in our diversity we are united in ensuring an inclusive and a prosperous Mangaung. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dice.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, as the economic freedom fighters, we are re-emphasizing what we have said last year sitting when we debated on this item. Believing that this indigent policy needs to be reviewed. Most of the time, most of our people are still suffering out there. We as the EFF, we are the organization that is for the poor of the poorest. We represent the domestic workers, security guards, the marginalized and the unemployed, and mostly those who are naturally falling under the indigent register. This document did not cover the residents of other zonal in Mangaung, like Naledi, Soutpan, and other sections in Botshabelo and in Tabanchu. Their policy, as long as it doesn't improve the national foreigners like Lesotho, Botswana, and other neighboring countries, residents who reside in Mangaung, we had many cases in relating to this. We have found some corpses getting rotten in different mortuaries. As for the matter relating to basic services, it's even worse. May the indigent policy focus more on that, Honourable Speaker. On the issue of electricity, there are a lot of residents who deserve to get free electricity, but they don't. Mangaung community are still facing battle with water. They are being charged lots of amount, even if they are under prepaid register. We have few examples that we have witnessed in our community using prepaid water meters are also getting charged. Worse, we are having unclear water, which is hardly drinkable. That simply shows that the ANC is taking our people around the country for granted. Like we said last debate, Honorable Speaker, the age on people to qualify should be taken into consideration. As there are more fraudulent and also some old people are overlooked. The community are still struggling. For an example, they are not given refusal plastic bags. Most of the households are not questioned about their standard of living. The ruling party assumes everything is still fine. Honorable Speaker, we as the economic freedom fighters, we will only support this item only if there is the evidence, enough evidence that can show that the people of Mangaung have been taken seriously. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Legeto.
Madam Speaker, the people of Mangaung, it's nice to be a member of the ANC. Huh? You see, we don't represent the people, ordinary people. We represent the whole people of South Africa, even of Mangaung. Now, what we do as an organization is we are building a system that we are sure is going to try to elevate this thing of saying that we are people of taxi drivers, we are organization that represent the whole people of South Africa, not a small portion of people of South Africa. But then, Madam Speaker, item 83.7, the municipal council must give the priority to the basic needs of the community, promote the social and economical development of the people of the community, and ensure that all residents and communities in the municipality have access to at least minimum level of basic municipal services in terms of the section 152(1)(b) and section 153(b) of the Constitution. The key purpose of the indigent subsidy policy is to ensure that households with no or lower income are not denied the reasonable services. The municipality is the only financial burden with non-payment of services. Provide a grant to receive and fund available that indigent subsidy policies must adhere to. Basic services are generally regarded to be the access to electricity, access to clean water with reasonable distance of one dwelling, basic sanitation. The customer, in order to qualify for the indigent, need to complete the necessary document as required and agree to regulate the restriction on stipulated by the Mangaung municipality. In support to our objective of the indigent policy, will ensure that the provision of basic services to the community of Mangaung in our sustainable manner within the financial and administrative capability of the Mangaung municipality. We will continue to establish a framework to identify and manage our indigenous household through a social economical analysis. The provision for for the subsidies of the basic change will be on the free basic electricity to the indigent household that enhances the institution and financial capabilities of the Mangaung municipality to implement the 6 kiloliter and 50 kilowatts of electricity every month. It's the only agency that can do that. Madam Speaker, by closing, I will say this. As the ANC, we support this item as it is, because we believe that 410 of applicants who by now they are not even getting those 6 kilometers, they are not even getting that 50 kilowatts of electricity. They will be happy, because if we approve this, from after we have approved it, at least they will be getting 6 kilometers of water, 50 kilometers of electricity. I thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ter Blanche.
Honorable Speaker, before Councillor, can we be in one meeting? The acting Honorable Mayor is sleeping. Can we have water maybe? Thank you.
Budget.
I'm not surprised.
Councillor Ter Blanche.
Madam Speaker, good afternoon, councillors. Madam Speaker, the day is not against the approved of the indigent. We just want to ask a couple of clarity questions. Why does it not come to council quarterly? Why taking so long? Why is there only certain people on the list? What about all the other citizens of Mangaung who applied years ago, whose name is not on the list? There is a lot of people, in other words, whose names is not on the list. What will happen to them? Where's the other people who applied years ago? Ask the questions again, what's going to happen to them? Where's the some of the people without IDs? My colleague mentioned it. The one with the businesses and all that, she mentioned it. You said I mustn't repeat it. When will all the other indigent people who applied, when will they be on the list? And Speaker, sorry, the reason why I said so, because it's the same what Mohadi said. You said, but I mustn't repeat it. Mr. Speaker, now we're coming to the sore point. The water meters. How is it possible that you write someone for indigent, but municipality is not putting in a prepaid water meter? After a year, that guy, as soon as you write off that water amount, that guy is not going to pay. In almost in a year's time, you're going to write that amount off again. That's what's going to happen now. So if you do the indigent of a certain citizens, then you are supposed to put in a prepaid water meter. You must put in a prepaid meter. And like what's happened now, we don't know what's going to happen now. When they're going to repair the prepaid meters now, some of the guys already mentioned, some of the meters now, all of them, if there's a leakage now, they just bypass it. Now what about that amount? They just pass it. People are phoning me from Ward 16 and ask me, Ati, what's going on now? All the water meter is being bypassed. They are being bypassed. Now, in 2-3 months, there comes a hell of a lot of outstanding balance they must pay. And when we're going to employ the right people who do the repairs on that prepaid water meters, and when we're going to put the new contractor to put in meters, we know actually what's happened. We know that Mangaung haven't got money. Now, the supplier who was supposed to supply us with prepaid meters also is bankrupt, is also closed. So I don't know what is the booty guys there, because he get money in front to put in the prepaid water meters. Now we haven't got money, we can't pay prepaid, so now it's also closed, all 3 of them. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, then, on the council meeting on the 19th of August,
Just on a point of order, Speaker, can we just allow Councillor Terblanche to say his speech and to ask his questions? Everybody's giggling and pointing and laughing and falling over, and he has some very serious issues that he'd like to say. Next thing, they're going to be raising up all their hands here for nothing, and because they haven't listened to something, haven't listened to Councillor Terblanche. It's also disrespectful.
Councillor, we know
Thank you.
Councillor, we know they don't understand. On the council meeting on the 19th of August 2022, my colleague Dirk Coster requested a process to take place on the financial aid that would help us to do better oversight. The request that well-documented progress of applications be made by the financial aid. The DA request that the register must be compiled word-based. Because like I know, it's just in second words. People's name is on that list. It's not in all the words. This registry is more and more a mix-up every day. Madam Speaker, we have also requested that all applications be dealt within 30 days, and whether members of the public that have applied be kept up to date. How are you communicate with them? A contractor had been appointed last year, and the DA has requested that this service a contractor be brought to council. Is there a service agreement in place? And if so, where is he? How many applications have been received so far this year? How many applications of last year have been removed from the register due to them getting jobs? The indigent register should be updated and brought to council every 3 months, not every year, once a year of every 3 years. What's happened now? Why is it being brought now to council 8 months? 8 months. Madam Speaker, we are there, the council out. People are yelling and screaming on us. They phone us. When is this thing comes to council? When we don't
Councillor.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, the last one is brought to council 8 months after the last one. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me cut it short.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, please. We still have a lot of items to get through, so please. We are on page 10, item 83.7.
Madam Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Masu.
the DA would like to request a quick 10-minute caucus, please, before we vote.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pretorius.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to ask a clarity-seeking question. Last year in August, to be precise, last year August, the 28th of August, 2022, and this might also answer Councillor Weverge's question that he made in a speech. There was an email sent out by the third-party contractor that was contracted to roll out the indigent process. I repeat, 28, let me just get my facts in order here. 26 August 2022, saying that there's going to be a rollout of the indigent process. It was called a project plan, indigent process project plan for Mangaung. It was said that the contractor would be contacting all the ward councillors, and there would be a program rolling out information sessions to inform people about the indigent process. Okay. Then on the 30th of August, we received an email from an official of the Metro saying that the final program for all the wards will be communicated via the office of the MMC Finance. Then it will be communicated to all the wards accordingly. So the MMC of the Finance would then take over this rollout of the project plan, and all residents would be informed about the indigent process. Today we are here on the 2nd of June 2023. We are still waiting to be contacted to roll out this information sessions across our wards. All the wards, we're still waiting. We've got a document now with 14,000 names on, but we've not been contacted to inform residents about the application process. I'm not sure about this. will the MMC perhaps give us some indication about what transpired with this ward plan, that we can also inform the residents, because we're still waiting. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, the DA requested a 10-minute caucus, so it's Councillors. Councillors, please. Please, councillors. Councillor Masu, will you be addressing? Okay, Councillor Khanoga. Councillors, please. Councillors.
Thank you, Speaker. We as the DA feel like the documents for the indigent register are fundamentally flawed. There are businesses that are forming part of this register. There's Transnet houses that are forming part of this register. There are accounts that have not have values on the register, but on the financial system they have amounts. We want to suggest and put a recommendation, an additional recommendation that the register be brought back within 3 months, and that the team of non-experts and the NCR notes that the council needs to have the register be part of council quarterly, not when they feel like that. This way we will be able to scrutinize and make sure that the people that really need their help can get that assistance. As this stands, this document is illegal and it's very flawed. Thank you.
Councillor Vivier.
I just want to second the proposal of my colleague. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Khanoga, can I just understand you correctly? Do you want this register to be referred back and be brought back in 3 months, and then also on a quarterly basis the indigent register must serve in council?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, councillors. We are on page 10, 83.7, approval of the indigent accounts for inclusion in the 2023-25 indigent register. There was a suggestion that this item be referred back and should come back to council within 3 months. And it was seconded. So can we first vote on that before we continue? Councillor Vivier.
If I understood it correctly, Madam Speaker, barring for what you have already said, that additional point, the indigent register will serve in front of this council quarterly, if we can just add that also. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Vivier. I will do that after we voted. You asked it to be referred back. So I can't read all the recommendations now because there's a request for it to be referred back. Can we then firstly vote on referring this back and that it must then serve within 3 months again in front of council? Those in favour of this item being referred back, please raise your hands. Okay, thank you, councillors. Those against referring this item back? Councillor, sorry. Councillor, sorry. Councillor. Councillor. Sorry, can you just please wait here? We've now made this ruling. Councillor Kruger, are you voting against or not? Those abstaining from the vote? Okay. Those in favour of referring the item back is 30. Those against is 46, and nobody abstained. Then with regards to the recommendations, Recommendation A reads that Council approves the 14,410 applications for inclusion in the 2023-2025 Indigent Register and are provided with 6 kilolitres of water monthly as stipulated in the Indigent Policy. B, that Council approves the 15,147 applications for inclusion in the 2023-2025 Indigent Register and are provided with free 50 kilowatts of electricity monthly. Then C, that Council writes off the 275,829,078 rand and 52 cents owed by 14,410 indigents. Then there was another recommendation, D, that the Indigent Register serves in Council on a quarterly basis. So I'm first going to ask for the inclusion of recommendation D, that we vote on that the Indigent Register should serve in Council on a quarterly basis. Those in favour of recommendation D being added to the recommendations, please raise your hand.
Speaker? Sorry.
Yes, Council Whip.
Can I say something before?
Yes, Council Whip.
Speaker, I am not sure, but I just want to remind this House that we may be repeating again the very same resolution again. Yes. Because this part of saying the Indigent Register must come quarterly, it was long taken. Last year we agreed in the Council in August that this Indigent Register must be brought to the Council. So it means every Council meeting will be repeating the same and the same and the same again. Hence I'm saying we took this resolution long ago. As a result of that, we will be repeating ourselves if we're saying. The only thing that we need to acknowledge is that indeed the report is not coming as expected, and which is what needs to be corrected. But in terms of saying we need to take that resolution again, I don't see the necessity. Thanks.
Councillor Ganoga.
Speaker, clearly somebody is missing the resolutions because we took a resolution that the Indigent Register must serve on a quarterly basis, and guess what? It didn't happen. We waited and we waited and waited. It didn't happen. It's serving now again, so we want to say again and emphasize. The policy says it must serve on a quarterly basis. Council has a million times says it must serve on a quarterly basis. Just in case they missed it, we're taking out another resolution today. It must serve on a quarterly basis. Thank you.
Councillors, I don't want comments on that. Additional recommendation was made, it was seconded, so can we vote on that? On a recommendation D, once again, that the Indigent Register must serve on a quarterly basis. Those in favour, please raise your hands. Those councillors against Resolution D, please raise your hands. Okay. And then those councillors abstaining from the vote. Councillors, it does not need to be a discussion. If you're abstaining, just raise your hand. Councillors, can you please raise your hand and just keep your hands up if you're abstaining? No, but you're making it very difficult because hands are going like this, up and down. Okay, those councillors in favour of us adding recommendation D is 24. Those voting against is 0 and those abstaining is 53. Can we then vote on the recommendations as they are A, B and C? Those in favour of the recommendations as they are. Those against the recommendations as they are? Against. Those abstaining from the vote? Councillor Clausen? Okay, those in favour of the item with the recommendations as they are is 47. Those against is 0. Those abstaining is 30. Thank you, councillors. We are then still on page 10, item 83.8. Request for a council resolution to write off payments into suspense accounts and inactive closed municipal account with credit balances older than 3 years. I've once again got speakers from the ANC and the DA. Are there any other councillors that want to speak on item 83.8? Now other councillors. Okay. Then the speakers will be Councillor Peter, Councillor Ganaga, and Councillor Moatley. Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Speaker, once more. The purpose of this item is just to request for a council resolution to write off payments into suspense account and both inactive or closed municipal accounts with a credit balance of more than 3 years. I think in terms of our financial regulation of the municipality, that is allowed. So we are presenting this item precisely because we got an amount of close to 33 million combined, both on a suspense account and on an unallocated account. The reason for this is because people who have paid cannot be traced over a period of 3 years. So as a result, we have that money in both our accounts, but we can't use it because we have to wait for that particular period of 3 years, wait for them to claim them. If they haven't claimed that money, then we have to come and ask for council resolution so that at least we can take a decision to say we need to take that money. But in this case, we need to indicate that once the council has given us a go-ahead or a resolution with regard to that, then finance will publicize that on different media platforms to give them an opportunity again. But this will be only for 30 minutes, for 30 days. After that, then because of council resolution, then that money will belong to the municipality. So we need to implore that we don't have money, but we got around about 33 million that is sitting there. We are not saying but we are saying it's been there for a while. So if the people can't claim that money, unfortunately the financial regulation allow us to do so. But at least if it's more than 3 years or so, I think it's straightforward, this one, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ganaga.
Thank you, Speaker. The process that is brought in front of Council today is a process so that Mangaung can try to balance their books, just basically. And they want to look at, they're using the aging where these accounts are in the suspense accounts or old accounts that are older than 3 years. But the councillor here was talking about a tracing method. In the documentation, you will see that the type of legislation or document that they used to do is something from 1982. So the Mangaung Metro does not have a policy where they can make this type of unallocated payments and suspense account payments or accounts that are have no movements for a period of time to make it as part of their income. They're using this document from 1982 does not even directly speak to the process that we're about to do today. So I don't know what the ANC and the ANC government and the ANC mayors and the ANC MMCs of finance and the ANC CFOs have been doing since 1994 because we're using an old document to do this process. What I want to say is that people work very, very hard for their money. And the only thing that I've seen that the Metro does is play some advert in a newspaper no one reads and says that, oh, if you have money that is not allocated to your account, please call us. But there's no actual evidence that the finance department has embarked on 1, 2, and 3 steps to try and trace down these people or find the owners of these accounts. They just put it in a suspense account and then that's it. It lies there for 3 years and then we say, oh, this is normal procedure. This is what we do. And then we make that our income. 33 million rand is a lot of money that we're going to make our own. Yes, it's standard practice, but surely there must be evidence and this is what we have done throughout the years to try and track these people, especially when somebody has paid like 250,000 rand in the account. The Mangaung Metro Municipality went through a process where they changed bank accounts and some of those payments were swept from the one account to the other and some of those mistakes also happened there. But there's no process that was put through the municipality and said, okay, we're now changing bank accounts and this is what we're going to do to all the people that are paying accounts that we have not been allocated. The finance department also, you know, if you look at some of the references, there's names and surnames and some of the stuff is is referencing, I think it misses 1 or 2. I think that they look at the payment. If it does not match directly what is on the account, they just decide, oh no, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to put it in the suspense account. We really, if we want to serve the people of Mangaung, we have to work hard, and we have to work hard for them, and we have to represent them correctly. We can't just write things for writing things off. We have to have a documented process in place, and that is the crux of the problem. Where is this documentation? Why haven't we, up to this date, not have a policy in place where you can protect people's income? This is people's hard-earned money that they pay to us, and we haven't allocated to the accounts. These dormant accounts is probably people that got married, or they changed their surname, or they had leases and stuff like that. We have to track these people down and take those money, give them the credits on their new accounts. We don't do that. We just write things off. That is not fair. Let's put a process in place so that 3 years from now, or actually it's going to be next year because there will be others that have been aged through 3 years, that we can say this is the policy that we have as the Metro, this is the step that finance has followed, and can we now write things off? So I am now asking that this Metro, please, as a recommendation, develop a policy that can be followed by council and the financial department to track these people and allocate these payments. If you work for a financial institution, they have dedicated people that work on suspense accounts to clear them off. We need to have that in place in this Metro too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Moatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't think I have anything to say because Councillor Peter already clarified our proposal as ANC. It's disappointing that you still have this policy of 1982, but you've been in council, and for the second time, you realize that there is no policy. Thank you.
Councillors, please. Councillors, okay, we then still on page 10, item 8, 83.8. Request for a council resolution to write off payments into suspense account and inactive closed municipal account with credit balances older than 3 years. There was an additional recommendation made to develop a policy on this, however, it was not seconded. So we stay with the recommendations as they are. Recommendation A. Recommendation A.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, just second.
I'm sorry, Councillor. I cannot now accept that after I've said it was not seconded. No.
Maybe we are too quick.
Okay, recommendation A reads that Council approves the write-off of both the unallocated, unclaimed into the suspense account and unclaimed inactive closed municipal account that are older than 3 years this financial year 2022-2023, amounting to a total of 33,561,955 rand and 10 cents be written off in Annexure B, and B, that it should be noted by Council that this balance may be lower than the actual write-off that will be processed depending on customers providing the municipality with proof of payment for allocation or transfer claims of the credit balances from inactive closed municipal accounts after the 30-day public notice to be issued after soliciting Council approval. Can we then vote? Can I just ask, do you now really want me to do the whole bell thing before we vote? Okay. Those in favour of the recommendations as they are, as I just read out A and B, please raise your hands. Those against? And those abstaining from the vote? Those in favour of the item is 47, those against is 0, those abstaining is 31. Councillors, we are then on page 11, item 83.9. Request for approval for water debt write-off. I only have two speakers from the ANC, Councillor Supi and Councillor Moibidu. Are there any other councillors that would like to speak on this item? Councillor Leach. Any other councillors? Okay. The order will then be Councillor Supi, Councillor Leach. Yes. It will then be Councillor Supi, Councillor Leach, Councillor Moibidu, and then Councillor Vivier. Councillor Supi.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. The item at your disposal is item 83.9, which talks about the irrecoverable debt to be written off for water consumption under account number 10027073884, tenant account number. With reference to this matter, Madam Speaker, can I refer you to judgment which was passed by the High Court on the 29th August 2017 between Jordan and others, versus City of Tshwane, Metropolitan Municipality and others. The matter was in relation to the liability of the outstanding debt that survived the transfer of ownership. So in this regard, Madam Speaker, we discussed this particular item as section 80.
Councillor Supi, sorry, can I just stop you? Councillors, please. There's a lot of humming and buzzing going around. Please. Thank you, Councillor Supi.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, thanks. As I've said, we have discussed this particular matter as section 80 of the finance with regard to this particular transfer. And that judgment in this case reflect or direct us to say we recommend that the debt be transferred to the ownership. And in regard to that, the judgment declared that upon transfer of a property, the new owner is not liable for debt arising before the transfer from the charge upon the property under section 118(b) of the Local Government Municipality Systems Act. So it is therefore upon this particular reason, Madam Speaker, we recommend the approval of the debt. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Supi. Councillor Leach.
Madam Chairperson, we do not have a problem with the item as it is. We would just like to please add a recommendation, and my fellow committee members will remember that we discussed it, to indicate that an investigation be lodged into the usage by other individuals, and then countermeasures be put in place to avoid a similar situation in future. So basically, it is just to do an investigation as to what transpired into this situation, where individuals had usage of owner's water, and that owner was at a point held liable for it. Fortunately, it could be measured, and she will no longer be held liable for the total amount. But I do think it is not fair towards the municipality that we will now be losing that additional money which we could have sourced as revenue. So can we please lodge an investigation into this? Thank you.
Councillor Leach, sorry. Recommendation B reads that a full investigation be conducted on the events that led to water consumption by the informal settlement dwellers, which resulted to debt incurred and to be written off. Is that what you're requesting, or is it something else?
Yes, that, and then just adding to that, that countermeasures be put in place to avoid such a situation in future. I think that is important. It's not the investigation is important, but we must also prevent it in future.
Councillor Moibidu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, community of Mangaung, and fellow councillors. Before I can, give my input to the item, Speaker, I would like to support or to second the investigation or measures that has by the municipality in regards with the water that was being utilized by the community in that plot. Madam Speaker, credit control and debt collection policy stipulates that before any debt is written off, it must be proved that the debt has become irrecoverable, and to ensure that the recommendations for write-off are consistent and accrual irrecoverable debts. Honorable Speaker, I would like to emphasize on the Municipal System Act 32 of 2000, Section 1118, subsection 3. It indicates that all the debts owed upon transfer of a property needs to be paid in full before the transfer was to be made. Honorable Speaker, since the water debt is due to consumption by informal settlement, the owner is not liable for the average daily consumption of 1.29 kiloliters, which amount to 103,647 for the household usage. As ANC, we are a caring organization, and we therefore support the item and the recommendation amended by the speaker, the former previous speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Vivier.
I'm covered by the previous councillor. I just wanted to second the proposal, and let's just confirm that again. Hopefully we can at least agree on something today. And countermeasures be put in place to avoid such a situation in the future. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Mongale.
Yeah, no, Speaker, I'm raising a question that we are being ambushed here. The are two recommendations that were made. The committee was aware that there is another one that has been left off. Now I'm saying, under normal circumstances, once there is a discrepancy, that item should be referred back. Maybe this is for the last time that documents come here without the relevant committee dealing with them thoroughly, because I think the recommendation that they made, the one that they are agreeing about, it was lost somewhere. We don't know who lost it. We don't know who lost it, because if they are agreeing, it means it is indeed like that, but someone lost it. Now I'm raising this to say this should not happen again, because I can assure you one day we'll be sitting with an embarrassment of seconding something we don't understand, because even the committee is not aware of, because it must come here when the committee has thoroughly dealt with the matter. I know some people differ with me, but they will get a chance to come to the mic. The issue I'm raising is a principled matter to say we can't correct it here. It served in the committee should have sent it here while the document is fully and finally finished. That is what I'm raising, or else we are going to sit with a dilemma in the next meeting. Watch the space.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is just a point of clarity. Perhaps I must just rephrase. This item did serve before the committee. We agreed upon the recommendation. We agreed upon that there must be countermeasures put in place to the whole thing around the investigation is to prevent it in future. So we did agree upon that in the committee. Just in terms of what is written in the recommendation, that part was unfortunately left out. So we are just saying, please just include it. But that is what was discussed in the committee. Thank you.
Councillor Matai.
No, Speaker, I think it's a fair, it's a fair proposition by Councillor Leach. I think it's for the first time that I'll be agreeing with her. Let's include this item. It's only fair, Honourable Speaker. I noticed that today you are wearing red together with Councillor Khanaga and Councillor Pretorius. The distance between the DA and the EFF is getting too slim. No, I want to second that proposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, we're still on page... Can I continue? We're still on page 11, item 83.9, request for approval for water debt write-off. There was a proposal made to refer the item back, however, it was not seconded. The recommendations then read, A, Council approve the write-off of 470,871 cents. It should be noted that recommended write-off amount is subject to change due to the monthly interest charged due to the debt on the account. B, that a full investigation be conducted on the events that led to water consumption by the informal settlement dwellers, which resulted to debt incurred and to be written off. And then C, countermeasures be put in place to avoid reoccurrence of such a situation. Is that correct? Can we then firstly just vote on C for the inclusion of recommendation C on this item? Those in favour of recommendation C, please raise your hands. Yeah, okay. Thank you, councillors. It's unanimous. Then can we then continue to vote on recommendations as they are now set out, A, B, and C? Those in favour of the recommendations, please raise your hands. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we're then still on page 11, item 83.10. Appointment of selection panels for recruitment, selection and appointment of heads of departments at Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality in accordance with the local government regulations for the condition and appointment of senior managers. I received speakers from the ANC and from the DA, and I'm guessing Councillor Malebo, you also want to speak on this item. So the speakers, Councillor Malebo, do you want to speak on this item? Yes. Councillor Mongole. Councillor van Deventer. Any other speakers on the item? Okay, the speakers on the item will then be Councillor Nikelo, Councillor Lotrit, Councillor Malebo, Councillor Mongole, Councillor van Deventer, and then Councillor Kruger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How I wish that sometimes these council meetings can be, as much as they are open on the Facebook, but I so much wish that we can hold some of these councillors in the location where our people can be able to access and get to understand exactly who has the best interest of the community at heart between ourselves and other political parties. I'm saying this, Madam Speaker, because when our people are accessing this thing and the poorer of the poorest, they cannot even have a data to just join us online and through the Facebook. So it becomes difficult for them to get the sense of everything that is being discussed. And they are quickly to be misled by other people who does not have their best interest. However, Madam Speaker, on the 17th of August 2022, the President of the Republic of South Africa penned down the approval of the Municipal Systems Amendment Act 3 of 2022 to give effect to Section 56, which allows that these positions for managers directly accountable to the municipal manager to be full-time. This in itself, Honorable Speaker, gives us a solace and comfort that institutional memory can no longer be eroded with contracts of the HOD being terminated and when they are coming to an end. And this in itself, Speaker, provides for a more clarity way of ensuring that stability happens in the metro. We really need to applaud the ANC-led council in bringing this item to the council for us to start stabilizing our administration. This, Speaker, will assist us to deal with the concerns that have been raised time and again by both National Treasury and COGTA, which also contributes to us regressing from the initial audit opinion where we, over the years, we have been unqualified, but now we are qualified with matters of emphasis. Speaker, the filling of the post and appointments of the panels to preside over the appointment of the HODs will not harm this institution, as this will ensure that we are not racing against time in concluding the appointments. The community of Mangaung deserves a stable municipality community of Mangaung deserves uninterrupted service delivery. And the AG have highlighted the challenges of our inability to fill the vacancies in senior management as the main contributor to our never-ending woes. We and our partners cannot wait for a moment when everyone will speak about Mangaung in a positive way, not always refer us as a resemblance of a failed state under the leadership of the ANC. Opposition parties will always do their best to try to derail us and paint us in the face of the community that we are failing to execute our mandate as provided by our electorate during the 2021 local government elections. Therefore, Speaker, we support this item, and further to that, Madam Speaker, we propose to this council that the following specialist be added in all the HODs position. Remember, Madam Speaker, there was a resolution that was taken for these positions to be re-advertised. And during the council meeting of the 6th August, the issue of the panels was referred back. And that in itself hampered into what was alluded by Honorable Scratch CD to ensure that we advertise these positions within 14 days. So as a result of that, Speaker, I would like to
Councillors,
propose.
sorry, Councillor, sorry.
Just a point of
No,
order.
Councillor Ganoga, you guys are now shouting out.
What is it? But what is he talking about? What is this? What is the person's scratch?
Okay,
Do we have a
Councillor
person with
Councillor
that name?
Ganoga, please.
What is that?
Councillor Ganoga, please.
No, but it's not even decorum of council.
Councillors, please. Councillor Ganoga, please sit down.
No, it's not even council decorum.
Councillor Ganoga, when we started this meeting, Councillor Mongale himself referred to himself in that manner. But it's tongue-in-cheek, it's jokingly. Councillor Mongale, are you offended about what was said? Okay. Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Mongale, I withdraw to Councillor Hannah because she's the one who's getting more pain than you. So, Councillor Hannah, I've withdrawn that. So, Madam Speaker, if I may conclude very quickly, we propose that on corporate service, Ms. Khanze Sifo be appointed as part of the, as a specialist or an expert in local government and human resource. Mema Sichaba Singh to be added on the position of the Chief Financial Officer. On the engineering services, Reikupela Ntate Peter Rousseau Fredericks to assist us. And then on the position of HOD planning, Reikupela Hore Kanete Haiba Councillor Dumela, Ms. Tabiswa Poswa be appointed. And then community safety, Reikopa Advocate TJ Patlo. And then corporate HOD corporate planning.
Sorry. Can you just go a bit little, just a little slower?
Oh,
you were at community safety and ways.
Oh, community safety advocate TJ Patlo. Quality assurance and knowledge management, Dr. Nokweku. And then public safety and security, General Muadira. As I submit, and once again reiterate that our position, retired, we are retired General Muadira. As I reiterate our commitment to ensure that we stabilize the institution through the advertisement and the appointment on these positions. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Lotriet.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is the report of the Mayor. I address him through you. Madam Speaker, you know, we as much as you want to see the backsides of the acting HODs, we can employ our own people and we can move along. Without generalization, we want to say to the intervention team that you've put us through a hell of a hard time since you were here. Sorry, you've caused especially ward councillors a lot of harm. You put them through harm's way. And we will always remember that. The rest of it, we hope we can forget soon. We will withdraw your passports and we will block you at the Fall River. Okay. Honourable Speaker, Mayor, as I said, I think it's time that we move on fast and quickly. We just got one problem, and that is with regards to the approved structure. The approved structure that I have in my hand and that we are aware of gives 6 departments and HODs. Now we propose 7. We split community service and public safety in 2. All we want to hear, where's a paper with the signature of the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Kochta to make it 7? In principle, there's a case to be made out for 6 or 7, but we can live with the 7. But what we don't want to do is to get involved in an unlawful activity. So if you can just help us to get that approval or show us that approval, and I'm talking to as council, please do that. At the end of the day, it has always been our position that it is your prerogative who you employ as HODs. In fact, that responsibility remains yours. If they do not work in practice, we point our fingers at all of you that were involved in the appointment of that person. So you are the majority party, we will keep you responsible. So make any suggestion you would like, who you would like to have on that panel, as long as it's fair. Because what is a bit of concern, there are rumors flying about the initial recruitment process, and that's how far I'm prepared to go with that, because they're only that, they are rumors, and I hope they're not true. Because if they are true, it can make this whole process null and void. We are busy investigating, but Honourable Mayor, through the Speaker, please be aware of what I say at the end of check that process is above board and that people internally did not benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Malebo.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Yeah. Let me remind councillors here, Speaker, that last year, on the 9th of March, we debated on this issue when I speak. And we were very clear as the EFF that we will never, ever support corrupt and non-equal representation of selection ya di membara when I speak. As much as all these selections are important. Speaker, there were lots of litigations last year when we debated on this issue. Guess what? We still have lots of litigations from the same members of one organization, ANC, and thus delaying contribution is non-service delivery into the metro. We also expect the same after the HODs have been appointed, Speak. It will be challenged and thus contributing the residents of Mangaung to continue to lack service delivery, Speak. Systems Act 55 of 1, it gives direction in the appointments. We don't know why is it so difficult for this municipality to complete this process. The municipal manager is responsible, subject to the policy direction of the council, for the management of the administration in accordance with the System Act 55 and other applicable legislations. Importantly, the municipal manager is tasked with the implementation, IDP, and the monitoring of this progress when I speak. As much as we support the appointments of the HODs and senior managers, it should all be done in an open and transparent manner to achieve the necessary objectives and service delivery. Section 12 of Local Management System Act 32 of 2000, Section 12 of 1 to 8, which guides us with selection panel. We further, as the EFF, recommend that the panel be constituted of multi-party panel of different political party within the council, be appointed or selected when I speak. As the EFF, we guard and will always be against corruption. We have realized that the list in the document, Speaker, are all from the same party and comrades from the same pot. Therefore, Tina as EFF, Angeke, will never support this item, Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mungale.
Like that.
Please. I'm not gonna sound like a scratch Siri this time around.
Sorry, Councillor Mungale. Councillor Malebu, please.
Okay. I was just saying I'm not gonna sound like a scratch Siri this time around. But I will humbly plead with you to consider what I'm raising with all diligence. On the 6th of March, this council took a resolution to advertise the positions of HODs. On the 22nd of May, they were advertised. Now, according to the government gazette on appointments of senior managers in the local government, it states that regulation, section 10 of it, it says the municipal manager must, within 14 days of receipt of the approval, which is the council resolution, referred to in Regulation 7, ensure that the vacant post is advertised. After the council resolution of the 6th of March, there was supposed to be an advert that is going out, advertising all those positions that the council has approved. But it has not happened. I'm disappointed that even the experts could not pick it up, because these are the things that they should have picked it up. In the previous councils, the reason why we had advertisement, it was because the positions were not filled within the specified time in terms of these regulations. And we had to do the re-advertisement. Even that one failed. Even now, with the national intervention, experts, national cabinet rep, expert, all of them, we are struggling just to understand that once a council has taken a resolution, within 14 days, that position should have been advertised, which has not happened. Now, it is my submission from the African Alliance of Social Democrats that we love the people of Mangaung. We want them to have the HODs. We want them to have the city manager. But we can't push for a flawed process in trying to get to that. We want them to get the right thing, not anything that is flawed. Now, in this particular case, we are saying the regulations has not been followed to the latter, and as a result of that, we cannot agree that this item should be accepted or should be entertained today. In fact, this item should be withdrawn. And Speaker, you can't even subject it to vote. You can't even subject it to vote. It's a...
Councillors.
And I keep quiet when they speak, Speaker. You can't subject it to a vote, Speaker. You can only subject it to a legal opinion, because it is a regulation. And if we don't comply with regulation, it means we are not complying with the law. Now, if anyone is challenging it, must challenge the right of the regulation. At this particular point where we are, Speaker, you can't push us to a vote. You can only rely on legal opinion if you disagree with me. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mongale. Councillor van Deventer.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Through you, Speaker, Councillor Nkelo said that the ANC should be applauded for bringing this to Council. Yes, I will applaud the ANC for bringing this to Council. Over a year, that's how long it took them to bring this to Council. I also agree with Councillor Mongale, and even though I agree with him that the regulations was not followed and that there's a problem with the process, I do know that it will be approved by the majority, and therefore in light of that, the Freedom Front Plus request this panel, and we know, as the member or councillor of the EFF said, that it's basically an ANC panel, but we still request them to please appoint HODs who are skilled, qualified. Appoint them on their real CVs, not their ANC CVs. Appoint people who can do the job, not friends, family, comrades. And then again, if we look at the recommendations, the lists, it says every time panel member, MMC responsible for the portfolio. Somewhere in the report, it was very hidden away, it says preferably a MACO member. And it would be quite changing from an ANC panel to a more representative panel, if that might be a member of the opposition, or if even when we look at the panel members who are supposed to be the experts, to also look at not ANC members. Then, as I alluded to earlier, the problem with the agenda, and I'm not sure if it's in everybody's agenda or just mine, but after item 11, they followed some annexures, which I presume should be here. Annexure A, acting positions, Annexure B, letter of the mayor and the report of the response of the minister, and Annexure C, the regulations. Now, when I look at that, the letter of the mayor in Annexure B, and again through you, Madam Speaker, to the mayor, it says, currently the Council has been under administration in terms of section 1397. Just for your information, section 139, 6 and 7 is intervention, not administration. So it's clear that you do not understand what is going on. Please get better advice or just read the Constitution. Section 139, 6 and 7, intervention, not administration. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kruger.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, on the item, one thing is clear. We need stability and we need to move. We were once called City on the Move, and I think we must move towards that slogan, we need to move. Now, let me clarify my fellow councillors in terms of Councillor Mohale mentioned the fact that we are not procedurally correct in terms of the panel. But let me take you back, my councillor, to the 3rd of March. In this council, they took a resolution, and the resolution reads as follows. Approve that all vacant positions of senior managers accountable to the city manager be filled. But, and this is the crux of the matter, after that one, that was D, E said that the appointment of the selection panel to recruit the selection and appointment of these HODs be deferred to council. So since it has been deferred, this is the first time we're bringing it back. Hence, we could not proceed. I hope it makes sense to you, because I know you read a lot. I don't need to explain, because you understand these things, my fellow councillor. No, that's on a serious note. My councillor read that one. It's for sure. I also want to clarify my other councillors from the EFF and Prof In terms of the selection panel, now the selection panel is not per prerogative of the executive mayor or by the ANC-led government. It is regulated, and it states here on the regulation 12 on the selection panels, on the selection panel, and it reads as follows. The selection panel for the appointment of a manager directly accountable to a municipal manager must consist of at least 3 or not more than 5. That's number 1. Firstly, the municipal manager is the chairperson automatically. Secondly, member of the mayoral committee or a councillor who is the portfolio head of the relevant portfolio. And number 3, at least a person who must not be a staff member or of the municipality, but an expert or who has an expertise or experience in the area of the field that is being advertised. Which means this is unfortunately, through you, Madam Speaker, to my prof, unfortunately, it is not that we do not want a multi-party representation, but hence I'm saying it's regulated. So therefore, we stick to this and what is regulated. So we must be, we don't have time for litigation again. So let's stick to the law. And then finally, I just want to remind our council that if we fail to appoint our CFO before the 1st of July, the financial ramifications for this council, firstly, it's so cheap to say we love community of Mangaung and we want to do things for the community of Mangaung, but the things you want to pass in council is contrary to what you say. Hence they say talk is very cheap. So I'm saying if we fail to appoint that CFO before the 1st of July, because this was promulgated last year, we have 1 year to fix our house, and that 1 year expires on the 1st of July. There is ramifications of our equitable share as well as the rollovers, which will hamper this municipality, and that money can be utilized for the service delivery that every opposition parties make reference or to, but unfortunately when it comes to pass these things, there's always some sort of hindrance. But I think as for the community of Mangaung, as the ANC, we want this to pass today so that we can appoint our HODs so that we can move. We are sick and tired of instability, inconsistency, and it provides a conducive environment for things to go wrong because we are in lack of visionary leadership as we lack HODs currently. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillors, can you maybe just give me a minute? Okay, thank you, councillors. We are on page 11, item 83.10. Appointment of selection panels for recruitment, selection and appointment of heads of departments at Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality in accordance with the local government regulations for the condition and appointment of senior managers. The recommendations read, establish and appoint selection panel members in furtherance of council executive obligations to recruit, selection and appoint heads of department in accordance with the regulations and council approved macro organizational structure. Then it says A, HOD corporate services, with the city manager as the chairperson, the MMC responsible for the portfolio as the panel member, an expert in local government, human resource and systems, legal governance, and ICT as a panel member, and as an observer, the NCR governance expert. Then on this point, on A, the ANC proposed Ms. Sifo as the panel member number 3. Yeah, the expert in local government, human resource and systems, legal governance and ICT. Is there any other suggestions or nominations for this panel member? Okay. Yes, Councillor Mongale.
Speaker, I think we are in a hurry to go to that issue of nominations. You have not answered me on the issue of regulation on appointments of senior managers, where it says that after council has approved, the municipal manager must have advertised the positions within 14 days, and of which it has never happened. Now, whatever that is being trying to be said here, it's an emotional statement, but it doesn't carry facts. The facts here are that it should have been advertised within 14 days. Speaker, I can refer you to that regulation. You can just check it for yourself if you think I'm misleading the council. Check the regulation on appointment of senior managers. You'll see it, that it is written. When you check section 10 of it, it is written, it is very clear, and it can be subjected to a vote. We can't change a regulation by vote. We should at least satisfy that regulation that we are proper, we are in line, then we can talk about the nomination. That is what I'm raising. Hence, I said you are even at liberty to get legal opinion. I'm raising it with all humility so that tomorrow when there is an error, people should not say, you are not warned. I'm warning you, Speaker, if you don't check this legally, you might be the one who is accountable for this mess. Now I'm saying, check it legally first, get a legal opinion. If I'm wrong, go on with the nomination. But if I'm right, it means the item is withdrawn up until the proper procedure is followed. Here we are trying to shortcut a process that was not followed properly. I'm humbly pleading with you, check the regulation. If I'm wrong, I'll tell you that I admit I'm wrong. But for now, I'm standing here to say the regulation, when you check section 10 of it, is very explicit. And I've read it to the council on record so that everybody can hear about it. Now I'm saying, let anyone stand up to say, there is no such a regulation, and there is no section 10 of it that is saying that the municipal manager must be appointed within 14 days after that. If there is such, I will accept. But if there is none, we can't rely on majority votes. Here, it's a legal issue that cannot be replaced by votes. We cannot amend the regulation by votes. We must comply with the regulations. I'm disappointed that national intervention have not advised you properly on that one. I'm also disappointed that national cabinet rep have not advised you properly on this one. And it goes further into their fitness to stay here. And I nearly seconded Councillor Morake when he said they must leave. I realized there is a need for them to leave.
Thank you. Councillor Pretorius.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to follow up in terms of my colleague, Councillor Lotrit has asked a very important question. Perhaps the MMC of Corporate Services or the acting HOD of Corporate Services can come in. Here is recommended 7 portfolios, 7 HODs. But in terms of the proposed macro structure, there's only 6 portfolios. Councillor Lotrit has asked what has transpired since this was presented to Council, that there were 6 portfolios, now there's 7 portfolios. If we could just have some clarity on that. How did that happen? And was it signed off?
Councillor Matai.
Thank you, Speaker. With due respect, I think Councillor Mongale is grandstanding. The application of the Act does not take away the powers of the Council. So we reserve the right as the Council to vote in the application of the Act. I'm saying it's grandstanding because it is not like we are operating under normal circumstances. We are currently under national intervention. Very many things that has happened on the on the instance of that intervention. And this council has on a continuous basis asked for the condonation by National Treasury in the event where we were not able to satisfy some of the provisions. Over a period of a month, we did not have a speaker in this council. Over a period of 2 months, we did not have the executive mayor. Immediately upon the departure of the erstwhile executive mayor, Councillor Sionzan. So I'm saying it is not like we're operating in a normal course of events because we are under national intervention. But over and above, many things that has occurred here, we have always sought to obtain a condonation from both the National Treasury as well as COGT. So it's neither here nor there, the fact that the council cannot vote. I think you can't threaten us, Councillor Mungale. We reserve a right to vote. We have operated under these conditions because these are the conditions that we find ourselves in, national intervention. So I want to insist on the proposal which was made earlier that we should continue to vote on these matters. There's a proposition which was tabled before the council. If there's a different view from other members of this House, it can then be subjected to a vote. But we have a right, our powers as the council, irrespective of the national intervention, those powers have not been suspended. We still have reserve a right to adopt a budget, to pass a budget, to pass the IDP. Those powers are within us. They have not been suspended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mata. Councillor Kruger, can you maybe come in here just to answer the question from Councillor Lotriet with regards to 6 now becoming 7? And then also, could you maybe just once again, because I felt you addressed the issue raised by Councillor Mongole, if you can maybe just repeat that again as well, please.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. In terms of the 6 HODs versus the 7, this council adopted a macro structure then that consisted of 7 HODs. That's why it's 7 as opposed to 6. The last question that Councillor Mongale also raised, in terms of the selection panel, the issue he is raising has no bearing on the selection panel. He's addressing an issue of whether we advertise in time. That one is separate from the selection panel. We are addressing the selection panel and not asking for permission to advertise. I'm just giving a clarity there. So that one has no bearing on the selection panel. Hence, I propose that we must not entertain that one because it does not have any bearing on the fact that we are dealing currently with the selection panel. And the one that you've asked me to address again, Speaker, is on the 6th of March, the resolutions that the Council took on the 6th of March, stating that to approve for the vacant positions of HODs to be filled. But subsequent to that also, number E said, this Council also did the appointment of the selection panel to recruit selection and appointment of the HODs be deferred to the next council. So I'm saying after we deferred it then, this is the next council after it has been deferred then on the 3rd of March. Hence we are dealing with it now. Thank you.
Councillor Mongole.
Speaker, I've heard the acting MMC for corporate service very well. All I'm saying is that what she correctly quoted the resolution of the 6th of March, that the issue of selection panel was deferred. But I'm saying, even if it was deferred, that process has been overtaken by, it has been superseded by events. I'm trying to justify my case to you to say the advertisement and the appointment of selection panel, they are intertwined. You'll never have a panel if there are no advertisement and an appointment to be effected to that effect. Now, in this particular case, I'm saying if we appoint a panel now, while we have advertised the position on the 22nd of May, which is almost about 50 days after the approval, it is already wrong because the regulation says it must be done within 14 days. I'm standing by section 10 of it to say it must be done within 14 days. Now, the 50 days, it is not part of that 14 days. My mathematics says it's almost close to 3 times the period that it was supposed to have happened. The degree of lateness is not even the one of 3 days where we can say we are applying for condonement. In this particular case, it is a way offline. Hence, I'm saying, I hear what she's saying. The 6th of March, we are in agreement. The deferment of selection panel, we are in agreement. We are not differing. We are only differing on the process that there has been an advertisement on the 22nd of May. And the panel, once is selected, it will be the panel that will interview people that their advertisement was wrong. Now we are compromising even the entire panel. Hence, I'm saying the selection of panel and advertisement of position, because they are talking to one function that will, at the end of it, the outcome of that process, it will be appointment of HODs. The output of the process, it will be appointment of HODs. The milestone of those appointments, it will be appointment of the 2 processes, selection panel and advertisement, it will be appointment of HODs. It leads to one thing, they are intertwined, they are interrelated, they are linked, you can't separate the 2. Hence I'm saying, check the regulation because the same selection panel is found in the same regulation. The same advertisement is found in the regulation. The same procedure that deals with it is found in that same regulation. So I'm not far-fetching my submission. It's coming from that regulation. And we can't subject this to a vote, Speaker. I'm telling you honestly, this is a legal matter. It must be resolved legally, not by vote. Hakuna process out of it must be an issue of a legal opinion that will be able to resolve it, just like the earlier matter. And that is my
Councillor,
submission.
can you just wrap up, please? Councillor Mokoena.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I think Councillor van Deventer also had raised the issue whether the annexures that are referred to in terms of the item that is before us, whether it is only her that missed them or whatever. I also don't have them. I also don't have them, Speaker, because one of them says it's Annexure A, which is a council resolution, which has been referred to. And I think one of them says a letter by acting executive mayor to minister for COCTA and response of the minister. And then the other annexure is the regulation. So I'm not even so sure, Speaker, as to whether the letter addressed by the acting executive mayor might have been part of trying to resolve what Councillor Mangale is trying to raise, or it might have been something else. But if I may try as a very slow person to reconcile what I hear, Councillor Mangale is insistent, and rightly so, that regulations have stipulated a particular process and time frames to be followed. But at the same time, we find ourselves in a situation where we only advertise the positions, the way that I understand him, on the 22nd of May, and we are appointing the selection panel now. And because of that anomaly that might find us being in problem in relation to sticking to rules and regulations, without using the same word that was used by Councillor Matai, that Councillor Mangale is grandstanding. But I think he tried and reconcile by saying, What about if we made an additional recommendation that due to the circumstances that we find ourselves and because of the importance of fulfilling these positions, can we accept this process and recommendation and ask for condonation for deviation from what has been said, so that in a way, Honorable Speaker, we have covered ourselves that we did not just break regulations, and we had reason for that. So I'm assuming Councillor Mataye is trying to motivate why we should be going with this process. And I think those two positions can be reconciled in that way, if ever that is workable. I don't know, Speaker, whether I'm, as the custodian of the legislative running of council, whether that would help you to deal with this.
Thank you, Councillor Mokoena. Can I just make sure that I understand you correctly? What your proposal is, we continue now with the appointment of the selection panel, but then engage with the Minister for condonation.
In a nutshell, that's how I understood Councillor Mataye's inputs, that because of circumstances that we are dealing with and all the problems that we all know, we should try and seek that condonation for deviation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nikelo.
Speaker, sometimes but it is unfortunate that there are no devices. But I want to say, Honorable Speaker, the reason why we find ourselves in an intervention, it is because of the issue of the financial challenges that we are experiencing as a municipality. And we are also sitting here in a way discussing another fruitless and wasteful expenditure and disguising ourselves under the pretext of the law, which is correctly quoted. But at the same time, I'm saying what we need to make sure, Speaker, what Councillor Mungale is indicating, it's not necessarily about the process like what Councillor Logan has indicated on the issue of the appointment of the panels for these positions. But it is precisely on another issue in terms of the advertisement of the post, which is indicated on the Regulation 10. And what Councillor Papi has already also indicated to say, I'm sitting in front of me of the response from the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs on the letter requesting a waiver for the filling of senior management post, and which indicated your letter dated the 4th of May 2023 have reference. I have received your letter requesting that I consider granting an extension on recruitment of senior management for Mangaung Municipality. Yasazi isilungu andikwazi usifunda kakuhle, but I'll learn. Given the events that have occurred at Mangaung resulting in governance instability, I hereby grant approval for the extension. The approval is on conditions that you submit a revised timetable on filling of the post within the 7 days, given that this is one of the key deliverables from Section 1397 intervention. The Mangaung Council, through your office to submit regular update on the filling of the post to my office. And as a result of that, Speaker, I want to put to this House that indeed, as Councillor Matai has already indicated again, that we've heard what the councillors are raising, and we've noted all those things that they have raised. And also, it is our concern as this council that we need to stabilize issues within the Council of Mangaung. And by refusing to continue this thing and disguising under the pretext of the law, which of course the councillors are right, but in my own view, the law cannot be rigid in terms of addressing certain issues. So as a result of that, without necessarily repeating everything that councillors have indicated, Speaker, I think in a nutshell, we are in agreement with, in terms of dealing with these issues. It's just Councillor Mungale just wanted to be sophisticated and then at least prove in the council or to the community of Mangaung that at least he spoke in the council meeting against a certain issue. So as a result of that, Speaker, I would request that we close this matter, and based on the names that have been proposed, if there is no any other names, then we put this matter to rest and then get to the next item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, councillors. Can we then continue with voting on the matter? Councillor Pretorius.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are still waiting for explanation on the 6 to the 7. Nobody is saying anything around that.
Councillor Pretorius, if you look at the recommendation of, what is it, 6 March. Let me just find it. On the 6th of March, Council resolved, and I'm just going to read C now, approve re-advertisement of positions of senior managers accountable to the municipal manager in accordance with the Systems Act at the regulations for 7 HODs. So that was a council resolution. Councillor Lotriet.
Thank you, Speaker. It's quite simple. We weren't authorized to make that decision by then. Any such decision will have to be referred to the Minister of Kochta and to the Minister of Finance to sign it off. And it came back and said that we should consider 6. And that was the proposal. Now all we're saying is that the final approval lies with the ministers and the MMC. So, if you want to think that you had the authority that we as a council could take that decision, and you want to put it to vote, you can do it. We can't just support it. We won't support it. We'll have to abstain because it's going to come back to bite us, not just you, us all. Thank you.
Councillor van Deventer.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Maybe the NCR can assist us, because if I remember correctly, and you may recall it differently, as the Queen said, we all have different memories. But as I recall it, the NCR explained to us actually that it must be 6. So if she can maybe do a governance function and assist us.
Councillor Musala.
Thank you, Speaker. Clearly, this council has an amnesia
The Council sitting of the 7th of November 2022 adopted the macro structure, which consists of 7 heads of the department. So can somebody please check their minutes and check the Council resolution of the 7th of November 2022. 7 HODs were adopted by the Council. Thank you.
Mayor Malaza, could you perhaps assist us?
Thank you, Speaker, but I don't recall, so I'll have to go to my laptop to go and check if I can be given time. I have a lot of things that I must remember. Thank you.
Councillors, the council resolution that we took on the 7th of November 2022 with regards to the macrostructure states, council resolved A, note cost savings associated with the reviewed macro-organizational structure in accordance with the municipal staff regulations. B, endorse reconfiguration and redesign of the macro-organizational structure for Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality. And then C, approve reviewed macro-organizational structure with reduction of heads of departments from 9 into 7, aligned to the municipal councillors I've asked you. I don't want commentary. Aligned to the municipal staff regulations, come into effect 1 July 2022. Councillor Mongale, but this is really going to be the last time because our standing rules and orders actually say you can only speak once on an
Point of order, Speaker.
Councillors, I said I'm not going to do point of
correction. Point of Okay. Speaker, I think we must start to stick on the standing rules and orders of that regulates our meeting. Councillor, according to Rule 32 of the standing rules and orders, it says the councillor to speak once. Only once in one item. That is on the agenda. So Councillor Mongale still continue to repeat. Even the MMC of Corporate Services has long time answered that questions. So he don't want this council to move. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I agree with you, but also we need to get input, specifically if we are going to do something that will at the end of the day come back and maybe result in legal issues with decisions council has taken. So, Councillor Mongole, this is really going to be your last opportunity on this item. Councillors, I've made my ruling and my decision.
Speaker.
Not now going to start with point of orders and all those kind of things. We still have a long way to go. So I hope you've all packed your sleeping bags and your pillows and your pajamas, because we're going to sit here till tomorrow morning on the way you are now behaving.
But Speaker, you are starting to be partisan. You can't, you must chair the meeting, you must
Councillor
not participate.
Moroki, you are not
but
recognized.
You are participating,
You are not
Speaker.
recognized.
You are
Please stand
participating.
up.
You are not
Please stand up
recognized.
when you address the speaker.
Councillors, please. Councillor Mongole, I'm literally going to give you 1 minute.
No, it's fine, Speaker, even if I'm given 1 minute, even though others were allowed to speak also twice. The issue I'm saying is that my question has not been answered. I've seen the other one has been answered and something has been read to the record to the council. Can something also be read to the council that contradicts what I've said with regulations on appointment of senior manager, section 10? Can something be read to the record?
Councillor Mongole, we've already read that condemnation was already asked and given by the minister. In your documents, there's an Annexure B. Letter by Acting Executive Mayor requesting condonement for the appointment of senior managers and response from the minister responsible for local government. Then you get the letter and then you get the response giving condonement. Councillors, I'm now going to continue. And this is the last time I'm going to ask. I don't need commentary on everything that I say. We were busy with the HOD for corporate services. So the suggestion there for the expert in local human resource and systems, legal governance and ICT is Ms. C4. Then B, the Chief Financial Officer. The panel members, the chairperson stays the same as the city manager. 2 is the panel member, MMC, responsible for the portfolio. Then the third panel member is the expert in municipal fiscal management, budgeting and revenue enhancement. And the ANC suggested Mesa Singh. And then 4 is the observer from the NCR finance expert. Is there any other nominations or suggestions for the expert in municipal fiscal management, budgeting and revenue enhancement other than Mesa Singh? Then C, HOD engineering services. The chairperson is once again the city manager. The panel member, second panel member is the MMC responsible for the portfolio. The third panel member is the expert in local government, built environment and engineering with expertise, of experience in mega planning and budgeting. And for this third panel member, the ANC nominated Ntati Fredericks. And then 4, the observer is the NCR service delivery. Is there any other nominations or suggestions for the third panel member? Then D, D, HOD Planning, Economic and Rural Development and Human Settlements. The chairperson is once again the city manager. The second panel member is the MMC responsible for the portfolio. The third panel member is the expert in urban, regional planning and human settlements. And the ANC proposed Ms. Poswa. The fourth is the observer in CR service delivery. Is there any other nominations or suggestions for the third panel member? Then for the observer is the NCR service delivery. Is there any other suggestions for the third panel member? F is the HOD corporate planning, quality assurance, knowledge management. The first panel member is once again the chairperson, is the city manager. 2, the second panel member is the MMC responsible for the portfolio. The third panel member is an expert in municipal strategy development and quality assurance, audit risk and fraud management. And the suggestion here is Dr. Mukweku. And then the fourth is the observer from the NCR service delivery. Is there any other suggestions or nominations for the third panel member? Then G, HOD Public Safety and Security. The first panel member is once again the chairperson, which is the city manager. The second panel member is the MMC responsible for the portfolio. The third panel member is an expert in road traffic management, public safety and policing and law enforcement, which is retired General Moradira. And then the fourth is the observer, which is the NCR service delivery. Is there any other suggestions for the third panel member or nominations? Okay. Colleagues, that's then the recommendations. Can I please then get an indication?
Just before we vote, Speaker, just for my own sake.
Yes, Councillor McQueen.
Speaker, as a councillor who has got a duty to make informed decisions, can I take it that the panel members that have been added here without us receiving their CVs and knowing whether they are competent in terms of what has been indicated, that as you have said, the ANC has proposed that the ANC will provide and vouch that those people are compliant with what the legislative framework prescribes, that I might not tomorrow have to vouch for that. Because we don't have, we have names, Honorable Speaker, but we don't want to be contesting about names where there are no CVs in front of us around whether people comply with what is prescribed. So I'm just saying for purposes of records, we don't want people to say so-and-so has done whatever, but can they advance to you the CVs of those people for purposes of record so that we know we made the right decision?
Councillor Nikelo.
No, Speaker, without no doubt, we will comply with what Councillor Papi is suggesting. It is in the best interest of transparency and making sure that there is nothing to hide. Thank you very much.
But Councillor Nikelo, can you also then just confirm that the ANC caucus will vouch for these members?
Speaker, I think we wouldn't have proposed these names if we can't vouch for them. That is why I'm saying we are ready to comply with the request and will submit all the necessary documentation as requested. Thank you very much.
Is that in order with you like that, Councillor? Okay. Councillors, can we then vote? Those councillors in favour of the recommendations as have been read, with the suggested third panel members who are experts in those fields. Those in favour, please raise your hands. Those against the recommendations as it's been read out? And those abstaining from the vote? Councillors, the votes are then 46 in favour, 4 against and 26 abstaining. Councillor Sebolao.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Can we be excused as the EFF from this council? Thank you.
Okay, councillors, then we're on page 12, item 83.11. Staff establishment, organisational structure for public office bearers, POB, for Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality. I've once again got speakers from the ANC and the DA. Is there any other councillors that would like to address council on this item? Councillor van Deventer. Any other councillors? Councillor Mongole. Any other councillors? Okay, then the order will be Councillor Kruger, Councillor Lotriet, Councillor van Deventer, Councillor Mongole, and Councillor Moatley. Councillor Kruger.
Thank you, Speaker. It's not easy to present in the graveyard shift. I hope people are still listening. That was just on a lighter note to keep myself awake. Speaker, as per the municipal staff regulations, which came into effect on the 1st of July, it is important for us, especially as the governing party, to propose that we align ourselves with these regulations. You would remember, Speaker, we come from a history where we had political office, where 203 employees were previously employed. And as per the prototype by COCTA, National COCTA, we have to reduce to 70 in the political office. Now, when 203 people were employed, it costed the municipality 143,495,928 rand. Now we must reduce to 70, which will result in 50,254,096 rand. And this constitutes a saving of 93 million plus. Now, what is also important is that for all of us, for everyone who has employees within the political office, gone are the days of just appointing people. We will be subjected to interviews and advertisements. You must not be shocked when the advertisement is run. That is per the regulations, ma'am. And what we have seen also, Speaker, is that when we as the ruling party speaks about renewal, it is imperative that renewal is not a replacement of this phase with that phase. It's a renewal in thinking and the renewal in implementing, monitoring and evaluating. And it is imperative for us as the leading party to lead an example. So I'm saying, Speaker, hence we are saying now we are moving to 70 and I definitely support this, that we move forward and so that we can, and you must also take cognizance of the fact that all employees in the political office is subjected to the procedures that the people in the administration also goes through, which means your advertisement, recruitment and selection. So most definitely we have to support this. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lotriek.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, it is generally accepted that the POP structure had costed taxpayers millions of rands in the past. This bloated structure was, amongst others, used to run the ANC election, fetch dry cleaning, clean golf clubs, fetch skeeters at school and buy groceries, etc. We can't afford this luxury. The country and the state has got no money. We are already out of money, and Mr. Chief Whip, you've run out of the electorate. They're not going to vote for you. In any case. At the end of the day, you know, and let me stick to, I'll come to that at the end. I refer you to Annexure 3, page 4.7. We would like to propose the following amendments too. That B, we can support the additional 24 posts, that 30%, but, and that is where management comes in and discretion comes in, but we do not apply to the MEC because they have to approve it unless the Metro is working on a monthly surplus. Let's get to that gentleman's agreement. Let's write it down. We're not going to jump away and employ that 30%. Let's wait. Let's make a bit of money first. Okay? We as the DA would have done it exactly that way. Point C, there's the second point with reference to Annexure 3, page 4.7 is, and that's important, amend that political parties and office bearers have the prerogative to shortlist their staff candidates of choice, which then the city manager endorse. And I'm talking about the PA of the DA. There's 9 of them, which is a lot. I expect of the smaller party sitting here at the front to say, no, we're not going to take it. But for the rest, please, I think it's you wouldn't like that we appoint somebody to you, make a decision. So, you know, that person, that position, there's a very important position. It is it's a position of where you get some career development, etc. Within a realm. We've got Curies here, we've got a lot of people that came through the structure that way. But we would like to make the shortlist and say, listen, this is the person that we would like there. And I'm sure you would like the same. Okay, so that in a nutshell. All right, that's all that I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
I've already stated. Thank you.
Councillor, just switch off your mic, please. Councillor van Deventer.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Yes, looking at this document, and Councillor Mackay, gave me the word outrageous. When you look at these salaries, I wanted to say it's really ridiculous, but he said it's more than that, it's outrageous. If you, again, a senior officer, or let me start with a question. Is there anybody on this list who receives less than R1 million? It's a senior admin officer, more than R1 million. Head of office, 1.626. Office manager, 1.37. Just to put that in perspective, a member of parliament only gets 1.137 million. So officials in Mangaung will receive more than a member of parliament. So maybe we should not be officials, but rather be in the administration. And then, Councillor Lotrit, the Freedom Front Plus actually did say no thank you for the PA. We don't have one. We pay it from our own party funds. Then also just for Councillor Kruger, Councillor Creer, through you, Honourable Speaker. First of all, I just want to remind you of an Afrikaans saying, "Leë blikke maak die meeste geraas." But to get back to it, you said that only 70 political appointments. On the organogram, and that's what I want to know, where does this one fit in? The proposed deviations, and it is, again, because these pages are not numbered, not paginated, I refer you to Annex D, where it looks like this. And there is reference to political party support. 9 executive support officers, 9 secretaries, and then researchers. Somewhere else in the document it refers to 9 researchers, so 1 for every party. And I'm just not sure how that works. And then linked to that, there's MMC support, 1 manager, councillor support, 9 councillor support officers, 9 secretaries. Is this within the 70 appointments? And it says here, red, proposed, post-compliant to regulations, green, deviation. I must say this whole document, there's also an Afrikaans word for deurmekaar, because there's lists and lists and lists, and in the end, which one are the ones we're supposed to look at? And also the salaries, if you go through it, there is before 1994, and I think it goes on till 2039, or it feels like that. Really, when something comes to council, this type of report is really not acceptable. Furthermore, through you, Madam Speaker, there's a bit of gossip around that the acting executive mayor has already started making appointments, and I said it's gossip, I did not say it's true. I also saw the previous chief whip sitting, or council whip sitting there, but I think he went home. He's not used to these long marathon meetings anymore. So I'm just asking, has he been appointed somewhere? And then also through you, Madam Speaker, to the mayor. So I see somewhere in this deurmekaar documentations, there's reference to a special advisor at the salary of 650,000 rand. I will do it for free for you, sir. Don't worry. You don't need to pay anybody 650,000 rand to be a special advisor. And then, looking at all of this, 2 of the most important officers in this metro, MPAC and the IDP. And I know the IDP is not a political one, but those 2 offices are understaffed. It's unacceptable that MPAC cannot do its work because there's no staff, and that the IDP office is understaffed. That's basically the most important document in this metro. It guides the metro in everything, but we don't have staff there. And that for me is a huge problem. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mongale.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the problem with this submission is only the cost. The biggest problem is the cost. The other problem is the number with regard to deviation, where it's talking about extra 24 people. I think it should have been taken to committees for discussion so that we can be taken on board and so that we can understand why was there a need for a deviation from what the staff regulation was already dictating to us. Since all of us came from the same workshop there in the auditorium, I thought that we all came with an understanding that we understood what was raised there, because all the people that were not happy about what was raised, they challenged the presenters on that day to say, but we are not happy about the following. We are not happy that we are dictating to the mayor that the mayor must appoint the following people without understanding the circumstances of a particular municipality. But most of the people who were in that meeting, they raised issues up until they submitted that is something that they cannot change. Hence, we are saying if there is a deviation while we are under a mandatory financial recovery plan, what has been the submission of the national intervention to that effect? What was the advice? What was the advice of NCR, National Cabinet Rep? What was her advice to that effect? In this particular case, if there was no advice, it means there is a catastrophe here. But if there was an advice, and that advice was to the positive with regard to deviation, that would mean National Cabinet Rep is not here to come and help municipality to save or maybe to deal with the cost containment, but is here on a holiday, which is an opposite of what Mangaung provides. We are not providing a holiday for senior people who are earning a lot of money, who have been appointed highly or lowly recommended by the Minister of Finance. But be as it may be, it's unacceptable that such matters happen under their watch. But they were in a hurry to make an opinion on a political matter. But they are unable to make an opinion on a financial matter, the very reason why they are here. They can't even make an opinion on how many days does each official spend here in Mangaung. Maybe if they were spending 5 days in a week, they could have picked up that the salaries here are way out of line. A researcher is earning 1 million. A researcher is earning 1 million. A manager is earning 1 million. There is a confusion. It means there was no work study or evaluation, job evaluation was never done on these positions. It was just cut and paste. How are they doing it in Johannesburg? It's like this, and then you copy and you paste. And you are pasting different category municipalities. And this is something that they should have also checked. What category metro is Mangaung? So that they must be able to align these salaries in line with that. And also check what is the financial condition of Mangaung currently, not previously, currently, what is its financial condition? And I'm scared because I don't see any improvement on the finances of Mangaung, but I see a lot of mushrooming of costs, which is spiraling out of control. And it is a danger to this municipality. Municipal workers will end up not getting their salaries. Community will end up not getting their services if we allow these things to happen. If we indeed whip of the council, if indeed we love this community of Mangaung, I would plead with whoever submitted this item to withdraw it so that we can go and fine-tune it and bring it back, carrying the flag of cost containment. Because at the moment, it does not have cost containment in it. It is now starting to be extravagant. It's like people have given us a ticket to say, I'm giving you a blank check, you can eat as much as you can. And this is not what you should be at. Councillors, we might be taking this for granted. Most of you are what councillors? You are struggling in your wards, you are living with sewages. And you seem not to be getting assistance. These people are not going to help you to remove the sewage in your yard. They are not going to remove refuse in your area. These are people who are going to spend time in the offices. All I'm asking from all of us who are here, let's at least, when we bring an additional item that costs municipality money, it must be a ward-based budget, the one that will deal with refuse removal, that will deal with sewer removal, that will deal with closing leakages so that you should not pay Blue Water a lot of money. That is my humble plea. My humble plea, can we withdraw the item? I'm not grandstanding. I'm pleading with my comrades, or I'm pleading with my former comrades. May you please withdraw this item in the name of financial recovery plan, and also demonstrating your love for your people, so that at least they must get services and municipal workers must continue to get their salaries. Councillors, we might also not get our salaries. I also want to remind you,
Councillor
we might also not get our salaries.
Councillor Moatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The mayor, the whip, and all councillors. I've been listening to people who are saying they are not grandstanding or they love our communities, and it's so convenient in this month of June, where in 1976 we stood up to fight for this democracy that people are enjoying, where everyone now is in love with every member of the community regardless of their color or where they are, where 20,000 scholars went to the streets to fight for this democracy, and where 500 of them were killed by the apartheid police. And now, yes, if you are not sure, go and research. Now, at this time, the descendants of apartheid, the descendants of the colonialists who captured our country in 1652 have the right and the audacity to tell us about the community. When we are supposed to be voting for budget, every time, everything that we vote for, they say they don't agree. It's not surprising because that's why they are here. They are opposition. What they need to do is to listen to us. We make decisions.
Sorry. The standing rules and orders also says you must speak to the point. We are busy discussing the public office bearer's office, so I don't know. Can you please?
That's where I am getting, because we sat in committees, discuss these documents with people who are now saying we are going to waste money by employing 30% more, and our communities, these communities that they were not theirs then, now it's ours. We have this love for everyone. We even know how they feel about the services that are supposed to be provided. We have adopted the black child that we never liked or even recognized.
I don't even have the rule now, but relevance, relevance, relevance. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker.
Yeah.
Point of order,
Councillor,
Speaker.
no, sorry, just give me an opportunity. Yes, sorry, Councillor Moatley. The standing rules and orders clearly state you have to speak to the item. Nothing what you have said so far speaks to the item.
Point of order, Speaker.
So I'm going to give you 20 seconds leniency, but get to the item. Because if you're not going to speak to the item, because it says so in the standing rules and orders.
The item.
Speaker.
Councillor Kruger.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it is imperative for you, as the chair of this House, to be consistent, regardless. You boldly made a statement to say no points of orders. And then when your fellow colleague from the DA stands up without being recognized, then you listen to him. You even follow his advice and implement it against your own advice of saying no points of orders. I thank you.
Councillor Kruger, I've said from the beginning, before Councillor Vivier even jumped up, I said the councillor is out of line because she's not speaking to the point. And that's why I said, I'm not going to have a discussion with you about this. Councillor, please, either you get to the point or I'm going to ask you to sit down.
Thank you, Speaker, Mr. Speaker. What I'm trying to argue here is that the ANC is in government, and if we take a decision, it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we are on page 12. Item 83.11, staff establishment, organizational structure for public office bearers, POP for Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality. Recommendation A reads, approve reviewed staff establishment of public office bearers aligned to the municipal staff regulations come into effect from 1st July. And I think it must read came into effect from 1st July 2022. And employee-related cost savings employees due to the alignment to the municipal staff regulations. B reads, approve the additional 24 posts, 30%. That deviation will be sought from the MEC and consider and approve one of the proposed salary packages, SILGBC, or total cost to employer as remuneration packages for staff at public office bearer. C, approve that the acting city manager immediately facilitate the filling of the positions with support from response handling company to compile a long list, conduct reference, qualifications and personal credentials of applicants to reduce turnaround time of filling these positions. Then it was requested by Councillor Lord Street that public office bearers and political parties have the prerogative to shortlist these applications, but that was unfortunately not seconded. So the recommendations are A, B, C. Those in favour of the recommendations, please raise your hands as they are. And councillors, please, I don't want comments while we are voting. Those against the recommendations as they are? Those abstaining from the vote? Thank you, councillors. 45 councillors voted in favour of the recommendations. 23 councillors voted against and 2 councillors abstained. We are then now on page 13, item 83.12, filling of critical funded vacancies for staff below management. I once again received speakers from the ANC and the DA. Are there any other councillors that would like to speak on the matter? Councillor van Deventer, Councillor Mongale. Any other councillors? Forster. Okay, the order of speaking on item 83.12 will be Councillor Kruger, Councillor Lotriet, Councillor van Deventer, Councillor Mongale, Councillor Moatley, and Councillor Forster. Councillor Kruger, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this report presented here was indeed presented at Section 80 as well as MACO. So those compliance issues were dealt with. We are talking about the filling of critically funded vacancies. Now, currently in Mangaung, there's an uprise with regards to the amount we spend on acting, the amount we spend on overtime. But if you look at the amount of vacancies we have, those remarks must be mentioned in context. Because if you are understaffed, it simply means you will be forced also now to rely on overtime and so forth, because you would find in departments one person doing 3 to 4 people's jobs. And so it must just be contextualized before. You see, there's lots of things in council we must not use for political gain. There's certain things we can politicize, but there must be a balance in itself. Saying that as a precursor, Speaker, currently in Mangaung, there's 8,109 posts. 3,132 are filled, and there's a vacant. The vacant ones are 4,977. Now, Speaker, I am not suggesting that we fill all the 4,977. As you can read on the title of this document, we say only the filling of the critically funded vacancies. Now, if we don't fill them, it has an effect on service delivery. So it is imperative for us as council to ensure today that we pass this so that we can appoint, because currently Mangaung is limping because we are understaffed. You will see on page 7 of the document, it gives an idea of when we refer to the critically positions, that gives you an idea of which areas we are focusing on in terms of where those positions would be. And then also, Madam Speaker, this council took a resolution on the 19th of December 2022, and it stated the following, that the moratorium that we are referring to, the municipal, let me rephrase by saying, in terms of the recommendation, in taking note of the report of the high vacancy rate in the municipality and rescinds its decision, the council resolution of the 19th of December 2022. By then we said no vacancies be advertised until the organogram has been finalized for the approval by the city manager. Now, Madam Speaker, technically, that was an overreach of council, as by law, we could not have taken such a resolution technically. That's why the document reads to rescind, meaning to rectify the resolution technically we took on the 19th of December 2022. Now, it is clear to say the municipal manager has powers assigned to him or her in the Municipal Systems Act and the MSF legislation regarding the filling of vacancies for staff establishment below management. So, being said that, saying that, Speaker, fully support this report, and I trust that my friends from the opposition benches will equally support, as it is a matter of must. If we want the municipality to function optimally, indeed, we must give them the required staff that the municipality requires. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lotriet.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Let's try to stay factual. And the first is, what is a fact, and everybody spoke about it, is the salary scales of some of these posts. We simply can't afford it. I'm putting it to you, we can't afford it. It is not market related. The other issue that we have with regards to the microstructure, I'm putting it to you that this is where we lost the business, is in the microstructure. Our inability to manage our staff complement and to build and grow our staff complement costed us this municipality. It's one of the crucial major reasons. This is where money, and we discussed it in the Section 80 committee, this is where the easiest way to take money from is the HR department or the training department or whatever, to take it away from HR in favor of anything else. Now the whole structure, this is fantastic work, this is good work, it's fundamentally nice, but the problem is one should have a simple Excel spreadsheet where you can plan your employee component that you can manage. Our problem is we can't manage this. Before we wipe the dust from our eyes, we've grown out of proportion, we are unproductive, we put people in jobs that doesn't belong there, cadres are deployed, and I'm telling you now, that's our main concern. We know we've got to employ more people at this point in time, we need them. But if we're going to make the same mistakes as what we did, we're going to get the same result as what we have now. So, we in principle, I'm telling you, our biggest worry is that there's no control over this. And we don't want to be told, don't poke your nose into the day-to-day management of the HR department. We, all as politicians, should know on a day-to-day basis, on a month-to-month basis, how much do we spend on our component, what is our personnel turnover, what is our sick leave, how many people went on course and stuff like that. This is stuff that if you want to do proper oversight, we should know about. This is not something you do under the blanket. So I plead, we want to support you in this regard, but I'm afraid if you don't self-correct, we're doomed.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor van Deventer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to go to facts like Councillor Lotriet, but I must start with a bit of politics. Understaff. Who's been governing this municipality since 1996? If you want to blame somebody for us being understaffed, blame the ANC. On the previous item, the ANC councillor very arrogantly ended off by saying the ANC takes decisions. Yes, you take the decisions, and that's why we are in the position we are. Facts, page 4. It refers to the vacancies in waste and fleet, or waste and fleet management, 498. Technical services, 1,242. I can guarantee you now, we can replace them all. It won't make a huge difference to service delivery, because if people don't have vehicles to actually do the work, if people don't have tools to actually do the work, you can appoint as many people as you like, the work will still not be done. Service delivery will still be a big problem. How do you fix a pothole without, what's a tar? What's it in Engels? Whatever. How do you waste management if you don't have vehicles? Then on page 5, again there is a little column at the bottom referring to overtime. Again, overtime, our major problem. Appointing more and more people. Yes, what will happen is we will now be paying people, not just overtime, but for sitting around because they don't have vehicles, they don't have tools, they can't do the job, so we will appoint them and they will sit because they can't do their job. Also referring to overtime, through you, Madam Speaker, are the acting executive mayor using this overtime on Saturdays by campaigning in the wards where there will be by-elections in his so-called clean-up campaign? Then, and this, I think every councillor should really take offence. On page 6.36, and I really do not like the wording of this and the tone. It says, council in its own wisdom. I find that sarcastic and disrespectful. I really don't think any HOD, whether you're acting or whatever, can put something like that in a report. It's unacceptable. And linked to that, council in its own wisdom referring to the organogram. We still need an organogram. Every single business needs one. How can we still use a micro-organizational structure from 2014? It just doesn't make sense. And then I want to go to the recommendations itself. Recommendation A should stop at finalised for approval by the city manager, full stop. The rest of that sentence, or that recommendation, is totally unnecessary, and again it is disrespectful to council. You don't need to include that in a recommendation where we want to move to appointment of more people. And then also B should start with approves that. In other words, it is recommended that council approves that the acting city manager commence with filling blah, 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 the rest there. But as it stands there, it is really unacceptable. And I think all councillors should take note of this type of reference to our decision making and what we did. And just to remind the ANC, as you said, you take the decisions. So the HOD are actually criticising your decisions. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Councillor Mongale.
I was reluctant to stand up, Speaker, because I'm going to touch subject of my history. Because you talk about municipal workers, I was once a municipal worker here. But there is a challenge in this municipality, and the elephant in the room is how we appoint the municipal workers. The criteria that is used to recruit municipal workers. Because you'll find that in some departments, when you get there, you get municipal workers who are more powerful than the manager because they come from branches of the ANC. And managers are afraid of them. And when there are meetings of ANC during working hours, they leave work, they go to those meetings. And such matters, acting executive mayor, are your challenges on how do you force them to come to work. And then we also have committed municipal workers who work very hard, who sometimes even lose out on promotions because they are reserved for certain functions, so they can't be promoted because once promoted, there will be no one who will be able to perform that particular function. So they are being abused in the process. Now, I thought when these positions are being brought forward, the issue of filling of this position, I thought there will be an HR assessment or HR, they call it an analysis that the HR does where they check what is the need of the job, how many people are you going to need, how many fleet you're going to need, or any resource that you're going to need. But here we are not being provided with any assessment that was performed to say municipality needs the following number of people. Or we are only relying that a municipality of the same size like ourselves, like Buffalo City, they have the following staff. Now we need to appoint the same staff without checking our circumstances. And our circumstances with the people of Buffalo City are very different. They are at a sea level, and there are so many challenges on that side that are also have to be responded to according to circumstances that are prevailing at that place. Here we are in the inner city, and we are also enjoined by N1 and other national roads, which is other challenges that we might be faced with. But all I'm saying is that there should have been an HR assessment that will be able to say, in the Department of Mechanical Service, we'll have so many people that we need at that particular section. We need the following vehicles, and then we'll need also the following resources. The reality is that we need to have certain functions that will be able to be taken over by mechanical service in terms of repairing our fleet. As we have seen that we are struggling in terms of the turnaround of fixing of our fleet. But if those assessments have not been done, we are not in a good position to be able to know how many people do we need. Yes, I know overtime is not right, and we have been complaining about it as councillors. Yes, we are complaining about it because if municipal workers work overtime for longer than 3 months, it threatens their lives because that person will not get enough rest. It is a health hazard to that particular person. Unless the person has been paid for not working, that person will not die. But the one who have been working, I can tell you, fatigue will lead to a horrible disaster. In institutions like St. Lake, people will die of electricity. In institutions where they are drivers, they will make accidents because of fatigue. It happens even with other institutions where the public transport is not being properly monitored. But I'm saying we need to check all these things. We should have some kind of maybe a strategic workshop where we can no more sit here and say, this one is a particular political party, this one is a particular political party, but we make a contribution on what kind of municipality do we want? What kind of metro do we want? What will be the model that will work for us, that will be able to help us to get to where we want to go? But at the moment, it's like we are dealing with the issue of cut and paste, which is not helping us, Speaker. And it's a crisis. I'm standing here, I'm also contradicted. I can't remember.
30 seconds, Councillor.
Okay. I was saying, I was raising my last point. I was saying, I'm standing here contradicted because I can't remember when last did we adopt the microstructure. The macro, I know it has been brought several times here, but the micro, I can't remember us sitting here and adopting it. So I'm raising that issue to say you should also look into the matter because we might also be committing another error here. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes. Councillor Moatley. Yes, Councillor Matai.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The argument raised by the three latter speakers is fundamentally flawed.
Sorry, Councillor Matai, before I lie, do you want to speak on this item now?
Yes.
Okay, but then it's first Councillor Moatley, Councillor Forster, and then I will give to you.
I withdraw, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Forster.
Honourable Speaker, I just want to second Councillor Snyman van Devender's proposal of the amendment of the recommendations. Thank you.
What was the amendment?
On the document, it says it.
Councillor Matai.
Thank you, Speaker. With due respect, all what I'm saying is that the argument raised by the three latter speakers is fundamentally flawed. We are presenting this item only to lift the moratorium. Amongst the many observations of the Auditor General was that we are unable to do our work because of a high vacancy rate. We do not have to do an assessment of that vacancy rate because we know that within our present staff establishment, there's a host of posts budgeted for. Work study was done on those posts, but there was obviously some reluctance on our part to appoint qualified people on those positions. So I'm saying we are proposing that we should not debate this matter further. Let us not be pessimists, because it is the ANC that is raising a motivation to lift the moratorium. We are bound to find pitfalls. Whether we appoint people, Councillor, or we buy our yellow fleet, it is neither here nor there. If you buy yellow fleet, you'll still need the human resource to man that yellow fleet. If you employ people, you'll still need to complement what you have with the yellow fleet. It will also assist us to at least lessen the burden on overtimes. But obviously, we will do all what is necessary to appoint qualified people. Unlike in the Tshwane-run Metropolitan Municipality, where Pravin Govenda, the head of Tshwane Emergency Services, was appointed having misrepresented qualifications. Marietta Okamp, the chief of staff in the city manager's office, was appointed having misrepresented qualifications. The head of security service, Stephanie Andrian, was irregularly appointed without qualifications. So we will not go that route. That's a bad route. We have set a bad example. We will do what is right for the sake of the citizens and the electorate of our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, we are on page 13, item 83.12, filling of critical funded vacancies for staff below management. What I've noticed is that the recommendations differ. So the recommendations on the agenda and the recommendations in the documentation in the report differ. So I'm not sure with which recommendations must we now work. Okay, thank you, councillors. We will be working from the recommendations that's in the report because that's the recommendations that's been signed off. I'm going to start first with, it says here, it is recommended that council A, takes note of the report of high vacancy rate in the municipality and rescinds its decision, Council Resolution 196/19/12/2022, that no vacancies be advertised until the organogram has been finalised for approval by the city manager. And then this assertion was authority overreach, since authority resides within the municipal manager for staff establishment and filling of positions of staff below management. Then B, that the acting city manager must commence with filling of critical funded positions impacting on service delivery pending the final review of the staff establishment for staff below management. Then it was recommended that we change recommendation A to only read, takes note of the report of high vacancy rate in the municipality and rescinds its decision, Council Resolution 196/19/12/2022, that no vacancies be advertised until the organogram has been finalised for approval by the city manager. End. And then B, that council approves that the acting city manager must commence with filling of critical funded positions impacting on service delivery pending the final review of the staff establishment for staff below management. I'm first going to put it to a vote. The second option, with the changes in the recommendations to only read, as I've read now, that recommendation A stops after the city manager, and then B, it's added that council approves. So those in favour of the recommendations with the changes, please raise your hands. Councillors, did you understand what I was now trying to explain to you? Councillors, please listen, because it was recommended that the recommendations be changed to read as follows. Recommendation A takes note of the report of high vacancy rate in the municipality and rescinds its decision, Council Resolution 196/19/12/2022, that no vacancies be advertised until the organogram has been finalised for approval by the city manager. So that's how that will read. And then B, that council approves that the acting city manager must commence with filling of critical funded positions impacting on service delivery pending the final review of the staff establishment for staff below management. So that was seconded. So the recommendation stays the same, except for it just ends after the sentence city manager. The rest of the sentence falls away. And it just says that council approves that the acting city manager. So those in favour of the amended recommendations as I've just read them, please raise your hands. Those against the amendment of the recommendations as I've just read them, raise your hands. Those in favour of amending the recommendations are 24, those against are 45. Then on to the second point, the recommendations will read, it is recommended that Council A takes note of the report of high vacancy rates in the municipality and rescinds its decision, Council Resolution 196/19/12/2022, that no vacancies be advertised until the organogram has been finalised for approval by the City Manager. This decision was authority overreach, since authority resides with the Municipal Manager for staff establishment and filling of positions of staff below management. And then B will read that the acting City Manager must commence with filling of critical funded positions impacting on service delivery pending the final review of the staff establishment for staff below management. Those in favour of the recommendations, as I've just read them now, please raise your hands. Those against? Yeah. Those abstaining? So it's 23. Okay, thank you, councillors. Those in favour of the recommendations are 45, those against are 23, and then one councillor abstained.
Madam Speaker, I just went outside now. Senlek was here the whole day, having meetings and all that. But you must see how it looks outside. It's dark, dark, dark here. And there were the cars, and there was the car stand. One must look after the people's cars. That security already knocked off. It's very, very dark. You know, 3 months they rob us outside here. So please, they must sort out those things. There's no lights work. If it looks like this at Glass Palace, now you must imagine how it looks in Mangaung. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Councillors, we are on page 13 and 14. We've combined items 83.13 and 14. This is the temporary relocation of phase 4. Councillors, Councillor Nikelo, please. Councillor Forster.
Honourable Speaker, I just want to declare a declaration of interest in this matter. May I be excused from this item from the chambers?
That's fine. Thank you, Councillor Forster. Colleagues, item 83.13, temporary relocation of phase 4 Commonage Bloemfontein to RE 109 and 175 Lakeview Municipal Plots, Bloemfontein. And then item 83.14, temporary relocation of JB Mafolo Commonage, Bloemfontein to Martindale, Bloemfontein. I once again received speakers from the DA and the ANC. Is there any other party that would like to? Councillor de Kok. Councillor Mongole. Any other councillors? Okay, the speaking order on the combined items will then be Councillor Panitwala, Councillor Zweli Twala, Councillor Councillor de Kok, Councillor Mongole, and then Councillor Supi. So, Councillor Panitwala, you can.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Let me thank you for the opportunity to address this August House on the occasion of our special council meeting to provide input and context on specific items. Madam Speaker, allow me to deal with items 83.13 and 83.14 jointly, as the two items deal with the same subject matter of relocation of common ages, although it's for relocation to different areas within Mangaung. The municipality is experiencing a general challenge of agricultural livestock that is kept in close proximity to residential areas. And in extreme cases, some of the livestock is kept within residential areas. While the municipal bylaws are very clear in terms of parameters for keeping of animals in our jurisdiction, the municipality has a socio-economic obligation to contribute towards efforts of addressing the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality within our municipality. Madam Speaker and Honourable Councillors, as part of a drive to protect livelihoods and advance agrarian transformation, small-scale farming provides an important entry platform of our community members to the agricultural industry and in particular to livestock farming. Access to appropriate and adequate grazing land is one of the key barriers to entry for most emerging or small-scale farmers, and to a large extent determines the probability of success in the agricultural sector. As it stands, the municipality has not zoned enough land for usage as commonages or agricultural land. Hence, we find many animals roaming the streets of our residential areas. A special plea is made to our planning department to look at zoning more land for agricultural purposes so that the Rural Development Unit can be empowered to remove livestock in residential areas. Without correctly zoned agricultural land that is of adequate size, the challenge of animals in our residential areas will increase. Honourable Councillors, provision of commonages is a short-term solution to a growing problem. The municipality must, as a matter of urgency, conduct agricultural land audit to assess availability of larger-sized land that is appropriate for both livestock and crop farming. Farming has the potential to create more jobs as it is still a labor-intensive sector, despite the growing use of digital technologies. As a municipality, we must have a deliberate program of agricultural land release that will contribute to fast-tracking the expansion of our agricultural sector. It is for this reason that I implore on our urban planning and land and property management units of the municipality, together with rural development, to urgently look into this matter. I therefore support the approval of this item as it will greatly assist in our efforts to remove animals next to and within residential areas. More importantly, the approval of the item will assist in supporting emerging and small-scale farmers to have access and entry to appropriately zoned land to conduct their business enterprises. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zweli Twala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the DA, we are not going to dwell much more on this subject because we are abstaining anyway.
Let me give the reason as to why. Let me give the reason as to why are we abstaining. The Section 80 Committee of Rural Development hasn't sit ever since the start of this council. It only sits on February. And the reason for the committee to sit it was because of the court order. Hence, we don't support that. Through you, Madam Speaker, my message to my chair here is we've got a very serious problem in Tabanso, whereby livestock are moving, animals are moving around, they are going into our yard, eating our spinach. You know, we've got a problem. Let them do a pound in Tabanso. And then my other message is for our executive mayor. Unfortunately, she's not here at the moment. People in Zone 1, they are living in a bad situation. They are living in a sewage in their houses.
Councillors.
Please protect me, Speaker. They are living in the sewage in their houses. They have stolen a sewage pump station. I've seen that it's moving around cleaning the towns. If we can just move around.
Councillors, I'm going to ask you to leave the council chambers.
If maybe the mayor can move around there and check how the people are living in that area, I will appreciate that. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Councillor de Kok.
Thank you, Speaker. The Freedom Front Plus takes note of the reports due to the fact that the Metro is compelled by court order and that the current situation poses a serious traffic, health and hygiene risk to the members of the community. Council has no other option than to approve the temporary relocation. The Freedom Front Plus are, however, concerned about the following. The report submitted by the Acting HOD of Economic and Rural Development does not disclose all the information and facts. The annexes to the report only consist of the content of court application and 2 photographs of the proposed land for relocation. The main application whereupon the court order dated 28 April 2022 was granted should also have formed part of this report. If the main application formed part of the report, Council could have established when the Metro became aware of the situation the first time. The report also only indicates that the proposed land for the relocation will potentially accommodate the relocated livestock and does not contain any information if the proposed land is suitable for the relocation and that the current situation will not be repeated on the proposed land. How can Council fulfill its oversight function if you are presented with incomplete reports? As it may be, the Metro should have complied with the court order by 28 June 2022. According to the contempt application, no official responded to any correspondence after the court order was granted, resulting in the application to bring a second application, being the contempt of court application during September 22. How can it be that this Metro almost takes an entire year to comply with an order of court and only now want to comply with the order after a contempt of court application was brought? Honourable Speaker, this disregard of the Metro towards our justice system is unacceptable to the Freedom Front Plus. These reports are clear indication that the Department of Economic and Rural Development are not doing their work. This is supported by paragraph 5 of the report on item 15, stating that the proposed land will potentially accommodate the relocated livestock. The average carrying capacity for small livestock are 7 livestock per hectare. This means that the 20 hectares of proposed land will only be able to carry 140 small livestock. This is not good governance by the administration of this Metro, and the Freedom Front Plus warns this Council, Executive and Administration that we cannot afford an administration that cannot or are unable to fulfill their duties while they are being paid salaries to do so. We concur that relocation should proceed, But the Freedom Front Plus therefore requests an investigation into this matter to establish who is responsible for this non-compliance and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Councillor Mongale.
Speaker, I think my colleague from Freedom Front have raised critical issues that I'm compelled to second on the investigation part in trying to check what happened. But I also need to support my colleague MMC for rural development to say we need to take this matter further of relocation of those people that are found within the community, within the settlement area. But we need to have a policy. I would appreciate if we can have additional resolution that will give this council at least a year, that within a period of a year we must have a resolution, we must have a policy on commonage, because we seem to be struggling in terms of dealing with all these animals that are being kept within the community. And they are not only a health hazard to us, they are also a hazard to themselves. They end up being hit by cars and they die. SPCA makes a big case about it, not knowing that the real problem is there's no policy on commonage, on how are we going to deal with it. You start from Mangaung, you go to Metropolitan, the same problem is there. You go to Tabanchu, it's the same problem. And we have trust in Tabanchu. That can also be used effectively if the budget for rural development can be used properly. We also have a vast land between Diversdorp and Botshabelo from the end section, where we can also identify an area there where we can turn it into some kind of a trust or a commonage. But we need a policy. It should not be my opinion. It should be a policy of the council. That will be a living document that guides us that when people are here, how do we remove people in that particular area? We should not be compelled by court to act. We should not be a crisis management institution. We must have a policy that will bar people from having animals within the area where people are living. All of us, we know somewhere along our way, it's either you have hit a dog or you nearly hit a dog crossing the street, which are horrible sins. And
Sorry, Councillor. Councillor Moatle, I'm not going to speak to you again.
Yeah, Speaker, I'm raising these issues. I'm trying to get support from the councillors because we don't want to find a situation whereby we lose even one of our councillors because he's trying to avoid hitting a dog and end up dying, because these are real stories. And the only way to do away with such things, we must, beside the bylaw, we must have a policy that helps us to remove all these stray animals out of the community and they are able to be placed where they belong, which is at the commonages. And maybe that policy will also help us to control even animals like dog and cats that the owners must be able to take ownership about their location and their safekeeping, so that we should not have this funny thing of seeing bloods on the tar roads of animals. I know in the township that animal will never be removed up until the cars finish it by driving all over it, up until it gets finished. There's no more evidence of an animal that was there. And our children think it's normal, and it's not normal. It's not normal. Once an animal has been hit, it must be removed. The place must be cleaned, and then chemicals must be applied. I don't know the right terminology for it. And then from that, we can be able to say the place is safe. Even if a child's foot falls down and he picks it up, we know that there is no danger of a possible bacteria. I'm speaking passionately about this. I don't speak because I like speaking, but I want us to have a policy on commonage, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Soupy.
No, thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking on item 83.14 and 83.3. As ANC, Madam Speaker, we seconded and approved on the following basis. We need to strategize and assist our local farmers in reaching their goals. The ANC in 2021 launched a manifesto, building better communities together, and together we'll turn local government around, councillors. The ANC has distributed 8.3 million hectares of land over the last 25 years to beneficiaries and provided agricultural support and assisted small business and cooperatives. Linked to that, Madam Speaker, rural areas to urban markets and non-farm sectors, including making land available for cooperatives and communal land. The continuous growth of the agriculture sector has ensured a positive contribution to food availability, employment, and economic growth. The ANC remains resolute in its commitment to ensure equitable access to land, to reverse the apartheid spatial planning, and increase participation of historical disadvantaged communities in agriculture and other land-based industries. The acceleration of farmer support production units are a cultural stepping stone to the revitalization of the rural economy as they provide necessary farming and implements mechanism in rural areas. Madam Speaker, ANC councillors, we welcome the adoption of the National Assembly of the expropriation of bill of land provide for expropriation without compensation, as resolved at the 54th Conference of the ANC. The ANC support the move taken by the NCOP to encourage public participation to finalize the important legislation in 2023. I recommend relocation as per report be approved. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, if we now look at the recommendations on 13 and 14, I'm going to read them combined because they are the same, basically. But before I do that, it was suggested that we add a recommendation on 83.13, it will be recommendation D, and then on 83.14, it will be recommendation E. And please correct me if I dotted it down incorrectly. An investigation into the circumstances that led to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Is that correct? Okay. Can we then first just vote on if we will be adding this recommendation to the two reports? So those in favour of us adding that recommendation
Before Speaker, sorry.
Yes, Councillor Nkelo.
I was saying we should also consider what Councillor Mongale was saying around the issue of the policy, the strengthening of the policy and the bylaws.
Okay, but then somebody needed to second that.
Oh, I second it.
But you cannot second it now. Okay, councillors. Okay, with regards to the addition of the recommendation for an investigation into the circumstances that led to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, those in favour of us adding that recommendation to both items, please raise your hands. Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. I'm then going to read the recommendations together. it is recommended that Council approve the temporary relocation of Phase 4 Commonage in Bloemfontein to RE 109, Badenstraat plots 175 Orange Straat, Lakeview, Bloemfontein, consisting of approximately 11 owners with a total of 182 small livestock at no cost to the municipality, and it's recommended that Council approve temporary relocation of JB Maforo Commonage in Bloemfontein to Marindale plots 8, 107, 162, 168, 169, consisting of approximately 48 owners with a total of 1,429 small livestock at no cost to the municipality. Then it further reads that all livestock be relocated to Lakeview, and SPCA determine if any livestock is not suffering from contagious disease or may prove dangerous to human life. Then further, that any livestock found to be contagious disease or prove dangerous to human life be impounded by the SPCA and dealt with in accordance with the provisions of the Keeping of Animals, Poultry and Bees bylaw as promulgated by Local Government Notice number 35 of 24 June 2016, and the Animal Disease Act, Act number 35 of 1984, and then also that the identified municipal small holdings be utilised for the livestock farming and commonage purpose only, and then lastly, an investigation into the circumstances that led to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Those in favour of the recommendations as I've Okay. Sorry. With regards to the resolution that read that all livestock be relocated to Lakeview and Martindale, and the SPCA determine if any livestock is not suffering from contagious disease or may prove dangerous to human life. Anybody in favour of the recommendations as I've now read them, please raise your hands. Okay. Thank you, councillors. It's then unanimous. Councillors, we're on page 14, item 83.15, acceptance of donation 5 farms for commonage purposes to Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality. I've got speakers from the ANC and from the DA. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on item 83.15? I've got the ANC and DA. Yeah. Any other councillors that want to speak on this item?
Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Chwala.
Yes, just a point of correction, Speaker. I do represent the African Transformation Movement.
Apologies, Councillor. I've got speakers from the ATM, the ANC and the DA. Anybody else? Councillor Mongole. Okay. The order of speakers will then be Councillor Pani Chwala, Councillor Dave McKay, Councillor Supi and Councillor Mongole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Councillors, Section 154, subsection 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa states that the national government and provincial governments, by legislative and other measures, must support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs, to exercise their powers and to perform their functions. Furthermore, the District Development Model, popularly known as One Plan or DDM, was approved by Cabinet on the 20th of August 2019 as an intergovernmental mechanism and platform for joint planning and implementation of programs by the three spheres of government. The donation of 5 farms to our municipality by the National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development is a true example of implementing Section 154, subsection 1 of the Constitution, and a practical and exemplary step of implementation of the DDM principles of intergovernmental planning. The developmental support and intervention by the National Department will go a long way in assisting the municipality to provide the much needed support to emerging and small-scale farmers. Access to adequate and appropriate land for farming is one of the primary needs and requirements for successful livestock farming. We are indeed encouraged and thankful to this gesture and partnership from the National Department. Whilst the access to land is key, a targeted program of support is important in ensuring that the land is used correctly and that the small-scale and emerging farmers are equipped with the necessary operational infrastructure and skills interventions to ensure their viability and sustainability into the future. The partnership with both national and provincial departments is key in ensuring we unlock and provide ongoing support to the farmers so that they expand their operations and extend their sustainability. Honorable Councillors, it is therefore important moving forward and in line with the Council-approved Rural Development Plan that the municipality must programmatically support the sustainability of our small-scale and emerging farmers by, amongst others, undertaking the following: identifying potential land, including land with high agricultural potential that can contribute to peri-urban land reform, acquiring or rezoning agricultural land with good potential and access to resources to be transformed into an active farming community, assisting qualifying beneficiaries with skills, infrastructure, and other agricultural support, providing training to all land reform beneficiaries in respect of business and farming skills, and also identifying and assisting with tenure enhancement in all supporting settlement areas. Honorable Councillors, this is a good foundation of our intergovernmental partnership and it must be sustained. This is indeed a progressive and developmental collaboration of government spheres working together and jointly to deliver services to our community. I therefore support the approval of this item as it will greatly assist in our efforts to remove animals next to and within residential areas and support emerging and small-scale farmers. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a process that started with the previous HOD in 2018 from getting the social, to keep the social cohesion of cattle together, moving into farms in a larger scale area. A lot of these commonages throughout the towns are of such a size that there are more than 100 head of cattle or more. It is of vital importance that those cattle get moved together to stop, to create the least tension between the cattle as well as between the people that will be taking over on the farms. We welcome the donation from province of the 5 farms handed over to the municipality, and I trust and hope that the Brandkop 702, because there's no mention of which areas will be given, but I trust and hope that the Brandkop 702 opposite Laurie Park Commonage is one of these that will be considered for the 5 farms that I handed over. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Soupy.
Madam Speaker, let me welcome the report as presented by the MMC, Councillor Twala. As ANC, we supported the report, and in doing so, there's no further deliberation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mongale.
I will sound like a scratch CD again. All I'm asking is that there should be a policy on this matter. I'm asking acting whip of the council to second me on this matter.
Councillor Nakelo.
Speaker, I don't want to sound like a scratch CD. I second it.
Councillor Mongole, can I just make sure you are requesting a policy on commonages? Okay. Councillors, okay, we're on page 14, item 83.15, acceptance of donation, 5 farms for community purposes to Mangaung Metropolitan Municipality. Before I read the other recommendations, it was asked and seconded that we add a 6th recommendation, a policy on commonages. All councillors in favour of us getting a policy on commonages, please raise your hands. Okay, thank you, councillors. Then the recommendations will read, recommendation 1, that council accept the donation of 5 farms for commonage purposes to the Mangaung Metro Municipality. 2, appoint a conveyancer who will represent the municipality and be responsible for the transfer registration process. The details of the appointed conveyancer must be forwarded to the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. 3, forward a council resolution with an ID copy of the delegated official who will represent the municipality to sign any document. 4, on request, the municipality will be responsible to declare the values of the properties by issuing valuation certificates. And 5, to issue clearance certificates on request valid for 6 months. And then 6, policy on commonages. How do you now say that? A policy on commonages. A policy on commonages be created or be developed. Everybody in favour for the 6 recommendations as I've read them now, please raise your hands. Yeah, I just wanted to make a... I got 64. Yeah, 64. Yeah. Okay, councillors, those against and those abstaining from the item. Okay, thank you, councillors. We have 64 councillors that voted for the item. We have 0 councillors voting against the item, and we have 4 councillors abstaining from the item. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, may I maybe just ask, before we commence with item 84 on page 15, if we can just quickly have a 10-minute comfort break.
Sorry, Speaker. Can on that 10 minutes comfort break, can we be afforded a 45 minutes caucus? I'm joking, Speaker.
Councillors, can I please just ask that you be back by 8 o'clock? Please, councillors. Councillors, please. I need you to take your seats so that we can see if we even have a quorum anymore. Councillors, we don't have a quorum at this stage. Are there any more councillors outside? Okay, councillors, please take your seats. Councillors, it's now 4 minutes past 8. We've now been in council for 10 hours. Whose phone? I want to make the following proposal to council. That we adjourn council and that we, postpone council to next week, Wednesday, to finalise the other remaining items, which is item 84, the report from the National Cabinet Representative, and then the reports from the Speaker, 85.1, and then the in-committee reports, 88.1. So for those 3 items, like I'm saying, it's been a long day. We've been here for 10 hours now. Some of our colleagues here still have to travel far. They have to travel to the vet store, Wepener, Botshabelo, to Barnshoe, those areas, and we all know about the dangers, especially on the N8. And I just think, especially with regards to the 3 items that's still remaining, and especially the report from the Cabinet Rep, half of the councillors aren't here anymore. I feel this is a very important report that we cannot just rush through. So I think it will just be proper for us, and to do justice, councillors, please, to do justice to the reports that are still remaining, if we just postpone this till Wednesday, the remaining reports. Just
I'd
wait.
like to second
Just
you.
Councillor Nikelo.
Yeah, Madam Speaker. I think in the best interest of making justice to the remainder of the report, of the reports, including the most important one, not that others are not important, but the most important one, which is the report from the NCR, which needs us fresh and very active in our minds. I would like to support the proposal that you have indicated, that we adjourn the council meeting and then the continuation of the council meeting be on Wednesday as we discuss these issues. So, yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nikelo. And then I think we have a seconder, Councillor Ganoga also. Councillors, but before you pack up and before we adjourn, I'm just going to give to the Executive Mayor. He just wants to respond to a few questions and remarks on the items. Thank you, Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Fellow councillors, officials that are in here. Madam Speaker, let me start by saying I've traveled the world in my life. And when I was in America, I came across shrewd racism, very shrewd, something that we have in this country. And I went to the Middle East and I found religious conflicts, something that we also do have in this country. When I went to the Belgian countries, I found some people living in Volksstaat arrangement, something that we also have in this country. You go to Asia, you go to Latin America, you go to Africa, Madam Speaker, you come across hunger, starvation, and malnutrition, the things that we have in this country. We all have those things. Now, interesting enough, Madam Speaker, when we met as South Africans, black and white, breaking the impasse of creating a country that we are living in today, we never had any help of any country anywhere from the world. No America, no European Union, not even United Nations, nor any other international body that could help us to resolve what we resolved as South Africans. Interesting enough, the problems that I'm making reference to, Madam Speaker, are problems that could be picked up in each single country. But as South Africans, black and white, we're able to sit down, come to a constitution that is running us today, and working together. I am, however, not intimidated, Madam Speaker, by the kind of contradiction that I've been listening to all day long. Contradictions are a source of development, without which we cannot move forward. I would request, therefore, Madam Speaker, that the next life we deal with issues of contradictions, the element of positivity must creep in. And we should move away from being petty, especially when we are dealing with issues that affect communities. Let me start by saying, Madam Speaker, I go around. There was an issue that was raised that it is purported that I meet with people. I'm still going to meet with many more. It is my task to meet with different kinds of people from different walks of life. And some of those that I'm going to be meeting will be referred by you to me. And others that I'll be meeting, it will be those with the purse to invest in this country. But I'll also meet with the poorest of the poor. It is part of what I was elected for, and that must be understood. So I'm not a subject of rumors. And I'm not going to accede to that, Madam Speaker. The second point that I want to respond to, Madam Speaker, is that when people are doing their other respective duties, wherever they are, I work with people in this building. And one of those that I work with are the deployees from different departments at the national level. I wish I could invite people to come and sit with me when I'm with them in our hard work of trying to shape this municipality. They are named and shamed. They are really named and shamed. From time to time, I sit down and I listen. I hear naming and shaming them. I think the criticism that they must take is that some of them authentically do not stay to their duty, to the expectation. But in terms of throwing their weight behind what they are doing, rather than I should say they should be celebrated, I would even want to invite those that are criticizing them to share a platform with me when I deal with them and we are working and we are doing work that this municipality has to do. To them, I would like to encourage them to not lose hope, because criticism is just one of those things, and if you are not criticized, then you should know that you are not doing what you are sent to come and do here. Throw your weight, do as you have been doing, and add more if you can. There's a lot that we are learning from you, and we're still going to learn more. Madam Speaker, I also come from a particular background. I happen to scratch into some business life. So some of the issues that were discussed here, they need some business decision in terms of ensuring that they get implemented. So, Councillor Mongale, you are spot on each time you question issues in the manner that you are doing, because they help to strengthen some of us that must implement duties that the Council is expecting out of us. Prof, dear Councillor, you have offered an advice. You did, and for free. And I'm going to tap with you. The immediate advice I'm going to seek from you is to help us with the documentation that we are criticizing. I'm going to tap with that resource because it is the best way with which we can move forward. But one of the most interesting things, given your party and your organization and your origin, is to ensure that we are going to deal with some small holdings and farms that are occupied by white farmers who must actually begin to give space that belongs to the municipality. I would need your advice on that one. I wouldn't want to be rigorous. I would like the municipality to act with resilience and discipline, but I'll tap with your resource. The last one, Prof, for now, is that given that you are from academia, you are also going to be by the side to ensure that we simply do not just have employees, but their improvement and their tomorrow today is quite attended to in terms of the advice that I'll be acquiring from you. I need each one of you. You can sit here, criticize one another, tell each other nice fairy tale stories. That do not affect me. What affects me most is that sitting here I see a resource, and that resource I'll tap with. Please, I play an open door policy anytime. Anytime you feel like you have got something to come and share with the executive mayor in the form of the men sent here by the ANC, you have, Madam Speaker, openly so I'm saying, the door will forever be open because we need your wisdom. We are South Africans and we must begin to embrace what we have been brought here for. And all of us and all at once. Anything and everything that was said here, it should be noted that it was recorded. We're going to sit down, we'll unbundle it, and we'll put it into action. Where we're going to fail, this is the home where we'll come back and account. I want to thank all of you for criticizing us in the manner that you did, and those criticisms are most welcome, for without which we cannot make any progress. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Councillors, then just before we adjourn, can I maybe just ask, also just to make it easier for the administration, if you can maybe just take your empty bottles with you and go throw it away at home, or just throw it away in one of the dustbins in the municipality. Please, otherwise they're going to stay here and clean up after us. Please, councillors. Thank you, councillors.